Hello and welcome to Bedtime Stories. So tonight I'm starting the first chapter of a Wangxian story called Capital Assets by Liadantaru. Did I say that right? I should have asked before.
You did.
Sweet nibs. Okay. So Liadantaru, who is in the chat, we're going to get the director's cut. When I have questions about the story, I will get a real-time response. And I just need everyone listening to know that assets is spelled parentheses A, $, close parentheses, ETS. Because that flavor is important. The tags. It is an explicit fic. There are no archive warnings. It is in the Dao Zu Shi fandom. As I mentioned, it is Wangji / Wuxian. Also featuring Lan Qiren, Lan Zishen, Nia Huaisong, Jiang Cheng, Jiang Yanli, Jiang Fengmian, Nia Mingzhu, and brace yourselves for Yu Ziyuan. Authors tags. Additional universe, modern setting, boarding school, good person Lan Qiren. I refuse to acknowledge the existence of out-of-characterness in modern AU fics. I disagree with your tag. Lanjan talks more than Wei Ying. I have an entire rant about it's your fic, it's not out of character behavior because it's your goddamn sandbox and it's a modern AU. It's different than the canon setting. Like, I'm sorry. Somebody made Maelstrom sad by saying things about out of characterness, and I was like, that doesn't exist. Because if people wanted canon, they can go read the fucking book. Fanfic is an experiment, and a thought experiment, and a game, and you're playing in somebody else's sandbox with your perceptions of the character, who is an unreliable narrator anyway, and he focuses on the things he's interested in, and he could be sick, or drugged, or tired. I'm sorry. I need to go back to the tags. Okay. That wasn't meant as a criticism for you tagging it out of character, by the way. I'm mad at the existence of the phrase, not at your choices.
Noted.
Lanjan talks more than Wei Ying. You can tag your fic however the fuck you want, because it's your fic. That's the point. Lanjan talks more than Wei Ying. Really? That'll be fun. That'll be different. Wei Ying is not okay. I'm so pleased when people acknowledge that. Bad parents, Jiang Fengmian and Yu Ziyuan. That is so accurate. Yu Ziyuan abuses Wei Ying. Jiang Cheng abuses Wei Ying. He does. And it's not just physical, it is emotional. He lives in a very toxic house. Jiang Cheng bashing. This is everyone who's listening's opportunity to nope out. If Jiang Cheng bashing and Jiang Clan bashing in general is not your bag, this is where you nope out. The Jiangs suck. Like, all of them are awful, except Jiang Yanli. She's an angel. Wei Ying learns to be CSSR's son. What's her name again? Sangse Sanren? Yeah.
Sangse Sanren, yes.
Thank you. Genius Wei Ying. Genius Lan. I've been saying Wei Ying. I try to say his courtesy name. Okay, so this is a funny thing about me. Funny, weird, I don't know. I feel rude calling them by their personal names because I'm not their friend, right? So unless I'm like reading from the point of view.
They don't have courtesy names.
Right, like I get it, but in the tags.
Yeah.
I'm not their bosom buddy, right? I call them Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji because it's respect on their names. Respect.
Respect on your cow.
Respect on your cow. Implied / reference child abuse. Top Lanjan, Lan Wangji, bottom Wei Ying, Wei Wuxian. No beta, we die like Wei Wuxian and every woman in the MXTX novels. Non-linear narrative, that's fun. Podfic welcome, haha, and blanket permission. Very much appreciate those tags being used Excellent modeling of the behaviors we want to see. I still feel bad for ranting to you about the tag you chose. I have regrets.
It is fine. I love it.
Okay. Do you want me to read the summary, or should I just skip it into the story?
Up to you.
Since this is a longer fic, I think I'll read the summary. Like for shorter fics, especially when it's an excerpt from it, like a one-shot, I'll skip it. But since this is a summary for a longer fic, I think I'll read it. At 15, Wei Ying is accepted to attend the Cloud Recesses boarding school for boys in Shanghai for the last 3 years of his schooling. He leaves the Jiang's house in Beijing with a threat that he will be cut off financially if he is caught. Excuse me. Man, I chose to drink tea this time instead of soda, and I'm still burping. Why our bodies? Under threat that he will be cut off financially if he is caught spending money on anything Madame Yu deems unessential, which is probably like, extra food and warm clothes and shit. On Wei Ying's 18th birthday, Madame Yu's parting gift to Wei Ying is paying for one last month of expenses. As a student, Wei Ying's options to make money are severely limited. Desperate to find the money for his day-to-day needs, Wei Ying turns to OnlyFans and starts posting sexy pictures for horny old men. Work it.
We support him for that.
In this house, we support sex workers, in person and digital. If you've got it, work it. He doesn't post nudes, but he caters to a type. That type is what he thinks his crush would like. Look at him, serving multiple goals with one action. That's good planning. That is strategy and tactics. That is short-term decisions backed up for his long-term plan. Look at him go. Author's warning, read the tags, which I did, but seriously, this isn't Jiang friendly. This was inspired by a fic called Misbehave by Anonymous. Chapter 1 is called Escape. Author's note, updates for this fic will not be scheduled. I think that is a good, healthy plan. I think when people have a schedule for updates, they unnecessarily stress themselves out. And what happens if you get a spark of inspiration for something else? Then you feel guilty. Schedules are the curse of the non-traditional neurodivergent person, especially the ADHD type. Promising a gift by a certain time, you just spike yourself. I am writing this between chapters of While They Were Sleeping, which is linked, and will focus on the weekly updates there, capital W. I love idiosyncratic capitalizations. I love it. I will get updates on this as I finish the chapters. This story will cycle POV swaps between Wei Ying, Lan Zhan, and Lan Qiren in each chapter. Due to how I'm writing it, the chapters will cut off after the third POV, regardless of the story flow. See what I said? Fics are thought experiments and style experiments, and people should be allowed to play.
All the different styles, and you can tell when that's someone's style, and it's great. It's a lot of fun.
People should be allowed to have fun with it. Wei Ying is out of canon character for friendliness and talkativeness, at least at the start. When people say out of character, this is part of my rant. When people say out of character, either as a warning at the beginning of their fic because they're trying to head off criticism at the pass, is my general assumption, or when someone criticizes someone else's writing or stories out of character, what they're really saying is my perception of this character who is fictional does not match with your portrayal of this character, and I am big mad about it, you know? So like, I think that it's someone experiencing cognitive dissonance and a mismatch in perceived reality. And instead of having a conversation about, hey, I'd never considered that interpretation of the character's words or actions, or how they might react placed in this situation, because Wei Wuxian especially is so strongly himself that you can drop him into any AU and he might react in a certain way. But at the same time, they are people, you know, fictional people, but they are people who, when stressed, make decisions that are not in their established patterns of behavior. And especially neurodivergent people, when stressed, make decisions that from the outside look like random ass shit, but are actually, you know, quickly made decision trees or meltdowns that seem out of character, but are actually just not matched with an established pattern of your behavior. But that doesn't mean they're wrong for doing so. That's part of my rant. I'm actually writing a meta chapter on it. Me and Bebo are co-authoring it. Because I am just so over people being criticized for making decisions for their own goddamn stories because a character is placed in a situation that is not something they've been exposed to before, or they didn't go through the same formative experiences, so they don't make the same decisions informed by that trauma or that good experience in their life. And it makes me so mad on behalf of the authors.
You know, it also implies that they know more about the characters than you do.
Yes. If you're not MXTX, you don't get to say what is in character or not. Fuck you. It's my paper doll and I'll do what I want. But that's then something like, as a podficker, people can say things like, that's not the voice I would have picked for that character. Or, it was so interesting to me the way you chose to interpret that line of dialogue. You know, there are ways to say, I'd never thought about that before, that are not critical. It can be a point of entry into a discussion where your worldview is broadened. And you might not agree with it. You might realize that you have a different opinion. But people don't have to agree with you to be right or valid in their interpretation of a story or a character. Okay, sorry. I haven't even started reading. I'm not even through the goddamn summary. It's 12 minutes into this.
It's fantastic.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
It's fantastic.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's been on my mind for the past couple days. And because it's been on my mind, you know how I think the most common example for you notice things that you're thinking about more, so it seems like it's happening more frequently than before, but it's just you're noticing it happening. Like the most common example is when someone has a family member who's pregnant, they notice other pregnant people more because it's just something they've become aware of, right? And if it's not something that you're thinking about, it's not something that you would notice. But like in the past 3 or 4 days, time is fake, I don't know. I've slept a couple times since I started thinking about this. I've noticed in a lot of different fandoms, because I'm a multi-fandom, you know, raccoon, a lot of people doing their first fic or coming back to fic writing after a long time, or writing a modern AU, or even a canon, you know, setting AU, apologizing for, oh, this might be a little out of character. And I have commented on every one and said, nothing is out of character, it's your fic, do what the fuck you want. Because it gets me so heated. And like, it's the sense of entitlement that people have about, it's very Karen of them, like apologies to the nice Karen people named Karen, but it's very Karen behavior of them, that sense of entitlement that's saying my interpretation of the character is more valid than your interpretation of the character, and therefore if you don't write your fic to my specific recipe, I'm not going to enjoy it. And it's not good writing. Because
I'm hoping those people don't want to read it after reading my tags.
hopefully they would disengage, because that's the point of the tagging system too. If you read the tags and or the summary and you get the vibe that you not enjoy the fic, don't read it. That is responsible content consumption. Don't read, and then you don't have to say anything about it either. If you don't like it, don't engage with it. Don't do something that purposefully pisses you off and then spread that negativity around. I am choke chaining myself.
Something nice, don't say nothing at all.
That's exactly right. I'm trying to teach that to my oldest niece, but it is a struggle. Okay, back to the summary. 16 minutes, back to the rest of the summary. Wei Ying is out of canon character for his friendliness and talkativeness, at least at the start. He will say what is necessary to avoid appearing to be too introverted, but he is quite happy to be non-communicative. I would like to say, I'm sorry for getting off on a rant again, but I think it's indicative of his trauma. And especially, I headcanon Wei Wuxian. Notice, I headcanon. I have opinions, but that doesn't mean that I am right. That's just the way that I interpret the character. I headcanon Wei Wuxian as ADHD. And I think he is having a trauma and stress response and has withdrawn emotionally because it takes so much emotional labor to present the cheerful facade that he does.
It's exhausting.
Like, he has released himself from the burden of performative cheerfulness because it is not his goddamn responsibility to make everyone around him happy or comfortable with himself and his existence. That might be me projecting, but that's how I feel. He's aware he's gay, but doesn't think anyone will love a nobody like him. This baby needs a blanket burrito and a hug. I am American and not of Asian descent. I have tried to research everything, but please let me know if I get something wrong so I can fix it. Lastly, major thanks to Jay on the MXTX Lounge Discord for coming up with the name and for humoring me with all the tags about possible names. Oh, look at this icon. It's a red string with a heart in it. That's so neat. Okay, half an hour into this endeavor, are we ready for the story to start? I've actually run out of tea. I made myself so thirsty with the anger of my rant that I drank the whole cup. Oh no. I'm going to have to pause later to get some water. Here we go. Wei Ying takes the last subway train of the day to Beijing Capital Airport alone. This is 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Okay. He'd said his goodbyes to the only person who mattered the night before. That must have been Jie, Xie. In your story, is she Xie or Jie?
She is Yan Li.
She is Yan Li. She has her own fucking name, not just a relationship title. He'd said his goodbyes to the only person who mattered the night before. Before leaving to take Jiangcheng to Lotus Pier Academy earlier that day, Madame Yu reminded him that she was allowing him to keep the credit card Jiang Shushu had issued him for expenses. Oh no, I choked on spit. I took a deep breath and my mouth was like awkward. I'm sorry for the cough into the mic just now. Fuck me.
Credit card.
It occurs. She was allowing him to keep the credit card Jiang Shushu had issued him for expenses, but that he was only to use it for essentials. She will cut him off if he uses it for anything he doesn't absolutely require. He checks his luggage at the airline counter and heads to airport security. Bebo did that like yesterday. Yeah, Bebo had a big flight. One sleep. It was yesterday.
Really?
It was like, this is the end of today, but
Feels like longer.
yeah.
I don't know why.
The amount of mental energy required for travel like that makes time stretch weird.
See, but from my airport, really easy to get through security. But when I go back through Tampa, I'm going to be in line for like, oh wait, sorry.
People know that I live in Florida.
Okay. The line's going to take like an hour.
At least you're not going through Orlando. You don't have to deal with the Disney crowds.
That's true.
Orlando is awful.
You would know. You were there recently.
Yes.
Okay. Airport security. He passes through security and heads to the gate. As he boards the plane to Shanghai, he is unsurprised to find Madame Yu purchased the cheapest seats possible by the restrooms. He could survive the 2 hours and change it would take to reach Shanghai by a bathroom, if it meant his freedom from the Jiang hellhole. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, but a seat by the bathrooms is underrated.
It is practical. I was going to say the same thing.
I was in the last row of the plane, and it was comfier and so close to the bathroom.
Especially if you're a person like me who has tiny tanks, being close to the bathroom is helpful.
Yes.
The smell ain't great, but at least
If you're not sitting next to it, it's fine. The row right next to it, no thanks.
Here's the hoping he got nice.
There's someone who
seat
did an 18-hour flight to Beijing.
yeah. He did not get nice seatmates, I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh my god.
As the
no.
plane slowly fills, Wei Ying finds himself stuck in between two of the fattest Americans he has ever seen. Both smelling of cheap liquor and cigarettes. Oh, I would nope out. I would be like, flight attendant, excuse me, I am allergic to cigarette smoke. This is a true story. I am allergic to cigarette smoke. And I am going to have an episode if you make me sit here. He barely has room to move between the two obscenely obese passengers. He knows Madame Yu looked for the aisle with seat splitting just to spite him. People often booked 2 of the 3 seats on flights in hopes no one would take the middle seat and they would get the extra room in their row. It was a late flight, so it was less likely to be full. That's a problem with plane design. Yeah, for some, not validation necessarily, but confirmation from a separate source. So me and Fern used to be roommates, and she would come home from her dad's house, and her dad's a smoker, and would have to change clothes immediately because of how sensitive I am to even secondhand smoke. Anyways, so I think the sizing of the airplane seats is the major issue here. But also, it gave Madame Yu an extra chance to stick it to him.
Yep.
So that's a nice setup detail.
It's the money, like the airlines want to get their money's worth, and
Sure, they want to get their money's worth by packing the most passengers in the plane, but consider more people would fly on your airlines if it was comfortable to do so.
And if it was cheaper, like if you have the cheaper prices, people will buy your tickets. Like, I don't get why, if you price it, if you are going to price it, like, even if you just price it.
I didn't realize
$50
Norbert was
lower.
behind me this whole time.
He's a cool guy. If you price it like $50, even $50 cheaper than any other airline for, basic economy.
Let people skip the baggage fees. Anyway, Wei Ying knows English, and the two men bitch to each other across him about how they can't believe some twink of a teen would try to save money and take their extra seat. These assholes. Rude. Giving Americans a bad name. Aish. He pretends...
They are based on people I've met on planes.
I am sure that you base them on real life experiences. Because, unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans like that. It's not just Americans, but it's that... It goes back to the whole sense of entitlement thing. There's just so many people that feel like random strangers are acting to inconvenience them personally.
Mm-hmm.
I myself am guilty of this on bad days, especially when I'm feeling the paranoia, but like at some point in your life you have to accept the fact that nothing exists just to inconvenience you or convenience you in particular. There is a system.
Yep.
There are other people around you making choices and decisions. Some of them affect you, some of them don't. But in particular, it's not aimed at you either way. Most of the time. He pretends he can't understand a word they are saying. It's fine. He will pay this price for his freedom. The flight is delayed on the tarmac for nearly 2 hours as a freak rainstorm floods the runways in minutes. Wei Ying wishes he could just sleep. Oh my god, I forgot to say as part of the intro, I got so distracted by my rant. Hi, welcome to Bedtime Stories. I do chatty Podfic radio type story reading, storytelling, and I have autism and ADHD. That's, I make a joke that I'm an oddity because I don't know how to pronounce AUDHD in any other fun way. And so that's a communication style, affects my communication, and also it executive dysfunction. So I'm easily distracted, often by myself, and I mispronounce words sometimes or say them out of order. I have a little bit of, it's like dyslexia, spoken typos, if you will. And to quote Gail Carriger, who is one of my favorite published authors, think of it like sprinkles on the cupcake. I am not sorry. It's just how I am. If that's something that you don't think you will enjoy, which you've probably figured out by now either way, no doubt. And if it seems like something that you would have a fun time with, let's go. Okay. Wei Ying just wishes he could sleep. But the pilot and cabin crew of the flight keep making announcements every 15 minutes with updates on the storm and efforts to pump the water from the runways after the storm. When they finally take off, Wei Ying's heart soars with the ascent as he finally escaped from the city where the Jiangs live. Liadan, you tortured this poor baby so much, and we're not even like 3 paragraphs into the whole thing. Okay, it's probably more than 3. No, this is actually the 3rd paragraph. Okay. Did you say it gets worse?
Yes.
Well, thank you for the heads up.
I live to torture him.
That's what blorbos are for, okay? We take the trauma, we project it onto the blorbos, and then things get better.
Yes.
Finally escapes from the city where the Jiangs live. A city that has proven to be a living hell for the last 6 years of his life. The plane lands in Shanghai at 5:12 a.m. Okay, hold up. He was stuck on the tarmac for 2 hours. The flight was 2.5-ish hours. He boarded the plane around midnight? Awful.
Yes.
He heads to the baggage claim for his luggage. His phone pings when he reaches the baggage claim with a text from the school. Wei Ying, I am Lan Zixin, Vice Principal of the Cloud Recesses Boarding School for Boys. I hope your flight was not too stressful. We were notified of your delay. We ask that you remain inside the airport once you collect your luggage. Another student, Nia Huaisong, will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Please wait at the baggage claim for the flight from Dongguan. Dongyuan? Dongguan. Dongguan, I think. Okay.
Yep, don't go on.
Dongguan. Thank you. We will arrange the pickup outside the airport once you report meeting with the other student. The driver is approximately 35 minutes out. How's that for an acknowledgement of your existence and your struggles and trying to make your life easier already? Wei Ying quickly replies. Vice Principal Len, thank you for the consideration you are showing this one. I will follow the directions in your text and respond once I meet with Nia Huaisong. Is this a fic where Wei Wuxian and Nia Huaisong get to be besties?
They could be friends.
Oh, that's nice. I like it when Wei Ying gets to have friends. He puts his phone away and moves to collect his 2 suitcases from the baggage carousel and heads to a bench. When the flight from Dongyuan arrives, hey, will you do me a favor? Will you put some water in my cup?
Yeah.
Like rinse out the tea leftovers?
Yeah.
Thanks. When the flight from Dongyuan arrives, oh my god.
Don't go on.
Dongguan, we just did this! When the flight from Dongguan arrives, he pulls out a page from one of his sketchbooks and writes the boy's name, holding it up in hopes of connecting with him. The uncertainty involved gives me hives. Holding it up in hopes of connecting with him. He doesn't have to wait long before a slightly shorter boy approaches him. This one is Nia Huaisong. Are you from the school? This one is Wei Ying. It is nice to meet you. No. Yes. I am also a student. Vice President Lan texted me when my plane landed about half an hour ago, letting me know that due to the delays in my flight, we were arriving at similar times and that a driver was being sent to collect us. I need to let him know that we have connected and we are ready. Wei Ying felt awkward, saying so much all at once, but it was necessary. Relatable, bro. Wei Ying pulls out his phone, while the boy does the same. Vice Principal Len, I have connected with Nia Huaisong. I await your instructions. I like the way you chose the very formal tone for him to be interacting with Lan Zixin as the principal. Because he seems like the sort of person who would be very aware as to what level of formality his relationship is with a person and like have his communication style with them reflect that.
That is exactly it.
Boom. It's so fun and satisfying to me when I pick up what the author is laying down and they're chilling out in the chat and like confirm it immediately. They're like, yes, you're so right. I am occasionally wrong, but then they're there to tell me, no, that's not what I meant, which is still helpful. He soon receives a response from the vice principal. Wei Ying, The driver is about 5 minutes out. Please head outside to the domestic zone for passenger pickup. The license plate of the car picking you and Nia Huaisong up is, I don't know that character,
It's a regional
B8888.
character.
What?
It's a regional character for Shanghai license plates.
Oh, see, that's the kind of shit I wouldn't know if I wasn't getting the director's lore straight from the author. Thank you very much for being in the chat with me at this time. I do know, however, that 8s are lucky.
Exactly.
Wei Ying makes a note of the information and responds. Understood. We are heading out now and will watch for the car. Bibo brought me water and now I am remembering to drink it. I have hydrated. Wei Ying places his phone back in his pocket and turns to the boy next to him. Vice Principal Len says we should head out to the pickup zone. The car is about 5 minutes out. The two boys gather their luggage, 8 bags in total. So Wei Ying helps Nia Huaisong with one of his bags, and they head to the zone for domestic flight driver meetups. Not long after they arrive in the zone, an expensive van pulls up with the license plate indicated by the vice principal. I wonder if it's one of those vanity plates that they paid extra to get for the school.
It is.
Nice. That's the level of attention to detail that I can appreciate, both in the fic writing and also in universe, like the school wanting to be welcoming to new students and using that cultural perception of 8 as a lucky number to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Wei Ying grabs his bags and the one he is helping Nia Huaisong with and heads toward the vehicle. As they approach, oh my god, y'all, I forgot to say why I had put it towards the top of my priority list to read this story for Liadan. Do you want to know why, Liadan?
Yes.
Okay, so do you remember the other day when you were telling me about how you did a Top Gun movie marathon because of the fan vid that I made?
Yeah.
That gave me such warm fuzzies. I grinned like a loon for hours. So I was like, I've got to do something super nice for Liadan in exchange. Not like that I owed it to you, but because I wanted to give you the same feeling, you know?
You are.
Excellent, well. Context. I am also podficking a story written by Mimi Spearmint, read by me, where it's a crossover with the MDZS characters in the Top Gun 1986 movie world building. So
And it's fantastic.
it's so good. I'm 2 chapters into it, by the way, and Mimi Spearmint has put out 2 new chapters quite recently, so we're up to chapter 6 published on AO3 at this time. It is June 20-something. 22nd? 22nd. For about 20 more minutes. No, 49. For about 11 more minutes in my time zone. Anyway.
Until 11 minutes.
So Mimi Spearmint's fic, I am podficking. And I was like, you know what would be cool if I could get fans from one fandom interested in the other fandom, right? So I'm like, for people who don't know Top Gun, this is what it's cool about Dao Zu Shi. That's on my Tumblr promo post. I included like a little YouTube video for each that I really like fan vid. And I was like, wait a second. What if I made a fan vid? I've never made a fan vid before. It was the first fan vid I ever made. And I made the soundtrack myself. There was this one song that was really stuck in my head. And it's the one that goes, 10% luck, 15% skill, 5% concentrated power of will. 20% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. And I'm like, that's so Wangxian. And the song is called Remember the Name, by the way. And I had been experimenting with audiomass.co, which is a browser-based, very simple, comparatively speaking, audio editor. Because my Chromebook, which is the technology that I have access to, I bought it off eBay from a reseller who had gotten a batch of used Chromebooks from an elementary school. And so my Chromebook doesn't do the downloads of the software packages like Audacity and Reaper and the things like that. And even in Wavacity, which is the online version of Audacity that someone put together since it's open source, I can't run the heavier duty things that require more resources from the machine, like the compression and the noise reduction. And even on the longer audio files, I can't run the silence removal. It all has to be manually done. Because I got into looking into that because one of my fandom acquaintances had made a post about making Podfic accessible to people with hearing impairments, whether biomechanical or neurological processing. And so things that I just wound up not being able to do. But because of that research, I learned a lot about how audio mass works. And I was like, hold up, I can't use this song ripped straight from YouTube with Cobalt, because that's a tool I learned about recently, COBALT. But if I make a ringtone version, like slow it a little bit, add a little reverb, remix it, then I can use it as the soundtrack. Because some people were suggesting later after I'd finished, I could have done royalty-free music or, the stuff that's already out there. But I was like, but no, it had to be these lyrics, right? And then I went looking for images to use. And did you know Wang Yibo starred in a movie whose English translation is Born to Fly? And it basically, what's the nicest way to say this? It has a lot of similarities thematically to Top Gun. He's a pilot. And it's, a military propaganda movie for aviation. And so that gave me a wealth of images of Lan Wangji with a military haircut, a military posture, in the cockpit of a plane, a test plane setup. And then Xiao Zhan, who plays I said that backwards. Wang Yibo plays Lan Wangji in the CQL, The Untamed drama. And Xiao Zhan plays, if you're listening to this podfic, you know this already probably, but just in case, plays Wuxian. And he was in a C-drama that was historical Chinese military, and then a second one that was more modern era Chinese military. So I had so many promo photos to draw from, and also I ripped the trailers and cleared out the backgrounds, and I took some GIFs and I put them in a slideshow in Canva and put the music in, and it took me 5 days, and it wound up being just shy of 1 minute and 30 seconds. And I also put in some GIFs from Top Gun Maverick and the original Top Gun. And in one shot, I found a pose of Pete Maverick Mitchell, and then Xiao Zhan's character from the military drama was in the exact same pose, so I superimposed his face over Tom Cruise's face. And so it looks like he's flying the plane wearing Maverick's helmet. And it worked out really well. And like I got the lyrics to sync up with the action, which is something I always appreciate as the audience for a fan vid. And I don't even know how long I've been talking about this. I'm so off track. But like it was really interesting and fun to take the things that felt like failure because I couldn't use audio mass the way that I had wanted. But I took the knowledge that I'd gained from that research and used it to make a fun thing, which was really neat. And to bring this story all back to the beginning, what I'm trying to say, Liadan, is that when you told me that the fan vid that I worked really hard on inspired you, who had not been part of Top Gun fandom at all, to go watch the movies, it accomplished the exact purpose I set out for. And it was a very good feeling. So I wanted to do something nice. Okay, and back to your story. Whatever time that sidetrack started, we're at 45 minutes, almost 46 now. I try to tell myself timestamps to put into the author's notes so people can skip the tangents, divergences, whatever you want to call them. Rant occasionally. So they want to skip the things that aren't just the story.
Those are the best parts.
The people who like it seem to share that opinion. That is the feedback I have gotten. And, you know, I haven't had anybody say, I don't like your side rambles, because, you know, they probably stop listening. Because, you know, there's a very valid set of people out there who prefer the audiobook style of narration and no personality of the reader coming through for whatever reason. I had a conversation. I know I just said I was going back to your story, but I lied by accident. I had a conversation recently with a podficker who I approached to do a collaborative project, who edits their stuff very heavily and got into podficking because of the way that they experience autism. They find breathing noises and tangents and things like that to be distracting to the point where they cannot listen to the audio and understand the story and process it in a way that they can track what's going on. So they record their podfics in as close to a professional grade audiobook environment as they can, and then manually remove things like excessive breathing noises and lip smacking, and there's no shame in that. It's just a different set of needs than what I record to meet. So what I wound up doing was making the cleanest recording I could of the first chapter of the story that I wanted to work on with them, because we both wound up in the comments section at the same time being really excited about it. And I was like, all right, I want to work with you on this, but the content that you put out is not a standard I can meet with my equipment. What do you think about, I'll do the cleanest recording I can in the quietest setup that I have, and I won't go on any tangents, which is weird for me, but I have a little bit of practice at it from when I was recording parts for Voice Team. And I did that, and so they have the audio now, and when they get the chance among their other projects, they're going to go through and edit it to the standard they like to listen to, which is what I think is a very healthy compromise. And, you know, we had the discussion of, wow, I hadn't considered your perspective. That's so different from mine. I didn't even realize that people experience things in that way. Thank you for talking to me about it so that I could learn. And thank you for being willing to work with me so that we can both participate in this project. So I know I often sound derisive about the people who get self-conscious about breathing noises, but that's because I feel like a large group of podfickers in this community are actually, I'm not trying to be bitchy when I say this. I have an opinion that a lot of the people I've interacted with in the podfic community are neurodivergent and masking it, or, you know, have strong feelings that are negative about being neurodivergent and overcompensate for that by the pursuit of a, in my opinion, externally imposed perfection that is unhealthy to try and achieve. Like, don't get me wrong, I really admire soundscaping and the amount of effort that people put into producing for free audiobook quality productions. It's just not my style. And so I've released myself from the burden of that expectation of trying to meet. Where the fuck was I going with this story? I lost the thread. I'm sorry. You got some lore, but I forgot where I was going with it.
All good.
If I remember, I'll go back to it, but that might not happen during the recording. Okay, so they found the driver. They are being picked up from the airport. As they approach, a middle-aged man with a beard and a mustache exits the vehicle. Oh, by the way, chat, you don't just have to answer questions that I pose. If you have a question about anything that I share during my rambles and tangents or lore drops, feel free to ask. It's interactive. You two must be Nia Huaisong and Wei Ying. I am Principal Lan Qiren. I trust your flights were satisfactory and not overly stressful. Holy shit! Lan Qiren himself is picking them up from the airport? Wow!
I love it when people take Lan Qiren and they give him a place and they change him up a bit to be a more, I don't know how to,
I almost dropped my phone.
it's just,
I don't want to speak over you, but perhaps the word you're looking for is they release him from the strictures of being a Lan clan elder
yeah.
and allow him to be a supportive father figure without the internalization of, frankly, ableism and classism,
Yeah.
and allow him to be sympathetic and loving in the way that he wants to be. Because you can tell in canon even that he loves his nephews,
Yeah.
but he is judging them from the place he was taught to judge from.
Yeah.
This one, he's just said, fuck it all.
Yes. Like, when I first started reading fic, I came across a lot of bad Uncle Lan Qiren, and so that was the fanon impression I had of him. You know, and my only interaction with him in canon is he whips his own nephew for going outside the bounds of what they deemed acceptable in his romantic as well as social justice pursuits. And I did not form a good impression of him for that. But judging him based on the ethical framework that he is working from, he was doing what he thought was right. And also, I think, acting out of fear that his nephew would be judged harshly due to association with Wei Wuxian. And he was trying to protect his nephew from that. Because MDZS, to me, at its core, is a story about bullying on a large scale. But he didn't want Lan Wangji, his beloved nephew, his baby, to be tainted with Wei Wuxian's bad reputation. He didn't actually care about the truth of Wei Wuxian's actions. He cared about Wei Wuxian's reputation affecting his nephew, in my opinion. And so I do think he overreacted. But again, if you judge him through the framework of the ethical values he was taught and he was teaching. Because that's another thing. When you're judging a character's actions, you have to look at them through the lens of the ethical framework they are working from. And there's more than one in this world. Because you've got, hey Fern, does this sound familiar? It's your textbook. So you've got I'm going to stop and brag on Fern. Fern participated in writing a textbook for a class that I took in college that was about computer science ethics, and was taught by us reading short stories that involved robots and non-human characters, and deciding whether or not the actions the main characters took were ethical or not, based on being assigned a specific ethical framework to judge them by. Because, there's the feminism is not the word I'm going for, but that's the word most people are familiar with. You're talking about ethical labor, not ethical, oh my God, emotional labor. And the person who does the caregiving, because that shit is not free. It's just not paid in dollars and currency. Because there's the one aspect where you're controlling your own emotions, and the other aspect where you're supporting the control of another person's emotions. That's the short version, and that's as far as I'm going into that at this time. And there's the communal ethics framework, where the focus is on family and organization that you're part of and country that you're part of, which is a lot of what it seems to me as an outsider that the Chinese stories involve. It's a very engaging textbook, by the way, Fern. It's higher quality than most on the topic of ethics, which can be very, very dry and boring. And, so those are two examples, and I'm not going to list the entire course that I took. But it taught me that when you're judging a character, when you're doing analysis of their actions, you can't judge it by your own morals and ethics, which are not the same thing, by the way. You have to place the character's actions within the framework of the ethical system that they are using. And sometimes you can have overlapping ethical systems that don't match up, that actively contradict each other. And that makes their decision trees complex. So you can't just say they did good or they did bad and put moral weight on it. You can say, you can say whatever you want, but if you're judging them in this fashion, if you're evaluating and analyzing, it's like, this character took this action. Do I agree with it or not on a personal level? Do I agree with it or not within the lens of the ethical framework I have been assigned to look at it? Do I agree with their action or not within the lens of the ethical framework that they had chose for themselves or grew up in? And that makes it more complex and way less simplistic than the do I like what they did or not, which is not wrong. I'm not saying you have to approach fanfic reading like you're writing a literary analysis paper on it. I'm just trying to say that Lan Shiren is a complicated character to judge. And it's heavily based on which character's POV you're looking at him from. And are you looking at it from a he hurt my Blorbo standpoint, or are you looking at it from his point of view and from the ethics he was taught and working from? Did he make a decision that was reasonable, extrapolated from what you think his motivations were? I'm probably overthinking this, and I don't actually talk about it much when I'm podficking, but it seemed like y'all would be interested. That is the level of thought I put into characters when I am truly engaged with them. So that's why I have such strong opinions about some of them, because I go really deep into it. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You probably didn't come here for a college level analysis of your writing style. And I'm not judging it like that. I really am enjoying the story. I just got distracted with my feelings about how people villainize Lan Shiren completely without considering where he was coming from in canon. Which kind of rolls into my rant about out-of-character behavior, because it's not. It's you took him out of the situation that was the canon framework and put him in a situation where he can use the same motivations of wanting to protect his nephews and raise students up without the things that were limiting him and forcing him into being bitter. In short. Are you bored yet? Are you still enjoying this?
I am loving it.
Okay. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell if people are still interested or not. So I need the validation, like the express verbal confirmation. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Oh, by the way, shout out to Liadan. We're also working on a Love 020 Wangxian crossover. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you like her writing style and the way that I read, look forward to that. Okay, so this started because I was excited that Lan Qiren picked him up from the airport personally. And that's where we're at in the story. We just hit 1 hour. Does anybody need a potty break?
I'm good.
All right, I'm going to go suck on a piece of chocolate for a minute because my throat's getting tired. All right, I'll be back in just a little bit. Are y'all good for a break, or should we like pause the story here and read some more later?
I'm good for a while.
Cool. How you doing, Fern? Do you need to drop out, or are you good to stay in chat?
Why I use the out of
This is part 2, by the way. I cut it at 1 hour and started for the next section, so it'll be easier for me to upload. Okay, go.
Okay. So the reason the out of character tag is used, and this goes back about 12 to 15 years ago. I had an account on AO3 that I lost about 9 years ago. And I had written a bunch of fanfics in a different fandom. And I had written one of the characters out of character from the books.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in canon 7.
Okay.
For the books. And I got played up and down by the fandom. And
Rude.
yeah.
Hateful.
And right, like a week before I lost that AO3 account, I had taken all my fanfics down because I was going to rework them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I lost a hard drive that had 4 terabytes of data on it.
Oh my god.
And that's it. I lost the email that had the login. And
What a series of events.
Yeah. So, but that is why I use the tag, is because I have been through it, and I just have decided that if people do not want to read something they consider out of character, they can just skip it.
Yeah, I mean, that wraps back into my point that you can't make informed consent decisions without the information. And that's why the tagging system exists. And I'm not mad that you used the tag. I am mad that the situation exists where you felt like you had to. Okay. But now I am going to stop ranting on this topic, and I'm going to read your goddamn story because I want to know what happens next. Thank you, everyone, for your patience in coming for me on this wild ride. Hi, Norbert. Do you want to come say hello? Let me get a picture. Norbert. Norbert. Oh, well, he's not looking at the camera. Probably for the best, because the flash was on auto. There, we've got one silly puppy from Liadan, and hopefully a Norbert picture whenever that loads. It disappeared on my end, but I promise I sent it. Fuck it, I'll send it twice. Still no. I'll put it in the Norbert channel and see if it loads there. Ha! There we go. So there's Norbert stealing the little gamer chair that we have set out for little buddy. It is a hotly contested piece of real estate when my nieces are over. And sometimes Cryptid Rumi comes out and tries to sit in it too because she's just about the right size for it. Still. The prince on his throne. Yes. The Void Kitty's shadow prince on his appropriately colored throne. Okay. So once again, they were picked up by Lan Qiren from the airport. And I like that detail. And here we go. The two boys bow to their teacher and take turns identifying themselves. Principal Lan helps them load the luggage into the back of the van, and they climb into their seats. The drive to the school takes about an hour as traffic increases as they enter the city proper. Wei Ying falls asleep about 10 minutes into the drive. He is awoken by Principal Lan's gentle shake of his shoulder. "We are here. I am sorry to wake you. You must be exhausted. My nephew, Lanja, will guide you to your room. You may sleep for 3 hours. Someone will be sent to give you a tour of the school and grounds after. Once the tour is done, please come to my office. We need to finalize some of your paperwork, but first, get some rest." Someone needs to introduce Wei Ying to my concept of power naps. I think he would benefit from it. Ooh, I should include that as part of my bonus materials for this story post. The power nap recipe. Wei Ying nods to the principal, unbuckles the seatbelt, and climbs out of the van. The prettiest boy he has ever seen stands with his luggage. First sighting, first contact. Not trusting his sleep-addled brain to function, he nods at the boy. Oh gods, he's gorgeous. Golden eyes peer out from beneath long dark lashes. His ebony hair is perfect and long, falling to nearly his waist. He reaches for his bags. The boy shakes his head and takes the handles to guide the bags as he starts to walk. Wei Ying follows. He's enjoying the view. Wei Ying follows, admiring the boy's taut ass, thinking that is an ass to dream about. An ass that inspires nations. In fact, they walk for about 5 minutes before the boy just picks up all 3 suitcases as if they weigh next to nothing and heads up a flight of stairs into the dormitory. If Wei Ying didn't already find the boy attractive, this act seals the deal. He is truly smitten. I think Wei Ying's receptive love language is acts of service. And that's why Yan Li's soup gets him so much.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense.
I think he is also affected by words of affirmation. But like, definitely the acts of service. Because he is very capable. He can do things. But having someone care enough about his well-being to do it for him, not because they think he can't do it, but to spare him the effort.
That would be really fun to explore in like post-married life.
Make a note. An ass to dream about. They walk for about... Nope, I read that. Strength. He follows the boy up 4 flights of stairs and down the hall to a room. The boy opens the door and carries the suitcases in. Slipping off his shoes and into slippers, the boy moves the luggage to the end of the single bed in the room. I appreciate house slippers so much. Like, I wear flip-flops around the house pretty much exclusively because I get this special expensive kind that have arch supports, because I have like the standing flat feet where my tendon flattens out when I stand up, the one that makes the arch in your foot, and it's very painful. And I'm supposed to wear custom orthotic inserts in my shoes, but then I have to wear closed-toed shoes all the time, and it's too fucking hot for that. But I also, like, sensorily, I don't like having my feet on the bare floor because, like, grit and dirt. And, you know, I babysit a lot, and small children are fucking gross, you know? And, like, they leave messes all over the place, and I do not like to step in those things, especially unexpectedly. So I'm flip-flops all the time. So I really appreciate house shoes mention. And like, you either have to wear clean shoes inside or clean the soles of your shoes when you come inside, because it is worthless to have house shoes that are dirty and tracking dirt around. It defeats the purpose. Okay, end rant. It was a short one, but it's over now. Wei Ying follows, leaving his shoes next to the boys and slipping his feet into the pair of slippers remaining by the door. He follows the boy into the room. You look tired. Each dormitory has a bathroom, study area, and bed. If you wish to shower before you sleep, you may. The bathroom is fully stocked. If you want to sleep first, you are also welcome to. Welcome to the cloud recesses. He's like, do what you want, but I really think you should shower first because you stink of airport. You're cute, but you smell funky right now. His rich, smooth voice. Did I manage a rich, smooth voice for that?
Yes.
Okay, good, because that's what I was going for. Excellent. His rich, smooth voice is pleasant to Wei Ying's ears. By the way, note of appreciation to every author in general and you in specific who include tone tags for the dialogue. It helps me so much as a podficker. I didn't see that one because of the spacing where I was scrolling my phone down, because it's a separate paragraph, like it's the start of the next paragraph. But like when you put in like, they said with this emotion, or their voice was this feel to it, but like auditorily, it gives me like a goal and a script to work from. So it's less of a decision burden on me to decide, a decision burden on me to have to pick in what way to voice that bit of dialogue. It's like tone indicators in chat, you know? So helpful. So what I'm trying to convey is my appreciation to your level of detail for the experience you are creating for the people who are, you know, reading it on their own, and then for me in particular as a podficker.
You're welcome.
Yes. It's one of those things like, I thank you, and you're like, well, I didn't do it for you in particular, but, you know, you're welcome anyway.
I do it for myself, but you
Bonus.
know, if other people like it, they're welcome.
You know, bonus, yeah. Well, it's like the feeling like, so I think I told you I was in the military when I was younger. I did. That's the perfect gift. Oh my God. Well, what can I say except you're welcome?
You're welcome.
That's my favorite song in that movie.
Mine too.
Well, and my baby niece loves that movie. So when I was living with her, I watched it up to 3 times a day for almost 12 months. So I have the whole song memorized. And
Ever After for me with my first niece.
So I was gonna say, there's this moment of cognitive dissonance for me, and when people are like, "Thank you for your service," you know, politely or whatever, as they were taught to do, and I'm just like, I didn't do it for you, but you're welcome. Because like, I joined the military as a way to get away from an abusive home, right? It was a place to go where I had meals and clothes and a place to sleep and a regular paycheck, which is how they recruit a lot of people. And so like it was very selfishly motivated, and it just feels disingenuous to me to accept that gratitude from people who are like, thank you for your sacrifice to our country. And I'm like, that's really not why I did it. Incidentally, yes, I was deployed twice, and I did spend a great deal of time away from the country and away from home, as it were. But I was not upset about that. So, okay, but back to this. Still in a bit of fog. No, I'm not done. But like it is polite if people, and military service is such a complicated subject emotionally, especially in our country right now with the current political leader of the military. And, yes, as a young person, I made the choice to enlist, and I spent time away from home, and I was technically operating in a combat theater, and our country was, in my opinion, at war with the country I was deployed to. And so, yeah, complicated setup. But, and I try to be appreciative of the acknowledgement of the time that I spent doing military service, but like, it's just a job. Like, some people come at it from the way that they thank you. It's like you were called to a vocation. And I'm like, that's really not the vibe. You wear a uniform, but it's just a job, at least that's what it was to me. And so it feels weird accepting their gratitude for that, because I was doing it because it was a job,
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going with that. His rich, smooth voice is pleasant to Wei Ying's ears. Still in a bit of fog, Wei Ying nods at the boy and mumbles his thanks. The boy leaves, closing the door behind him. Wei Ying is exhausted, and as much as he wants to sleep now, he stinks. That's what I said. I'm sorry, I just tapped your leg without asking.
No,
I've been doing that the entire evening, and I just realized.
That's fine with me.
Okay. I talk with my hands a lot. Okay. And as much as he wants to sleep now, he stinks and would rather not need to change the bedding before sleeping tonight. He sets a timer for 3 hours on his phone, plugs it in. That's a win. That's such a win. Remembers to plug in the phone before using it as an alarm. Well, he said it, but sets the timer for 3 hours, plugs it in, and heads into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he feels clean enough to sleep. He climbs into bed and is asleep soon after. Oh, check this out. Look at this chapter separator. It looks like a piece of gold.
It's like a crown.
It's like someone took a tiara and unfolded it.
Yeah.
That's such a cool... You have such nice graphics for your separators, Liadan.
I'd like to know where POV breaks are.
Yes, that's so helpful, again, as a podficker. Like, sometimes I'll be really into a fic and there's nothing to indicate that the POV changed, except that suddenly, I'll pick up like 3 sentences into a paragraph that the person is not speaking about themselves in the third person. It's someone else talking about them narratively. So the clear separation between POVs is awesome. And, a really underrated bit of HTML code in AO3 that I learned about recently is the horizontal rule, where you do the open bracket, HR, the slash, and the close bracket. And if you're in the rich text editor, you can just push the horizontal rule. It looks like a dash, and it'll throw it in there for you. So if you don't have the time or spoons to edit in cool things like you got for your graphics, it's still really simple to do. Or like some people will put in the emojis as the separators, or the little tildes, or the old-fashioned, oh my god, it's been long enough since text emojis were a thing that they're old-fashioned now. Yeah. The emoticons, where you do like a semicolon and yes.
They're so much fun though.
They are. I love them. I also like cow emojis. Like KAO, like the Japanese origin, where you got like the little ones with arms that are like this, or like shooting stars,
I haven't figured out how to do those ones.
Check. Yeah. Look, it's like this. You have Gboard loaded on your phone, and you hit the smiley face, and you go to this, and you have options. It's the Gboard keyboard option. Also,
if you've got the iPhone, the Japanese keyboard also has one.
Nice pro tip. And I like to use a website called Emoji DB, like database. And you can type in just like a feeling or an object like star or smile or smug, and it'll pop up a range of options that you can just copy and paste. Which is fun for like when you're on a laptop, not a mobile device. And, some have shortcuts where they can pop up the emoji menu, but it's really limited. Fern's favorite Calmoji is table flippy angry that's throwing Facebook upside down.
That's a fun one. That one's a fun one.
I love that.
I like in Discord where you can just do /shruggy. Like this. Boom. And it throws out the original shruggy. You got a coin flip. You threw heads. Okay. All right. We've all flipped something. Okay, so this is Lanjan's POV. Wow. Okay, so I cut the first recording at 1 hour. We're 21 minutes into the second recording, and we have just finished the first of 3 POVs in the chapter. I don't think I'm going to make it through the entire chapter tonight.
We can do it another night.
Yes, we can. I think actually I should stop here because my throat is starting to get a little sore, and it's past midnight for me. I should probably sleep. I'm kind of manic right now, but I should probably sleep.
Yeah,
or at least stop talking.
Almost 11 here, and I have to be up at 4:30.
Oh, ouch. Dude. Thank you for your time and company. Go sleep. Damn.
I'm usually up this late, so.
Okay. You get to make your own decisions about your sleeping hours. I'm not judging that, but dude, sleep.
You can judge me all you want about my sleeping hours.
It would be so hypocritical of me, though. I don't have a sleep schedule. I sleep when I'm tired, and I pass out.
Well, have a good night.
Same to you. Thank you very much for all of your time today, because we had, 5 hours watching Love 020 together and analyzing it for the story research. It was fun, but it was still time that you could have been doing other things and you spent with me instead. So I acknowledge that.
I enjoy spending the time with you.
Same. Imagine me.
You're the same for yourself.
Imagine me shooting finger hearts in your direction.
I'm doing the same.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories. And we'll be back with part 2 of this chapter, Lan Wangji's POV, hopefully very soon. Hello and welcome to Bedtime Stories. It's been quite some time since I recorded a podfic. I was unavailable for reasons we can discuss at a later date. I'm just going to jump right into the story though. This is part 3 of chapter 1 of Capital Assets by Liadan. Wait, your AO3 is Liadantaru, right? I didn't even look. Liadantaru. Okay, here we go. So we just finished up Wuxian's POV, and now it's switching to Lanzhan's POV. Lanzhan closes the door to Wei Ying's dormitory. Lanzhan knows a bit about Wei Ying. Shufu advised them of Wei Ying when his application to the school came. Lanzhan had a hard time believing anyone could score higher than him on the standardized tests, but Wei Ying had. There he is, meeting him at his own skill level. He wanted to know what kind of person could score higher on tests than he could, so he asked Shufu to allow him to be the guide for Wei Ying. When he had first seen the sleeping boy's hair mussed and falling out of the messy bun on his head, he knew his life would never be the same. Then Wei Ying blinked, climbing out of the van, long, luscious lashes framing sparkling gray eyes. He knew the moment the boy registered his presence, as the most beautiful smile crossed his face. Lanzhan didn't know what he was feeling. This emotion was new. He felt the boy's eyes on him as they walked. I forgot to say out loud that I really liked the detail that Lanzhan saw Wei Ying first while he was sleeping and was just locked in. He felt the boy's eyes on him as they walked. He wanted to look back at Wei Ying, but that would be rude. Instead, he takes the opportunity when he picks up the suitcases to enter the dormitory building. Wei Ying is walking behind him like he is half asleep. Yes, Lanzhan thinks, Wei Ying is attractive. Congratulations for admitting that to yourself so early on in the process. There you go. He walks to Wei Ying's room, helping him with basic information, then leaves the room to let Wei Ying sleep. Lanzhan enters his dormitory, and closes the door, smiling to himself. Wei Ying, he said, testing the boy's name on his tongue. He likes the way it feels. Lanzhan wishes to learn more about this boy, but Shufu has told him little about Wei Ying. He knows Wei Ying is 9 months younger than him, and that one of Shufu's old college friends was a teacher at the school Wei Ying attended in Beijing. Ho ho ho. That's information we didn't have before. The friend believes that Wei Ying may not have been treated well by the Jiang family and asked Shufu to keep an eye on Wei Ying. I love when Wei Ying has allies that he doesn't even know about. Yeah, Wei Ying will protect. Lanzhan sits at his desk with a book he recently bought about the Flemish giant rabbit. His summer goal was to learn about every type of rabbit and their different needs, and he had 2 breeds left, the Flemish giant rabbit and the lionhead rabbit. I'm looking these up. I need to know what they look like. Okay. Images. The Flemish giant, that's a big rabbit. Jesus Christ, that looks like somebody stuffed a doll. It's like twice the size of her torso in length. Jesus. It looks very cuddly. This one is on a leash going for a walk, and it's almost as big as the Pomeranian in the picture next to it. That's incredible. Okay, what's the lion head rabbit look like? Lion head rabbit. Oh my god, it's a floof. It looks like a chipmunk. It looks like a chipmunk and a bunny crossed. They do have lion manes. It's so floofy. Oh my god. It's adorable. You did find very, very cute rabbits. I concur. Okay. He sets an alarm for 3 hours and then starts to read. What a dweeb. I love him so much. 3 hours later, Lanzhan has nearly finished the book and has filled out 8 pages of notes in his notebook on rabbits. The fact that he has a notebook that he's keeping just for funsies is so adorable. Okay. He must know. He sets the book down and heads back to Wei Ying's dorm and knocks on the door. It takes Wei Ying several minutes before he answers, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. His hair is messy and tangled from sleep, and Lanzhan once again feels something. Lanzhan, I wonder, are you feeling the urge to wake up next to Wei Ying so you can see him sleepy from the get-go? Sorry, the boy's silk... Thank you. Oh, no, you're actually not talking over the recording, because I'm couch surfing at my sister's house right now, and there's a number of roommates. Like, I'm trying to read quieter than normal, but still be picked up by the mic. And I've got my earbuds, like, I've got the Discord voice chat on my phone with my earbuds in, and then I've got my recording headphones, like the gamer set with the boom mic, on over top of that. So you didn't interrupt the recording at all. Okay. But by the way, for the people listening to this recording in the future, author confirms Lanzhan definitely does want to wake up next to Wei Ying. Okay. Sorry, the boy's silky voice intones. I must have turned off my alarm by accident. Please come in. I'll be ready in 5 minutes. Lanzhan follows him in and sits in the desk chair to wait. He watches as Wei Ying stretches, and the shirt he's wearing creeps up to display the golden skin of his stomach. Lanzhan clenches his fists when he notices the bruises on Wei Ying's back and abdomen. Oh shit. See, this is what Wei Ying does. His entire POV didn't even mention the fact that he was sore. Like, he doesn't even think about it. He doesn't even notice anymore because he's so used to it and, like, downplays his pain so much. I'm really enjoying the way you're trickling in different bits of information based on whose POV it is. And, like, the things that they pay attention to and notice. That's such a fun way, I think, to characterize people flipping between their own POV and what they pay attention to versus, you know, not necessarily an outsider POV, but, you know, someone else who is closely observing them and what they notice about the person. It's such a fun juxtaposition, I think. Okay, Shufu's contact in Beijing had been on to something. This boy had been more than mistreated. He'd been outright abused. Once Wei Ying closes the door to his bathroom, Lan Zhan pulls out his phone to text his Shufu and Huang Ge. Shufu, Ge, the contact was right. I don't think Wei Ying knows, but I saw bruising on his stomach and back when he stretched. I woke him when I came to give the tour. He's in the bathroom changing. I fear I will be inadequate in conversation, so forcing a physical with Lan Daifu may be necessary. Lan Zhen silences his phone to ensure any messages he receives are not audible. He puts his phone back into his pocket and waits for Wei Ying. He wonders, not for the first time, why anyone would mistreat another. Shufu and Huang Ge have always ensured that Lan Zhan was safe and cared for. He remembers his Adia and Anyang, but barely. He was 6 when both of them died, and he remembers their smiles and love for him only. Yes, let him have a happy childhood in this one. He wonders why Wei Ying was raised with the Jiang children and not his own parents. Those are questions for another day. A day when Lan Zhen has earned Wei Ying's trust. I like how he expects that this will happen. He's like putting that out in the universe. I will earn Wei Ying's trust. It was not an if, it was a when. Wei Ying exits the bathroom fully dressed, but his hair is still messy. Lan Zhan has him sit in the desk chair and uses Wei Ying's exhausted state as an excuse to help brush the long, silky black hair out. Dude, gratuitous hair care. It's my jam. Let him brush. I love it when they brush each other's hair. Hair care? Oh, that's my shit. Okay. Wow, yeah, you would know. Lan Zhan only stops when the comb finally glides through the long hair, then hands the comb to Wei Ying. He watches as Wei Ying pulls his hair into a ponytail and ties a red ribbon around it. I love the red ribbon in Wei Ying's hair because he's basically gift wrapping himself for Lan Wangji every fucking time. Okay, so that was the end of Lan Zhan's POV. My hair is not waist length, by the way, not like yours. But I am growing it out. I started with a buzz cut about 2 years ago, and right now it's almost down to my shoulders. I'm hoping to grow it out long enough to do like the fun sort of Viking braids in it. Yeah, it is almost long enough to do like a regular braid in, or like little side braids. I've been keeping it up in a bun and like doing twists with my bangs down the side to sort of get used to that feeling of the scalp being pulled tight, because that's something you gotta train yourself back into. When I was on active duty, I got so used to having my hair pulled back into a bun that when I cut it short, I kind of missed that pull on my scalp. I know some people don't enjoy it, but I do. I actually enjoy the sensation. Two French braids. That, I bet, took some practice. Well, I guess after that length of time, you would be really good at it. Okay, so the next POV is Lan Qiren. Once again, appreciation for the graphic you picked as a page separator. I really like it, the way it looks almost like a crown. Well, of course you should use the one you like the best. It's your fic. When Lan Qiren received Wei Ying's application, he wondered why the boy had applied for a boarding school in Shanghai. When Beijing had so many prestigious high schools. Wait, prestigious. Hold on. What does the interweb say? According to the American Heritage Dictionary, 5th edition, it is prestigious. Oh, with two very different meanings. One can be having prestige or esteemed, and the other is practicing tricks and juggling. I'm pretty sure it's not that meaning. He looked at the application and saw that the boy had scored higher than Ajan on the standardized tests. Ajan's scores were the highest that had been recorded up to the point he took them in the past 15 years. With Wei Ying's scores, the board wanted him enough to grant him a full tuition scholarship. Get that full ride, boy. Go for it. When Lan Qiren received an email from an old schoolmate, a teacher at an affluent school in Beijing, asking about the boy's application, he became curious. Through correspondence, he'd learned about the teacher's fears of mistreatment and neglect from the boy's adoptive family. The teacher had no proof and had guided the boy to apply to Lan Qiren's school to get him out of Beijing and away from the Jiang family. The old schoolmate said that Wei Ying, while brilliant, was quiet and withdrawn and hadn't made friends while in school. Oh, that's the trauma. Oh dear. Through further investigation, Lan Qiren learned that Wei Ying had been enrolled at the school. That when Wei Ying had been enrolled at the school 6 years before, his initial tests showed the boy to be illiterate. And notes said that Jiang Fangmian recently saved the boy from the streets of Yiling. Lan Qiren knew the boy's parents from his school years, and while not on the best of terms when they parted ways after college, he knew their son didn't deserve the treatment suspected by his schoolmate. No child deserves that treatment. Let's be real. Lan Qiren had heard about Wei Changze and Songze Sanren's tragic deaths 10 years previously, but hadn't known they'd had a child. For their child to spend 4 years on the streets and survive, then excel at school the way he had, was nothing short of a miracle. And also luck and skill, and a shit ton of determination, and don't know when to quit. With the information from his research and the concerns of his old schoolmate, Lan Qiren had approached the board to see if they would extend an additional scholarship to cover food and board at the school. They had refused to grant any additional scholarships, stating that despite the test scores, they could not extend scholarships beyond those given to Ajan, to the Wei child, Oh, they were like, well, we didn't do it for our golden boy. We can't do it for this rando off the streets. Ah, land elders, get stuffed. Lan Qiren, I swear to you, I have a suspicion that Wei Ying is going to get a letter saying your room and board is covered, and Lan Qiren is paying it out of his pocket. Sadly, no. Sadly, no. He would if he could, though, I bet. Lan Qiren personally sent the acceptance letter and scholarship information, hoping that what he knew of Yu Ziyuan and the perceived desire to rid herself of the child her husband had dumped on her would be enough for her to ship the boy off to Shanghai. Thankfully it was. Oh, you horrid person, Yu Ziyuan. Accepted his enrollment at the school within days of the letter being received in Beijing. His phone pings as a text comes in. He pulls it up to see it is from Ajan. Okay, so this is the text message that Lan Zhan had sent in the previous section saying that he saw the bruising. And he wants him to go to visit Lan Daifu. Lan Qiren knows that responding now could cause things to be awkward for his nephew. He is also quite aware of his nephew's immense social anxiety. Relatable. He'd been surprised when Ajan had requested to guide the boy. He was reluctant to ask his nephew, but he wished to keep the suspicions raised by the boy's teachers in Beijing to as few people as possible, lest they be unfounded. Also, there's the aspect that, for some reason, public opinion does a weird thing where if a youth, not a small child, but a youth comes from an abusive household and people are like looking down upon the fact that that happened to them, it comes across as looking down on that person instead of the people who did it to them. So it's like, it's good that he's keeping things on the down low. Okay, okay. If he trusted the wrong person and rumors spread, the school could face lawsuits for defamation and libel, and Lan Qiren could be fired from his job. So he's also protecting his own job, which, understandable. Right now, only 5 people knew of the suspected mistreatment. Lan Qiren's informant in Beijing, Lan Qiren and his nephews, albeit Ajan had been told much less than Ahuan, and a distant cousin who was the physician at the school. That must be Lan Daifu mentioned in the text message. Looking back at his phone, Lan Qiren closes the group chat between himself and his nephews and opens the conversation with his cousin. Lan Daifu, Lan Zhan suspects our informant may be onto something. Since Madame Yu did not provide us with the necessary medical evaluation, I will send Wei Ying to you. LQR. Less than a minute later, he receives his cousin's response. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, I'm going to pause and take a breath of water and remember how to read out loud. I am out of practice. Although, while I was at the treatment facility, I did get my hands on a paperback book and started a little book club. I read a couple chapters to some people out in the common room. Okay. Quick question. How do you envision the Lan Daifu sounding? Okay. Understood. I will be ready. Was that Winching-ish? He responds to his cousin with, "Thank you." He exits the conversation and puts his phone back in his pocket as Lan Zixin pokes his head into his office. "Do you have time to talk, Shufu?" "Yes. I suspect Ajan will take at least an hour to give Wei Ying a school tour." His nephew nods at this. "How was he with the Nia boy when you picked them up?" They seemed to get along well, but Wei Ying was so exhausted that he fell asleep 10 minutes into the ride. The Nia boy was certainly impressed by Wei Ying. I think he will attempt to befriend him. I hope he tries and succeeds. I'm worried, though. Your contact implied that the boy hadn't befriended anyone and kept to himself at school. I hope he doesn't suffer the same social awkwardness that Dee Dee does. I hope Dee Dee can make some friends now that we have new students. I'm encouraged. He did request to be paired with Wei Ying. I hope so too, Zixin. Since your mother's death, and, well, everything with your father, he's been guarded. He could use friends, but I fear he volunteered more to find out about the test scores, and not for a desire for friendship. Well, that may have been why he volunteered, but I suspect he has a sincere desire for friendship to start at this point in time. More than friendship. Although friendship is a good basis for a relationship. His nephew nods, and both men fall into a comfortable silence. Lan Qiren loves his nephews, as if they were his own sons. He'd raised the boys after their mother's death. Their father had taken his wife's death from cancer hard. He had fallen into depression and died only 2 months later. Yeah, I think I'm going to finish this chapter and then sleep myself. Ajan had just barely turned 6 when his mother died, and he'd spent the previous 2 years being able to see her once or twice a month as she was in and out of the hospital. After his father's death, the already shy, reserved boy walked the familiar path from his uncle's home to his father's home 3 blocks away. Ajan was found several hours later, shivering in the snow. He'd fallen sick and been in the hospital for 2 months before recovering. Oh, poor baby Luncheon. After that, the boy closed out everyone and didn't speak for 2 years. When he started talking again, Ajan never really cared about trying to make friends. Lan Qiren hoped this would be the catalyst for his youngest nephew to make friends. But deep down in his heart, he was skeptical of the outcome. Beckoning his eldest nephew to sit at his desk, he started preparing tea as they waited for the 2 younger boys to finish their tour and arrive at his office. That's the end of chapter 1. Author's end note. Yes, I am bashing the entitled obese Americans who need to pay for 2 seats on airplanes due to their size, but only buy one and expect others to accommodate them. Imagine Wei Wuxian sandwiched between 2 people like this. Oh no. Oh no. So this picture is of a poor, tiny, old little granny lady stuck in the middle between 2 people who are taking up like a quarter of her seat between them. Oh, I didn't see comments. Oh, the comments on the story, yes. Alright, let's skim through it. Okay. Comments. Load comments. There are 8 currently. I used to be skinny as heck like Wei Wuxian. I feel so bad. No, that's a comment from you. Oh. The second comment is someone who had been avoiding the fic because of the Jiang bashing tag. And then author replies, I hope you enjoy it. I promise the tags are there for a purpose, but overall a minor role in the story. This is a summary version, by the way. It's not the entire comment. It's more about the effects of how they treated Wei Ying that shaped the story. Okay, and then that's a nice comment. I'm picturing TCR boarding school like Hogwarts. It's a boarding school for the 1%, very posh. Okay, so that was the comments on chapter 1. Thank you all for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and I hope to be back with chapter 2 real soon. Hello, and welcome to Bedtime Stories. We are doing chapter 2 of Capital Assets by Liadantaru. This chapter's summary is Some Secrets Are Found Out. We've got Liadan here in the voice chat with me, so we might get some director commentary. What's up? Let's read the author's note. I know I've said I dislike excuses for not posting, and I'd never want to post an excuse. However, I feel an explanation is due to readers of While They Were Sleeping. I know I said the first 2 chapters in my endnotes on Friday. Sadly, I only had chapter 1 fully edited and would take the weekend to edit chapter 2. Oh no, I've had chronic migraines for over 30 years, and my weekend was eaten up by a migraine from hell and 2 days spent paying homage to the porcelain goddess. I finished a rewrite for Wei Wuxian yesterday, and the final edits for chapter 2 today. So here y'all go. Chapter 3 needs a rewrite for Wei Wuxian's POV, and final edits on the Lan Qiren and Lan Wangji POVs. So expect that after I finish this week's chapter for While They Were Sleeping. The rewrites for Wei Wuxian are to string his backstory out. His backstory with Jiang was the first approximately 3,500 words I wrote, and when I reread it, it felt flat. To get the whole picture of what happened too soon. Wei Wuxian also came across as too thirsty for Lan Wangji, so I toned it down to allow the mutual like to develop at a slightly better pace for my plans. So valid. Okay, and for the opening, we've got the red string with the heart illustration. Love it. Okay, so here's opening the chapter with Wei Wuxian POV. Wei Ying self-consciously slipped into the bathroom of his dorm room to dress. He hoped the boy sitting on the other side of the door hadn't seen his blush. He couldn't believe the alarm he'd set hadn't gone off. Oh no, did the phone die? Did you set it for AM instead of PM? I meant the other way around, PM instead of AM.
For AM. Because he had plugged the phone in, remember?
Well, you know, I have fucked up setting the alarm on my phone in almost every way possible to do it. So, my deepest sympathies.
Yes, he set it for AM instead of PM.
He'd awoken to the sound of knocking on his door. Rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, he shuffled to the door. But what he saw upon opening the door made everything worth it. Like a jade statue, Lanjian stood outside his door, perfect and breathtaking. He'd invited the boy in, apologizing for oversleeping, then slid into the bathroom to get dressed. Don't worry, sweetie. Lanjian enjoyed the view of sleepy you. Nothing to worry about. Wei Ying was always cautious of how his clothes hung. And even with his stretch before entering the bathroom, Jiang Cheng's parting gifts to him would be well hidden. Oh God, even his inner narrative downplays the treatment at their hands. The bruises should be gone in a week, mostly. And within 2 weeks, his body would look like the beating had never happened. Okay, but what makes me really sad is that he knows from experience at what rate he will heal from which bruises. His ribs ached, and the damage there would take longer to heal. But if he was careful, he could hide the bruised and broken ribs until they healed. He just hoped he could put off the lack of physical until at least the bruises were gone. Is that sentence saying like the physical exam or physical like PE activity?
Yes.
Yeah.
So to get into the school, they have to have a physical exam because the school is a boarding school and they become guardians of the children.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, when I checked into the...
This is the health as they came in so that they can't say, you guys hurt the kid.
Yeah, when I checked into the facility that I'm at now, the rehab center, they did something really similar. I had a pretty in-depth, physical exam, like blood pressure, weight, blood draw, all of it.
Yeah.
For now.
So yeah, same type of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. For now, Wei Ying wanted to think about other things, happy things, like how goddamn happy he was to be out of that Jiang hellhole. How beautiful Lanjian was. He was attracted to the too perfect boy in his room. Wei Ying knew that he'd never be good enough to attract the attention of someone like Lanjian, more or less anyone decent. People like Lanjian, who had their pick of all the wealthy socialite girls, would never look twice at an orphaned teenage twink like Wei Ying. You're so wrong, baby. You're so wrong. Wei Ying knew his body wasn't like other boys' bodies. He knew he wasn't the type of boy another boy would want. Toxic masculinity makes being gay so hard for little twinks. Oof. Where was I? He knew he wasn't the type of boy another boy would want. He was too feminine. His waist was petite, and his ass... Oh. His ass was a girl's wet dream. Did girls have wet dreams? Jiang Yanli said every girl wanted it and hated him for possessing it. Everybody wants that ripe peach. Screw everyone who hated it. Wei Ying embraced his femininity. Jiang Yanli, once she figured out he liked boys and wearing dresses, had taught him how to do makeup. Even she complained that he looked better as a girl than she did. I love gender fucky Wei Wuxian so much. Okay. Yes, At least the stinking, filthy Americans on the flight got the twink part right. Still, Wei Ying had nothing to offer the rich and powerful. Nothing to offer to other boys. Nothing to offer Lanjian. I am looking forward to the process of Wei Wuxian realizing the things that he does have to offer to Lanjian. You know, like, of course, Lanjian enjoys the way that Wei Ying looks, but Lanjian also likes Wei Ying's mind and humor and overall personality, and even the quirks, you know, are cute because Lanjian likes Wei Ying so much. I can't wait until like Wei Ying comes to appreciate the things that other people value, but internalizes the sense of worth as opposed to the lack thereof that other people have told Wei Ying to experience, you know?
Yeah.
He had no connections, no money, no family, no status, and nothing attractive to other gays. Madame Yu was correct. No one would ever love him. He might as well focus on school and hope to do well enough to keep his scholarship. Madame Yu had made it crystal clear that if he lost his scholarship, he would be on his own. He just had to keep his head down and work hard for the next 3 years. Then he would pray he did well enough on the nationwide unified examination for admissions to general universities and colleges. That's a fucking mouthful. Wow.
That is the actual name of the test to get into college in China.
What is it called in Chinese? Do you remember?
No.
It's not important. It was just a little minor point of curiosity.
Yeah, I don't remember the Chinese name of that.
I've only ever seen it referenced or translated as the national exam, so I didn't know that was the full title.
Yes, that is the full name of the test.
Oof. To get a scholarship to a decent college, preferably one that paid for both tuition and room and board. That's helpful because, you know, it's really hard to concentrate in class when you're hungry and not sleeping well because you don't feel safe where you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little section break. What's next? Wei Ying forces himself to stop dreaming of the boy outside his door. Oh, was it a section break? No, it was just a space between the paragraphs. I scrolled up and it was, oh, okay, never mind. Stop dreaming of the boy outside his door and the future ahead. Finally getting the courage. Some people say it one way, some people say it another way. How do we say that word out loud? What does the dictionary say? Courage. That's the American Heritage Dictionary. Courage. His hair is a tangled mess. Oh no, I didn't even finish that sentence. Courage to walk out and face the present. His hair is a tangled mess, and he doesn't have the patience to tame it. The tangles will be a problem for future Wei Ying. He starts to gather it into a messy bun when Lanjian tells him he will brush it out. I love hair care. Wei Ying tries to protest, but finds himself sitting in his desk chair as the boy patiently combs through his long hair, removing the tangles. This does nothing to calm Wei Ying's raging teenage hormones, and his scalp tingles and zings as Lanjian slowly combs through its length. It's both frustrating, how it turns him on, and yet soothing at the same time. It doesn't take long under Lanjan's ministrations for the comb to glide smoothly through his hair. Wei Ying thanks Lanjan as he ties his hair into a ponytail. Oh, I'm sorry for this noisy chair. It's comfortable, but it's very noisy. As he ties his hair into a ponytail, tying the one item of his mother's that he still owns into it, a red ribbon. That's right. Make yourself a pretty present for Lanjan to unwrap. Lanjan leads him out of the dormitory, and Wei Ying follows. Lanjan doesn't speak much, but Wei Ying doesn't mind. There are no awkward questions to answer, and he feels comfortable with the silence when the boy doesn't speak. Wei Ying answers his questions, but doesn't offer much beyond what is necessary. He knows that he has to keep everything that happened in that shithole of a house in Beijing secret to survive here. He's still dependent on Madame Yu for his food and boarding fees. He must keep up appearances of support from them. But he also knows the limit to what he can and cannot do, can and cannot say, without angering her. The campus tour takes about an hour, and Wei Ying makes mental notes on where his classes are and the layout of the school's campus. His memory is good, despite his claims to the contrary. He will draw a map and make physical notes later. So this is something that I experience as a person with both autism and ADHD. Like, my memory is really good for the things that I'm interested in, right? Like, if I'm zoned into something, I'll hold on to that information pretty well. But if I'm bored by something, or the details are not categorized as important in my brain, it just disappears, right? So
I'm the same way as ADHD.
yeah, so like I play up being forgetful as sort of a cover. People judge you, like neurotypical people judge you a lot. I'm sure you've experienced this, for not remembering the things that they think are important. But like, if you just say, oh, I have a bad memory, and just kind of lean into that, people, lower their expectations of what you'll remember.
Exactly. Well, so his bad memory is based on starting my job I work at.
Okay.
So I was in training, and because I'm ADHD, and I was unmedicated at the time.
I'm unmedicated currently.
I've been medicated since lockdown. But I went about 30 years without medication.
And you develop coping strategies.
Yes. One of those is I could either pretend I was paying attention to you, or I could actually pay attention to you, and my brain, like my face would wander and look wherever.
Right.
And so they thought I wasn't paying attention to the training. And they thought I was going to, crash and burn with the first test they gave me after the first week. And then I did perfect on it, better than the other 4 trainees with me.
Nice.
And they were like, holy shit, she's paying attention.
Well, yeah, no, like if I have to make eye contact with someone, my ears don't process as well. Like if you want me to retain the auditory information, I have to not look at you. I can't.
Exactly.
Or like,
that is waiting in a nutshell.
all right, true to our lived experiences, very relatable. Where was I? He will draw a map and make physical notes later. He might also make a few sketches of his guide, but no one needs to know about those. Even if the boy in front of him will never like him in a romantic way, Wei Ying can dream. All right, that's a section break with the pretty coronet-looking section divider. Oh, back to like ADHD memory strategies. Do you remember things better if you write them down in cursive? Like, typing things helps, but I remember it the best if I have to write it down in cursive handwriting.
Did I send you the notes I took for the first 2 chapters of MDZS that I read?
Maybe. I had a lot going on at the time. I might have misplaced the email.
Yeah. I'll send them to you again.
Yeah.
But that's how I remember anything, is I write it down.
Put it in our DMs so I can like pin the message and find it again pretty easy.
I will do that.
Cool. Where were we? Lanjian enters the chat. Lanjian has never encountered anyone like Wei Ying. He thought he was quiet and didn't speak. Wei Ying beats him hands down in this regard. It's the trauma, don't worry. But honestly, I'm really interested by this interpretation of Wei Ying, because, like in the canon setting and in a lot of fanon interpretations, Wei Ying is very talkative. I mean, although older when we meet him usually. But that, I think, is a coping strategy, somewhat of an effect of his ADHD, but also, he's putting himself in the center of attention to draw it from Jiangcheng so that the clan heir doesn't get judged as harshly. So all the attention is on Wei Ying, right? So he talks more. And also, if he talks fast enough, he distracts people from the lack of content in what he's saying, right? It's kind of one of those customer service strategies.
He's been told not to overshadow Dong. So he's not supposed to draw attention away from them.
If you're told that your words have no worth often enough, you stop talking. Yep. Lan Wangji is my favorite character, but Wei Wuxian is one of the most relatable Blorbos I've ever come across to my life personally. Well, I guess they both are in different aspects, but I really enjoy fics that have Lan Wangji POVs because we don't get that in the novel. Like, we have to imagine it. And he's such a fun character for me to read the POV of. If that makes sense, I'm not sure. Okay. Awesome, it's not just me. Okay, where was I? He thought he was quiet and didn't speak. Wei Ying beats him hands down in this regard. He says little, answers questions directly, and then lets the conversation die. He doesn't ask questions, but Lanjian can see him thinking and observing everything. Oh, excuse me. All right. Lanjian wonders if this is how people perceive him. Shufu and Huangge never seem to mind. But he knows his peers find him aloof and despise him. Lanjian, the Ice King. For maybe the first time in his life, Lanjian wishes he were a better communicator and could coax Wei Ying into a conversation. He desperately wants to hear the boy talk. Deep down in his soul, he feels that the boy should fill the silence with his words and bounce around. Not this. Wei Ying should be anything but this. Lan Wangji is like, you're supposed to be my bubbly, joyful bae. You're so hurt right now. Like, he can feel it.
Yeah.
He was prepared for this, though. Shufu's contact had indicated that Wei Ying was withdrawn and rarely socialized with others. Lan Zhen shows him around the Cloud Recesses campus and where his classes will be. As his guide, he knows what classes the boy has. Actually, Lan Zhen knows he shares many of the courses with Wei Ying. Unsurprisingly, many of the classes they share are advanced courses. The class Lan Zhen looks most forward to is traditional instruments. He doesn't know which instrument Wei Ying plays, as he didn't have an identifiable case in his luggage, which means it wouldn't be the Wuxian or Guzheng. But that leaves any number of the flutes, some of the drums, and many of the smaller traditional instruments. Lan Zhen wonders if the instrument Wei Ying plays can be easily paired with the Wuxian he plays himself. It would be nice to find a Zhiyin. Yes! Excellent usage. Excellent usage of Zhiyin. Lan Zhen has always found it easier to pour his feelings into music than to speak them out loud. What's the translation of that one? Wait, let me remember. So,
Jian is a person who understands your soul through music.
right, the one who knows the music of my soul. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, and it is very platonic, not romantic. Same as Zuchi, which is the person who understands my soul.
The one who knows me. Yeah, but like when you know someone well enough to understand who they are underneath their public-facing masks, you have to love them at least a little bit, whether or not it's platonic or romantic.
Yes, but those two are very platonic in Chinese when they're used. And they're romantic soulmates as well. But those two words are in actual Chinese when they're used, not romantic.
They're the ones who know the music of each other's soul, and then they fuck about it. It's layers, not just the one thing. All right. So I very much appreciate that paragraph. Well done. The little personal information Lan Zhen had been able to pull out of the boy indicates that Jiang Yanli was an angel and had taught him to cook, and may have been the only good thing about living with a Jiang that Wei Ying had experienced. So for me, like especially in canon, I think Jiang Yanli and Wei Wuxian are actually more like mother and child in terms of like the structure of their emotional bond. And I think that's one of the reasons that Jiang Yanli had to mature so quickly, like emotionally speaking, even though she's not much older than they are, because she got placed into the domestic leader of the household role. Yeah.
Definitely agree with him that is fact.
Well, I think that's why it devastated him so much when she died. Even though she made the choice to come out to the battlefield and abandon her newborn about it, Like, nobody was in a good headspace there. No one was making well-reasoned decisions, you know? She came to the battlefield. She died. He felt like it was his fault. And I think it hit him harder than, you know, just a typical Marshall sister, big sister relationship. I think his mother in his heart died to protect him. And that's why, over and above all the things that had happened to him, that's the one that made him throw himself off a cliff. Or in the show, throw himself off a cliff. In the novel, let himself be, you know, eaten by his zombies, or however you like to call it.
Yeah.
But to me, he absolutely committed suicide. For his final death before the time skip.
Yeah, I know in the books there's like a 3-month thing, but like he does lose himself at the Battle of Nightless City after her.
It's
The only reason he survives it is Lan Zhao.
he lost all of his hope.
Yeah.
He only had despair left, and he didn't think he was worth anything lovely or nice or hopeful, and he just gave up.
Yeah. Well, he's lost Wangxian, who also has that same type of role for him.
Like, there was a lot contributed to it.
Oh yeah, but like between Wangxian and Zhang Yangli both in quick succession, I think he had no chance.
Yeah. And like, I've come across some people arguing that he had Long Wangji, and I'm like, okay, take a step back, take off your rose-tinted goggles, and look at the circumstances of his situation at the time. They weren't...
And when Wangji hadn't figured out how to communicate with him effectively.
Exactly. They weren't in a committed relationship at the time. So Wei Wuxian didn't know that he had Lan Wangji on his side or as a part of his emotional support network.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's not going to happen in this fic.
At best, he tolerated him.
At best, yeah.
And at worst, he wanted to take him back to the cloud recesses and punish him.
That's what he thought. Yep. Okay, but that's definitely not going to happen in this fic. Because that's not the setup. Okay. Yan Li was the only good thing. It also seems that Madame Yu has ironclad control over all forms of communication. He does not expect to hear from his adoptive sister until after her marriage, whenever that may occur. Wei Ying says that Jiang Fengmian was nice enough, but was only home a few weeks each year, so he doesn't really know his adoptive father at all. He says nothing of Madame Yu or Jiang. Excuse me, that one took me by surprise. I didn't even get a chance to protect the mic from that burp. Whoops. He says nothing of Madame Yu or Jiang Cheng, going silent when the subject of either comes up. Have we talked before about how much I hate Jiang Fengmian? We have, yeah. You were right in the thick about how much he sucks. Look, Madame Yu is the active abuser in that household, but like physically and emotionally. But Jiang Fengmian is the enabler. He doesn't stop her. He doesn't do anything, and he makes it worse by favoring one child over the other in a fashion that causes Madame Yu to be more jealous of the child that she is actively abusing. Like, Ugh.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am very much the same page. I dislike both of them.
Like in the beginning, right? When you're new to Dao Zu Shi and you're just reading the novel at face value and it's all through the lens of the very unreliable narrator Wei Wuxian. You know, you like Jiang Fengmian. And, you know, Jiang Cheng is a divisive character in fandom, but the bond is there. You know how Wei Wuxian feels about him in their youth and about Jiang Yanli. But like when you dig into it deeper and you watch the various adaptations and you start reading fanfic and you really start thinking about it, he was a fucking waste of space as a clan leader and the leader of a martial sect. And yeah, madam, you walked all over him, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't his responsibility to ensure the healthful treatment of the children in his care, both blood related and just the ones in his martial sect, his disciples.
The thing that puts me off the most about him, though, is if you read through the subtext, Zheng Fengmian was aware that Song Sisanren and Wei Changse died and waited 4 to 5 years before he started looking for Wei Ying.
Yes, that is such a valid point.
And that is the part that pisses me off, because in the subtext, it's very clear that he was aware and he didn't go looking. And then the first time he goes looking, he finds him. So he knew where Wei Ying was.
Knew where he was, knew what he was doing to survive. Blech. Okay.
And I think there's a lot to do with that he didn't want Wei Ying to leave like Wei Changse had.
I personally had canon that he was jealous of Wei Changse, not Sangse Sanren. I said that backwards. The person that he was jealous of losing the attentions of was Wei Changse. Like, everybody plays up that it was Wei Ying's mother who was, you know, getting big attention. But I feel like
He did try to court Song Sisanren and only married Yuzi Yuan after Song Sisanren and Wei Changse eloped.
Sure, but
I think he was more upset that Wei Changse left to elope with Sangse than that Sangse didn't pick him.
I think the only reason he courted Sangse Sanren is because she was popular. And like to draw that cachet to his clan. Not because he wanted her specifically. Okay.
I'm very much in agreement.
I'm gonna go back to your story now instead of dissecting the novel. By the time the tour is finished and they arrive at Shufu's office, Lan Zhan is intrigued by the boy. He wants to get to know him. He determines he will become the boy's friend. He's precisely the type of boy Lan Zhan desires physically, but he wants to see if he can match him in other ways. Lan Zhan wants to know if he's even into boys like Lan Zhan. Of course, who would desire to be with Lan Zhan, the Ice King? Both of them thinking that they're unlovable. It hurts my heart on their behalf. He's yet to meet a boy who could be his equal. And Wei Ying has the potential, given his test scores. Still, even if he could be, it doesn't mean he's into boys. Lan Zhan settles for the fact that even if Wei Ying is his equal in every way, the most he can hope for is a zhiji or zhiyin, someone who can understand his soul or his music, and be a platonic companion and a friend in this life. Lan Zhan knocks on the door to Shu Fu's office 3 times, pauses for a moment, and then knocks 4 more times. He isn't surprised when his Guga answers. His Guga waves Wei Ying in as he exits the office and closes the door. Every time that Lan Wangji thinks of his brother in capital letters, it makes me have like a fluff explosion in my heart because it's the cutest goddamn thing, and also I do it too. Like, some people have titles based on their relationship status to me in my brain.
Yes. Giga is titled to Wangxian.
Okay. How was it, Dee Dee? Did you learn anything? Very little, Guga. I thought I was quiet and didn't like talking, but Wei Ying is even more so. For every word he spoke, I had to say 5. He adores his adoptive sister, but doesn't expect to hear from her. He barely knows his adoptive father, and would say nothing about his adoptive mother or brother. You intend to befriend him? It was a statement. Lan Zhan's brother knew him well and could read what he left unspoken. Good. Both of you need friends. If possible, I think the Nia boy would be a good one to bring into your friend group. Mingju is worried he will have trouble making friends, and I promised him I'd watch his baby brother. I'll try. Thank you, Dee Dee. Lan Zhan watches as his brother walks away. He settles into one of the chairs outside of Shu Fu's office and waits for Wei Ying. And that's the end of part 2 of this chapter, Lan Wangji's POV. Next is Lan Qiren. Hey, Liadan, do you need to do dinner stuff?
No, it's already done.
Okay. Probably happened while I was on my expedition to get juice.
No. It was with our discussion to make the open methods with this stuff.
Lan Qiren observes Wei Ying as he enters his office. The knock from Lan Zhan indicated that the boy had difficulty breathing normally. Whoa! It was a coded knock for real! Wei Ying rubs his nose with one finger as he enters the office. And yes, he is breathing shallowly. If Lan Zhan hadn't picked up on it, Lan Qiren could easily have missed Wei Ying's tell. He invites the boy to take a seat. Well, we all know how closely Lan Zhan pays attention to Wei Ying's everything. Obviously, he was going to pick up on the fact that Wei Ying couldn't breathe easily. But that means that no one where he came from paid close enough attention to tell, or they already knew because they'd seen it happen, the damage causing the trouble breathing.
Wei Ying suspects he has broken ribs.
I've never experienced that personally, but I have been around someone with a cracked rib and it seems really fucking painful and inconvenient.
I have had bruised ribs, and it is hell. So I don't even want to think about cracked or broken.
Oof. And not even like bound or anything. He's walking around with them unbound. Ugh. Okay.
It is actually better for healing not to find them.
Really?
Yes.
Fascinating. I didn't know that.
Yes, people who find them actually end up with more lung infections than people who do not.
Huh. Well, I hope I never need that information in my life, but now I have it.
Yes.
Hold on, it's evening rounds. The nurse is about to come by my room. I'm gonna pause. Hello. The recording is resumed.
We're on the second paragraph.
Yeah, what bothers me though, I really like the app that I'm using to record in, but there's one thing that I would wish could be changed, and it's that the pause recording, finish this recording, or delete recording are all right next to each other. Very close.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, why? Here we
I
are.
want you to make a mistake.
Luckily, it asks you before it deletes a recording, because I almost deleted a 1-hour Podfic recording one time. And I was like, what? No, I didn't want to delete that. But I have accidentally finished recordings, like ended recordings, instead of just pausing. I was like, oh, rats.
Oh,
Wei Ying, thank you for coming. As I mentioned previously, we are missing some of the required paperwork needed to finalize your enrollment. Madame Yu has yet to send the required physical form from your doctor in Beijing. We need this before we can allow you to attend classes. Lan Xian... Well, fuck. I messed that one up. Hold on. Lan Xianshang. Classes start tomorrow, and I am unsure when Madame Yu will send my physical. Is it possible to waive the requirement for me? Or if it doesn't come in the next fortnight, then I can do another physical here? The boy asks. Unfortunately, no. We need to know what health concerns may be present for each student to ensure we do not cause harm to them. My cousin, Lan Daifu, the school physician, has offered to see you tonight so that you can attend classes tomorrow. Oh, well, that torpedo is Wei Ying's plan.
yep.
Lan Qiren watches as the boy slowly works through his dilemma. When it looks like he will push back and try to delay again, Lan Qiren says, Wei Ying, I promise that only Lan Daifu will see the full report. It will not be reported to Madame Yu or any of your teachers. Is that acceptable to you? Wei Ying pauses, and Lan Zhan... Gosh, I jumped down to the next paragraph with my eyes, but I wasn't quite there yet in the story. Wei Ying pauses, and Lan Qiren sees when he finally convinces himself to allow the exam. He finally nods, slowly, in defeat. I will have Lan Zhan take you to see Lan Daifu. Once the exam is done, you're welcome to return to your dormitory and rest some more. Or you can have Lan Zhan take you off campus to see the city. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Excuse me. Dinner was good, but I don't need it to revisit. Lan Zhan is my nephew, as is Vice Principal Lan. Any of us are happy to help with anything you need. The boy nods again, and Lanchiren escorts him to the office door. Ajan, please take Wei Ying to see Lan Daifu. Wait for him, and then take him wherever he wishes. His nephew nods, then ushers the boy away. He knows they should notify the authorities if the exam indicates what they believe it will. Still, he also knows that Wei Ying depends on Madame Yu and Jiang Fengmian. If they pull their support from him, he is essentially stuck with no way to continue his schooling here, and possibly put in a situation excuse me, beverage. And nope, hold on. I'm getting a frog in my throat. There we go. Hello, puppy. If they pull their support from him, he is essentially stuck with no way to continue his schooling here, and possibly put in a situation where he is either stranded in an unfamiliar city, or once again put back in the care of his abusers. He doubts the boy would agree to allow others to pay for him. Lan Qiren knows Yu Ziyuan. If anything, the woman loves to make others indebted to her. She would have told Wei Ying that every penny she spends on him is his debt to her family. He can only imagine how she's taken advantage of him already. He trusts his cousin to document things so that if and when Wei Ying decides anything, they have the proof and can help the boy with any legal issues that may arise. For now, this will have to be a problem for the future Lan Qiren. It's so funny that Wei Wuxian and Lan Qiren both did that in the same chapter. He's got the boy.
But they're very much kindred souls.
For now, I said that part. He's got the boy out of the Jiang sphere of influence. If it's as bad as they fear, he will do everything he can to ensure that Wei Ying never sets foot in their house again. And that's the end of the chapter. Nice. That's the first step, though. When you're leaving an abusive situation, the first hardest part is to get out of that house. The second hardest part is staying out of that house. So the first hardest step has been accomplished.
What Lan Qiren doesn't know from chapter 1, Madame Yu told him, never come back.
True. So he definitely wouldn't have the option of being back to his abusers. He would only have the option of being alone in a strange city.
Nowhere to go.
Still undesirable outcome.
Yeah.
Author's end note. Given I've admitted to being married for 25 years in the notes on while they were sleeping, and have now admitted to having chronic migraines for over 30 years, I'm sure some of you wonder just how old I am. I'm not one of the females who feel that asking their age is taboo. I am 45 and will turn 46 this year. Did I miss your birthday?
No, my birthday is 20 days before weddings.
That's in October, yeah? Because his birthday is like Halloween?
Yes. Yep.
Nice. Your birthday present to yourself is going to be starting the Love 020 fic.
Yes.
Ha ha ha.
And my birthday present sent to myself last year was starting while they were asleep.
Nice. Chapter 2 recorded. Yay!
Check the comments.
All right, let's go through the comments. What do we got?
So I never know what I put in there.
That's somebody saying they enjoyed it, and you're like, you're welcome. Ooh, this one's, I'm glad that at the very least he had Jiang Yan Li not being an asshole to him. And I look forward to seeing his friendship with Nia Huaisong and how his relationship with Lan Zhan develops. And you replied, me too, me too. Let's see. This is a long comment. What does it say? 46 is young. I'm 70 and a big reader of fan fiction, especially MDZS / The Untamed. As a side note, I hope to still be making Podfic when I hit 70.
Hope to still be writing when I hit 70.
I've got enough things on my to be read and to be Podfic list that I think I can accomplish the goal. Even if it's just my favorite stories that I want to share with my friends, you know, in this fashion, or cold reads of recommendations.
Of course, the deep dive tangents.
One more time.
Deep dive tangents, of course.
I think your life experiences give your writing depth and nuance to your characters and allows you to write from the various POVs. Agree. I love While They Were Sleeping and saw your comment there about this story. Had to check it out. Not disappointed. Love the plot so far from just this chapter. Kind and understanding Lan Qiren is always preferred over the canon, mean and prejudiced Lan Qiren. Thank you for writing him as an understanding soul. Hope you recovered from your migraine attack. I know how they feel. Your reply was, I love playing with Lan Qiren. With this fic especially, I wanted to play with OOC from canon, with the characters and explore what ifs. We have already discussed my feelings about OOC characters, especially in modern AUs, so we don't need to revisit that. The rest of your comment was, migraines will calm in another month or so for me. Spring is hard for me with barometric pressure shifts being one of my triggers. Yo, I don't get migraines, but I can feel the barometric pressure too, like in my skull, and it makes me so tired. Like, oof. Well, there's a Spanish comment that I can read, but not translate without using... No, actually, I don't think that's Spanish. That looks like it might be...
Portuguese.
Portuguese, yeah. Do you know Portuguese, or did you use a translator?
I am very proficient with Google Translate. It comes from where I work.
Oh, for sure.
I deal with people all over the globe.
International customer support.
Yeah. And it's a lot easier to send it translated and then in English below, so that if the translation goes wrong, they can translate it another way, but they get a better experience.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, now I know if I'm ever sending something that I wrote in English and machine translated through Google to also include the original English so that they can double check that the translation was correct.
Yes.
All right, what's this comment? Oh, this is good. Though I know the angst will be heartbreaking, I'm here for it, so long as there's fluff too. Also, I know we haven't gotten Wei Wuxian's backstory yet, but the way I want to jump through the screen already and punt the Jiangs, minus Yanli, into orbit is real. Ain't nobody hurt Wei Ying and get away with it. Rrr. Sorry. I agree with this comment. Oh, and your reply was, keep a tight hold of those feelings. They'll come in handy later. Thanks for the heads up.
Like I said, one of the tags, very not jump friendly.
You were not shy at all about making it very clear that it's not young friendly in this story.
Yes, except for Yanli because she's an angel.
Yanli is a nice person living in a bad situation and doing the best she can.
Yes, she is.
Well, that was chapter 2 of Capital Assets. Thanks for tuning into this episode of Bedtime Stories. And hopefully I'll be back within a week with chapter 3. But I do not promise anything, so don't get your hopes up. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We are celebrating the 6-month birthday of Bedtime Stories Podfic. Hanging out in the chat, I've got my friend Fern and the author of this fic, Liadan. And we're doing chapter 3 of Capital Assets. This one's called Backed into a Corner. Summary. Wei Ying finds himself backed into a corner and forced to see Lan Daifu. Notes. This is the last full chapter I had initially written. I am halfway through chapter 4, but once again, the chapter will be on hold until after I get the next chapter of While They Were Sleeping finished and ready to go up. I'm still really enjoying the red string with the heart in it as your starting image. Okay, so remember everyone that the pattern goes Wei Ying's POV, then Lan Zhan, and then Lan Qiren. Wei Ying knows he's been backed into a corner without escape. He needs to attend classes to keep his scholarship, and Madame Yu had never taken him to see a doctor. The last time he'd seen a doctor was 6 years ago, when Jiang Shushu brought him home. There would be no physical sent from Beijing. Principal Lan is unwilling to waive the physical and won't allow him time to heal before seeing the physician. It is his promise not to send anything to Madame Yu that convinces Wei Ying. He exits the office and follows Lan Zhan to see the physician. Lan Daifu reminds Wei Ying of Jiang Yanli. She is kind and has a calming presence. The sharp intake of breath, when she first sees the bruises covering his body, startles him. As if he wasn't expecting anyone to be upset by his bruises.
I was expecting no one to be upset.
Oh, we have to recalibrate his expectations with love. She asks if she can document them. Maybe it's because she reminds him of Yan Li Jie that he says, "Promise me that no one will find out. If Madame Yu finds out anyone knows, she will stop paying for me." "I promise. Can you tell me how this happened? I'd like to document it, and once you are no longer dependent on Madame Yu, we can help you." Wei Ying can't agree. He's not ready. But he allows her to examine him and take x-rays and photos. He is given some painkillers to help him sleep. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Oh. And a salve for the bruising, and given instructions to get at least 8 hours of sleep a day until he heals fully. If you would like, I can have Lanjian help apply the medicines, so you do not need to come here to get your back done. No, thank you, Landaifu, but not even my adoptive sister knows the extent of the bruises. I'd rather keep it between you and myself. Also, if only you and I know about it, Madame Yu is yet less likely to find out that someone knows. Okay, come back twice a day, and I will help administer the salve to your back. She opens the door, and Lan Daifu passes Wei Ying back to Lan Zhan's keeping. I like how Lan Daifu was like, you're coming back, and I'm going to observe you.
Oh, yes.
We will be tracking your progress of healing. You will learn to be kind to yourself, or so help me.
She's a mix between Wenqing and Zhang Li.
Nice.
Takes no shits, but she is very nice.
And they all tremble in fear before her.
Yes.
Do you wish to return to the dormitory, or would you like to see Shanghai? Lan Zhan asks. Return to the dormitory, please. Wei Ying has no money to spend, so going out is pointless. Lan Zhan nods and leads him back to the dormitory. And that's the end of Wei Ying's POV. Wei Ying doesn't know yet, but Lan Zhan has a deep need to provide him with all the things. Like, Lan Zhan is so sugar daddy coated. Like, he wants to feed Wei Ying, he wants to care for Wei Ying, he wants to pamper Wei Ying, and then, fuck him senseless. But they're not quite there yet. But we'll get there.
Oh, it's going to take a long time before they get there.
Slow burn is fun too, but that's where I'm hoping that we're heading.
Oh, yes. It is Wangxian after all.
See? Exactly. Alright. What is Lan Zhan thinking? Lan Zhan hopes that Wei Ying will go out with him. Do you wish to return to the dormitory, or would you like to see Shanghai? Oh, and this is the part where he says return to the dormitory. He looks defeated, yet he smiles, and his smile is blindingly bright. As he doesn't know what to say, Lan Zhan reverts to and nods, leading Wei Ying back to the dormitory. Once again, the unsettling blanket of overwhelming wrongness of this Wei Ying settles over Lan Zhan's shoulders. He wants Wei Ying to be someone who smiles and talks, to be something more than someone who merely exists in this husk of a human body. He wants to say, come see Shanghai with me, please. But he can't. He doesn't know how. Lan Zhan watches as Wei Ying opens his door. Lan Zhan finally gathers the courage to say something. Curfew is at 9. If you change your mind, I room next door. Lan Zhan points to the door just down the hall. Please, knock on my door if you wish to go out. I don't think it's gonna happen today, but we have hope for the future. Wei Ying does not smile, nods again, and enters his room, closing the door behind him. Defeated, Lan Zhan walks to his own door. He pulls out his phone and sits on his bed to read Shufu's messages. Lan Daifu says it's bad. He would not tell her what happened. He only said that the Jiang are holding his funding over his head and will revoke it if others find out. And this message is from Lan Zixin. What the actual fuck? Sorry, Shufu, but really, what the actual fuck? Imagine a situation bad enough to make Lan Zixin curse about it. And then Shufu says, no need to apologize. It is appropriate, Zixin. I would like to know more, but you, Ziyuan's hold on him is intense, and I doubt the boy will trust anyone readily. Give it time. He is here now. And then Lan Zixin says, understood, Shufu. Lan Zhan replies to the text messages with the following. Understood, Shufu. He is in his dormitory. Lan Daifu gave him some painkillers to help him sleep. She never offers painkillers. I've told him where my room is, and that if he changes his mind about seeing Shanghai, all he needs to do is knock. If he does not, I will ensure he eats dinner when the bell rings. Aww. He's so committed to being a good guide around the campus. And then Shufu says, thank you, Ajan. Lan Daifu did not tell me about the painkillers. I'm afraid of what she means by it's bad now. That's a nice detail, that Lan Daifu never gives out painkillers. That gives you a sense of the scale of the issue.
Yeah.
And then Lan Zhan says, Shufu, you said we need to be patient. And then Lan Zixin says, I agree with Ajan. We must be patient. Lan Zhan sets his phone down. He wonders how Wei Ying can smile so brightly and honestly. How can he be such a pure soul when he's had to endure abuse at the hands of those who took him in? Lan Zhan knows that Wei Ying has a pure soul. His words and refusal to say anything negative about others are proof. Lan Zhan can admit he falls for Wei Ying just a little bit more. If Lan Zhan is disappointed that Wei Ying does not knock on his door, it is for Lan Zhan alone to know. If Lan Zhan thinks about kissing Wei Ying, only he will know. When the dinner bell rings, Lan Zhan is relieved for a reason to see Wei Ying again. He knocks on Wei Ying's door and the boy answers. They walk to the cafeteria together, and Lan Zhan makes a note of everything the boy does. So, y'all are familiar with my theory that my personal headcanon that Lan Wangji is autistic? Here's an additional piece. Wei Ying is one of his special interests, and we have just triggered what I like to call a Category 5 autism event, where Lan Zhan is now hyper-focused on Wei Ying and will be learning everything he can about him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. And I don't think it's going to be a short burn hyper-focus either. I'm pretty sure it's going to endure for the rest of his life. Okay, makes a note. He looks at much of the food before settling on the cheap but healthy options. He discovers the bottles of chili oil next to the utensils and liberally spreads the spices over his food. Lan Zhan makes a note of this preference. Hey, y'all want to hear something that made me cry? A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so at first glance, the chili oil preference for Wei Ying is, a fun thing to laugh at, just a quirk. He comes from Yunmeng, they like spicy food. But when you dig deeper into it, I think it comes from his time of being homeless, and he used the chili oil to cover up the flavor of overripe foods.
Or rotten foods?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is what it is with me. And it's partially hereditary.
And partially what?
Hereditary.
Yeah, no, like you like spicy things, you like the flavor and whatnot, but his, like, Wei Wuxian's use of it, I think, is excessive. You know, it's not just I like spicy things, let's see how I can shock people with it or whatever. You know, he got to the point where he just does it. He doesn't even think about it. It's a trauma coping method that he never discarded.
Yeah, in this AU, it is slightly hereditary. His mom had a spicy...
Yeah, you were telling me about the ghost peppers thing.
Yes, which is, I think, chapter 5. I don't remember where I put it, but it's a Lin Churin PLV.
I'm sure he would know that about Sangsa.
Yes.
Because
He was friends with Sangsa and Chunks.
Yep. All right. Anyway, the first time that I sat down and thought that through, teared up about it.
Yeah, no, and Shannon, I definitely think it is because homelessness.
Okay, back to the story. Lanzhan makes a note of this preference. Wei Ying heads to a table in the corner and sits with his back to the walls. Lanzhan sits next to him, and they eat in silence. Lanzhan doesn't, not even once. Lanzhan is lying to himself. Listen to this. Lanzhan doesn't, not even once, bemoan the fact that he can't reach over and wipe the oil from Wei Ying's lips. He doesn't desire to kiss those same lips as they catch the light and shimmer. No. Lanzhan doesn't want any of this. Lanzhan does not desire so greatly someone he only met today. Lanzhan knows he is lying, but how can anyone be worthy of Wei Ying? He will copy the family disciplines on lying later. For now, he will keep lying to himself. Oh, what a complicated time in his life. Oh, Liadan, I just had the best idea for something in our O2O, Love O2O AU. A scene from Lan Wangji's point of view where Wei Ying is wearing some sort of shiny makeup on his lips. Probably he would go with chapstick, something with a nice fruity flavor like cherry or something.
Yes, we'll have to figure out where to put that.
Or you could layer it, with gloss. But I don't want it to be something that's tacky and would be unpleasant for him to kiss texturally. That's why I think a flavored chapstick would be better for this scenario.
I think so too.
Nice.
We'll have to figure out which scene to do that in.
Yeah. Okay, but back to this one. After dinner, they return to the dormitory, and once again, Lanzhan offers to take Wei Ying to see the city. Once again, Wei Ying turns him down. Lanzhan repeats the sentiment that if he changes his mind, he just needs to knock. And then Lanzhan returns to his dormitory, hoping Wei Ying will knock on his door, knowing he will not. Poor baby. He's a rich kid, and it doesn't even cross his mind, even knowing that Wei Wuxian is in financial straits. I mean, Wei Ying. No courtesy names in this story. Knowing that Wei Ying is completely dependent upon the Jiang, he doesn't even stop to think. It's like, oh, he doesn't even have money for a bus pass to get out with me. Not yet.
Yeah, the only reason Seichen has a courtesy name comes down to that he's a himbo and a MDZS fan.
All right, then. Oh, and that's the end of...
Nope, one more.
Nope. Okay, thank you. Just so y'all know, Liadan follows along and helps keep me on track when I get distracted, like where I am in the story. Wei Ying does not knock on Lan Zhan's door, and Lan Zhan doesn't mope about not spending time with the boy, who occupies far more space in his brain than he would like to admit. Already. Okay, and let's see what Lan Qiren is doing this chapter. When Lan Qiren receives Lan Daifu's text asking him to come to the infirmary, he immediately heads over. When she tells him the details, she can. He is aghast. That word is so fun to say.
Oh, yes.
Lan Daifu will only say, regarding Wei Ying's condition, "It's bad," citing doctor-patient confidentiality. But her opinion is that Wei Ying should not be subjected to anything strenuous for at least 6 weeks. She passes him an encrypted thumb drive to store in the family safe. Whoops. Can y'all still hear me? I had to plug my phone in, so I had to adjust the position.
You're good.
Okay. "It is a copy of my notes in his files. I must keep these records offline. If asked, I will have to send his records to his guardian, and I do not want them to know what we know now. I have 2 sets, the real ones and the official ones. When he trusts us enough to say what happened, I will update the real records to reflect the truth of the matter." I will keep them safe. What does the official record say? He asks. And you can hear the quotes around official records in the question. Oh, I don't know if I did that. Let me try again. I will keep them safe. What does the official record say? "I have gone with bruised ribs due to a fall. Qiren, he does have bruised ribs, and getting him to agree to disclose that was hard. And it's the best excuse. It is feasible for a teen and explains the limitations placed on him. He only agreed because I said we could make it look like an accident here. And it also lets us take the responsibility for the injury and pay for it." Nice. Use the system, Doc. Play it. Understood. Thank you, cousin. I appreciate everything you've done. I hope one day you, no, he, can tell us the full extent of it. "Me too, Qiren. Me too." Lan Qiren hopes Wei Ying can bloom now that he is out from under that vile family's physical reach. He wants Wei Ying to make friends and be unafraid to exist in a space outside of his physical body. He has 3 years to help the boy, and he promises he will do everything in his power to help Wei Ying understand what it is to be Kangse Sanren's son. Lan Qiren vows to let this boy know what real family and genuine love are. Yes! That's the end of chapter 3. Author's note. I hope you all like this. Well, I hope you can tell that I do. Lan Zhan's feelings are channeled from the first meeting with my husband in 1998, when I saw him walking through the airport and knew I'd marry him someday. That's so fucking cute. I love it. That story will be another AU one day, but right now, Capital Assets and While They Were Sleeping are getting finished before I do anything else long form.
Which is a lie, because I started the Big Bang bit.
It was your intention at the time. Author's notes are like time capsule notes to yourself, okay? They were true when you wrote them.
Yes. And there's one comment, it is the second to last comment that's relevant.
Okay. Let's check it out. Someone saying nice things. Love all the protections building around Wei Ying. And you replied, it will be a wild ride, but good things will come. Ooh, this is a long one.
If you go down, there's Sakai lever.
Okay, I'm scrolling. Scrolling. Here's someone else who appreciated Lan Zishan swearing.
Yes.
Okay, the last one. The
Yeah.
YBWR. Here we go.
Yeah.
We're only on chapter 3, and I can already feel my heart breaking for Wei Wuxian. Tears emoji. I'll never understand why there are people in the world like the Jiang who think it's okay to hurt someone no matter the reasons. Angry, grumpy face. And Liadan's reply. People like the Jiang are awful. People who survive them and still shine like the sun after, like Wei Wuxian, should be celebrated every day. Facts.
Yes, very much facts.
By the way, have I ever told you how much I enjoy your AO3 profile picture? With the bunnies and the
Yes,
beautiful
I
boys.
Wangxian. Do you know how long it took me to find a picture I like?
Months? Years?
6 weeks.
6 weeks. A month and a half. That's a dedication. I think for my profile picture, it was just a photo set I happened to come across that day. And I had been reading as a guest a Yexie story, which is from Word of Honor, Yi Bai Yi and Xiar, the Scorpion King. So it was the actor who plays Scorpion King. His name is... Fuck, I don't even remember. Anyway, so he'd done a photo shoot, and I found a picture that I just really liked that pose. He was holding a piece of a flowering branch in front of his face on a red background. And you know how AO3's color scheme was red and white. And so I just cropped his face out and did that one.
Nice.
And now I got used to it. Like, it's how I recognize myself on AO3, so I'll never change it, even though it's not my primary fandom.
Yeah, if I ever go to another fandom, I will make a pseudo for another fandom.
Oh my god, I'm still recording. Oops. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and hope to be back with more real soon. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. When I said in Chapter 3 I hope to come back real soon, I didn't realize I'd be coming back immediately, but we've all got the time and the energy here in the chat, so we're going to zip right into Chapter 4. Called Misconceptions and Deceptions. Summary: Misconceptions and Deceptions. Notes: The real Chapter 4. Sorry for the repost of Chapter 3 earlier. I typed up the chapter last night on my personal laptop and forgot to open the new Google Docs document on the work laptop when I went to post. Let's see if I remember my notes. Is it really Wangxian? If the two are totally clueless about their mutual attraction? Lanjan isn't thinking something inappropriate to do to Wei Ying? They misconstrue something? They can't communicate? Wei Ying's injuries. I have a Google Doc of "it was too early to say." You will see this in full later. Lan Qiren lying. Lan Qiren is good Lan Qiren. He is willing to bend, break rules if it allows him to protect those he is chosen to do so. Chosen to protect, whatever. His list right now is Lan Huan, Lan Zhan, Wei Ying, and Nia Huaisong, in exchange for the technical expertise of the Nia group. We can be practical. Alright, here's Wei Ying's POV. After dinner, Wei Ying returns to his dormitory, where his first task is to unpack. Everything he owns fits into 3 suitcases. When I showed up to my room here at the facility, I had 2 backpacks and 1 plastic sack from a grocery store with laundry supplies. That's everything I own in the world right now.
Oh, well.
Well, you know, some of the stuff from my apartment got put into a storage unit. My neighbor and my sister, you know, boxed things up for me, but that was mostly just like kitchen stuff. Can't bring that here. What I do miss is my blankets. I want my goddamn... I've got 2 gray bamboo cotton blankets, and they're so freaking comfortable, and I miss them terribly. And I want my pillow. You know how you have like a favorite pillow over all other pillows? I want my fucking pillow. Okay, everything he fits owns into 3 suitcases. His carry-on contains the 5 school uniforms required by the school, his school shoes, and all of his art supplies. Well, at least he had something for his hobby, you know? He pulls these out and irons the uniforms with the iron in his closet, then hangs them carefully. He then stores the art supplies in the bottom drawer of the desk in his room. I gotta tell you, ironing is my least favorite domestic chore, even below doing dishes and folding laundry. Like, when I was on active duty, I would trade chores with people. I'm like, I will polish your belt buckles. I will shine your shoes, because I was actually pretty good at that. If you will iron my shirts, the pants or whatever, the shirts are so fidgety. Okay.
I'm with you. I hate ironing.
It's such a pain. Now I don't wear things that need ironing. Most of my shirts are like stuff that I got while I was at UK. You know, Columbia performance gear, spirit wear. No ironing required. Very comfy. Can be adjusted for all weathers because they're long sleeve but lightweight. Yes. The second suitcase contains his street clothing. 4 pairs of jeans, 6 shirts, all with long sleeves. We know why. 8 pairs of boxers, 8 pairs of socks, 5 pairs of pajamas, 2 hoodies, and a partridge in a pear tree. That wasn't in the story, but I thought it was funny. He neatly folds these, puts them in drawers, or hangs them in the closet with his uniforms. What?
Puppy said hi.
Oh, hello, puppy. The last suitcase contains his books. Anything he's collected over the years. Everything from Jiangyan Li and his laptop. This suitcase hadn't needed to be packed. It was always packed. Oh, that's his go bag. At that house, Wei Ying had hidden everything from Jiangcheng for fear of its destruction. This is the first time it's been unpacked. He already feels safer. He carefully arranges his books on the shelf over the desk and puts a few of the figures that Jiang Yanli gave him on the nightstand. The last item is the most precious. A picture of his parents holding him on the day of his birth. It was the only one he had been able to keep hidden from Madame Yu and Jiang Cheng. Die in a fire, you assholes. He looks at it for a long time before tucking it into the cover of one of his books to keep it from being damaged any further. He will need to see if he can scrounge up enough change to buy a frame so that it won't need... To buy a frame now that it won't need to be hidden. He zips up his suitcases and stores them on top of the wardrobe in the room. With everything unpacked, Wei Ying lies on the bed, and he relaxes for the first time in over 10 years. He will never have to return to that house, never have to bow to Jiang Cheng and Madame Yu, hoping to abate their wrath, and never fear that Jiang Cheng will destroy his things. I imagine that when Wei Ying begins to tell Lan Zhan any of these details, that Lan Zhan is going to contemplate arson or something else of that nature.
Oh, yes.
At 8:30, Wei Ying is awoken by a knock on his door. It takes him a minute to orient himself in his room, and he finally opens the door. Lan Zhan stands with the boy from the airport, Nia Huaisong, Wei Ying remembers, and Wei Ying asks if they would like to come in. No, but thank you, says Lan Zhan. Huaisong Xiong and I are here to escort you back to Lan Daifu before curfew. Wait, did he forget where the door was in his room while he was unpacking his stuff? Oops.
No, it's more he's just kind of sleepy because he took the painkiller.
Oh, he zoned out. He was like sitting down or something. They knocked on the door and he was like, what, whoa, where am I? That kind of orienting.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense than what I was thinking. Wei Ying nods and puts on his shoes, then closes his door and follows the boys to the infirmary. Of course, Lan Zhan would be close to Nia Huaisong. Wei Ying knew that Lan Zhan would never look at him twice. He doesn't know why, but it stings that Lan Zhan is into boys, and that he likes his Huaisong xiong. He stares at his feet as he walks behind the two. Oh my god, Wei Ying. He's not even talking to Nia Huaisong, and you're already writing them together as romantically paired. Okay. After Lan Daifu takes care of putting the cream on his back and ensuring they can return to the dormitory, Wei Ying follows Lan Zhan and Nia Huaisong back. Only when his door is closed does he slump to the ground and allow himself to cry over dreams that can never be. At least he had today. Oh, he needs like a blanket burrito and a gallon of ice cream and like his head in Lan Zhan's lap for pets until he's all healed up. And then Lan Zhan can make him feel better.
So my son would love that.
Okay, so that was the end of that section, and now we're switching to Lan Zhan's POV. Lan Zhan keeps looking back at Wei Ying as they walk to the infirmary. Lan Daifu had texted him that Wei Ying needed to be brought for an application of medicine before curfew, and had asked him to collect him and escort him there. He had run into Nia Huaisong, who told him to call him Huaisong Xiong, and asked, "Can I call you Lan Xiong?" Lan Zhan nodded affirmative, and then knocked on Wei Ying's door. It took several minutes before the beautiful boy answered, and it looked like he had again fallen asleep. Lan Zhan wished, oh, how he wished, that he didn't have to share this sight of Wei Ying with Nia Huaisong. Even his eyes are jealous. He is a whole being made of vinegar. Being polite, he included Nia Huaisong in the task, and Nia Huaisong walked next to him, chatting about art and fans and how his Dage had told him he couldn't bring his collection of vintage spring books with him. How old does it have to be for Nia Huaisong to consider it vintage?
5 years.
Pornography is forbidden at the Cloud Recesses boarding school, Lan Zhan had said. Mingzhu Ge was right to tell you to leave them at home. Huaisong had laughed. Laughed! Like the rules were nothing. His sense of order is deeply offended right now. He hasn't had the time yet to be exposed to the world outside of the school enough to realize how situationally applicable some things are and are not. No loud noises, Lan Zhan growled. I think I just talked over you. I'm sorry, what?
My son will make sure that Wangxian gets exposed to the world around him.
Oh, I'm sure Huaisong is going to be a very educational friend for Lan Zhan.
Yes.
He looks again behind him at Wei Ying. The boy is staring at his feet as he walks, looking smaller than ever. And Lan Zhan thinks, sad. Excuse me. I think this one's going to be my last chapter, though. I gotta go to bed soon. Sad, dejected. Lan Zhan isn't sure what the expression on his face is, but he wants to kiss Wei Ying until the only expression he has is wrecked. Nice. That's an achievable goal. You know, Lan Zhan, you think it's not, but it is. You'll get there. It takes about 15 minutes for Lan Daifu to treat Wei Ying, and by the time she is finished, they will be late making it to the dorms. She calls over to the supervisor to notify him that she had kept 3 students late, and that they will be returning from the infirmary. She gives the supervisor their names, and then sends them back to the dorms. Wow, they are not kidding about this curfew. That is some strict policy.
Yeah, they lock the doors at night.
Yep. If anything, Wei Ying looks even smaller on their way back. Nia Huaisong looks worried when he notices. Lan Zhan stares at him with his best. Do not ask, I cannot tell you. Look. And thankfully he remains quiet. They return to the dormitories, and Lan Zhan thinks he hears a sob catch in Wei Ying's throat as the door to his dormitory closes. He cannot think of any reason why Wei Ying would cry. Oh my God. Aside from, being financially restricted and injured and in a new place, even when you're excited to be somewhere new, it's still in a new place. That's stressful. Lan Zhan, consider he's safe now. He's literally lived in emergency mode for the last 10 years of his life, and he's in a place now where he can let go of that extra, draconian level of emotional safeguarding.
Yes, and there is the fact that he doesn't know Beijing just destroyed his own heart for no reason.
Yeah, that too. Wei Ying decided that you're unavailable for many reasons, and is sad about that too. Oh,
Yeah.
these silly boys making problems for themselves that don't need to be there. But would it be Wangxian really if that didn't happen? To some degree. He had been hoping that, like before, Wei Ying would walk next to him. But he had trailed Lan Zhan and Nia Huaisong instead. Lan Zhan sighs wistfully and then enters his room. Even Lan Wangji cannot be free of being a dramatic teenager. In fact, one could argue that although he is stoic, he is more dramatic than most of the teenagers of his acquaintance.
Very much.
His cell phone chimes with an incoming text from an unknown number. Lan Xiong, it's Huaisong. Dage got me your number from Zishenge. Lan Zhan writes, Huaisong Xiong, how can I be of service? And Nia Huaisong replies, what's up with that Wei Ying kid? He's super quiet. He said 5 sentences to me at the airport, and then he fell asleep on the drive to the school. And then Lan Zhan says, his flight was delayed for over 2 hours last night. I think he may just be tired. It is past curfew. Go to bed. Good night, Huaisong Xiong. I will see you tomorrow. He's so polite and yet so stern. Nia Huaisong. Do you think Wei Ying will want to be my friend? Lan Xiong? Good night, Lan Xiong. Jen was like, go to bed, and he meant it. Conversation over. Lan Zhen watched. What?
Yes, very much.
He's like, I ain't responding until after breakfast. Lan Zhen watched the messages come in, but didn't bother to answer. Once Nia Huaisong stopped texting, he put his phone on the charger. But then his phone chimed with Shufu's sound, and Lan Zhen picked it up once again. Zhen, the board has agreed to pay Wei Ying's medical fees for today. If asked, he fainted and fell down a flight of stairs. You transported him to the infirmary, where Lan Daifu treated his injuries. And Lan Zhan says, Yes, Shufu, I understand. Lan Zhen places his phone back on the charger. It is time to sleep. He's got to rest up and recruit his energies for a big day of obsessing over Wei Ying tomorrow.
Exactly.
Also, the longer he's asleep, the more chance he has to dream fun things about Wei Ying.
Yes.
Okay, and then Lan Qiren's section. Lan Qiren has spent the evening infuriating the elders on the board. He knows the report he filed was impeccable, and the board was not happy that on the first day, his prized scholarship student had fainted and fallen down a flight of stairs, causing bruising to the child's back and ribs. They had looked for every loophole to get out of paying the medical expenses for the child. But Lan Qiren had fought and won. Ha ha! It had been his and Zixin's oversight not to offer the child breakfast or lunch before he toured the school grounds. And Lan Zhen had taken his fellow student to the infirmary as soon as the accident occurred. Excuse me. I really did pick a most apt name calling it bedtime stories, because half the time I'm like reading myself to sleep too. I like how Lan Qiren is rewriting history just a little bit for the sake of this goal of his, and like committing to the story so fully that in his inner narrative, that's the way things happened. Like, he's being very convincing about it.
Of course.
Lan Qiren had spent too many years fighting to run the school as was proper, while the elders of the school board wanted to keep the curriculum in standard to those of 50 and 60 years ago when they attended the school. Even though computers were available as early as the 1980s, the school board didn't approve the purchase of one of the machines until 2004. That's when I graduated, well, the year before I graduated high school. Oh my god, no. Computers were totally available. We could do Oregon Trail when I was in kindergarten back in the early 90s.
I was in middle school when that.
Yeah, well, you've been alive a little bit longer than me. Since then, Lan Qiren has given up on letting them stay moored in the past, and has forced them into the current century. I think it's actually for like beneficial for people to be friends with people who are both older than they are and younger than they are, and to get the different perspectives. Like even if you don't necessarily agree with someone's opinions based on the time period they grew up in, if they haven't, kept a habit up of introspection and reflection as they age, it's still useful information to have. Plus, if you're not friends with people younger than you, you'll never keep up on the slang, and the people on the internet will know that you're old.
You want to know about the skibbity toilets?
I purposefully avoid that. Did not want to know about it. Saw one graphic and I was like, avert. Do not.
Yes,
Not interested.
I was told all about it by my niece.
Yeah, that's how I found out about it too. She's 5. And I was like, there will be no skibbity toilet in this house. And when I was babysitting one time. And she's like, why? And I said, because I think it's gross and annoying. That's why. Okay. And then Chirin says to himself, he will run the school properly and train the students to be the best. Part of ensuring the students would be satisfactorily cared for was lying to the elders and ensuring Wei Ying was safe. Keeping Wei Ying safe meant keeping him at school. Keeping him at the school meant ensuring Madame Yu was unaware they had treated the child. Because she needs to be unaware they had diagnosed him with anything.
Yep.
He had notified Madame Yu that Wei Ying had arrived. He could claim that the system never notified them, and the failure to send a notification of his... Hold on. He could claim that the system never... There might be a typo in this sentence. Anyway, I think the message is that he could claim that the system didn't notify them of the accident because it was yeah. The logs showed it was sent. They didn't show.
It didn't send back this failed to send.
Aha. The logs showed it was sent. They didn't show that Nia Mingju had ensured the notification would never be delivered. Hacker Nia Mingju.
Yep.
That makes it even funnier that we cast Nia Mingju as KO in the Love 020 AU. Like,
that's why I want it.
Lan Qiren walks out of his office, pleased with his work, and heads to the apartment assigned to him as principal. It was late, and he wanted to sleep. That's so funny how Qiren and Lan Zhen both are like, bedtime. Author's end note. The actual conversation between Nia Huaisong and Lan Zhen went something more like this. Nia Huaisong. Argaga! Long time no see. Lan Zhen. Hello, Nia Huaisong. Do not call me Argaga. Nia Huaisong. Really, Lan Xiong? We've known each other for years. Call me Huaisong Xiong at least. Can I call you Lan Xiong since you won't let me call you Argaga? Lan Zhen nods in the affirmative while knocking on Wei Ying's door. What are we doing, Lan Xiong? Wei Ying opens his door. Taking Wei Ying to see Lan Daifu. Don't call me Argaga. There's only one person who can call me Arguga.
Okay.
As always, thank you for reading. This fic has no scheduled release, and chapters are released as they are finished. My primary focus remains on While They Were Sleeping. I did run through and edit, but I can't guarantee I got it right. If you see something, let me know so I can fix it. I think other than that one sentence that I stumbled over, the only typos that I noticed in any of the chapters really are occasionally a capital I for the second letter in Wei Ying's name.
Yeah, so my system loves to do that without. I don't know why.
All right, well, that's chapter 4 of Capital Assets. There are 7 chapters total. Ooh, we're going to be done with this soon. This week or the week after.
Until I post chapter 8.
Well, okay, done with the currently posted chapters, not like done with the story. It is a work in progress.
It will be a very long fix by the time it's done.
That means just imagine the person who gets to start listening to the podfic, like, when it's all completed, and they're like, I have enough where I could do an epic road trip listening to this or something. Or it's like the one that who podficked the starving stunted juvenility? Was that Lady N? Do you remember?
I don't know. It's like, so the one I can think of is Lisa Hochland doing Sammy's Paperman series.
The whole thing, like, damn, that is commitment. That was actually the first time travel Wangxian fic I had ever read, and it kind of set the bar for me pretty high.
Yeah, the first one I read was it was one that inspired While They Were Sleeping. So I have to in there. It's The Young Masters of the Four Seasons Manor, which is
Word of
a
honor.
Wangxian Word of Honor crossover.
Oh, nice.
And then the second one I read was All Will Be Well When the Day Is Done, which is a Madame Yu dreams of her past life or her alternate life,
Yeah.
and is bound and determined that the brat Wei Ying will never ruin her family.
Right, is that the one where she sends him to the cloud recesses herself?
Where she dumps him in Gusu in the back alley. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah. Yes, and those two were my inspiration to do While They Were Sleeping, as well as the K-drama While They Were Sleeping.
Mm-hmm. I think,
While You Were Sleeping, I think, is the K-drama.
if I remember correctly, the very first MDZS story I ever read on AO3 was actually Lanzishin cross Jiangcheng modern AU called Audience of One. And so it's like a little bit like 10 Things I Hate About You, kind of, where Lan Zixin and Jiang Cheng are a couple, but they're trying to deflect media attention. So their younger brother, well, not younger brothers, but their brothers start fake dating to draw media attention away from them. If I remember correctly.
Doesn't last long ever.
Huh?
Fake dating with Wangxian never lasts long.
No, it never does. It lasts
I wanna
like...
say
1 day,
My first
2 days.
MDZS fic was Eat Your Heart Out, Sushi.
Oh my god, that one is so funny. I
Yeah,
should podfic that at some point. That one's so funny.
Auntie Iro has done it, and she's doing the second one, which is the
Hey.
incendiary sexual awakening.
2 cakes.
Of Wangxian.
2 cakes. There is never anything wrong with podficking something that someone else has already done.
I agree.
The Wei Wuxian's Home for Lost Creatures was a 2 cakes podfic.
Nice. Yes, but no, that was the first one, the first fic I ever read in fanfic.
That's a good one to start with, though. It's really funny.
Yes, and then the second one I read was Lan Wangji's Big Dick Kitchen.
Okay, but that is like the hottest library fic modern AU ever. It's so good. I listened to that one too. Because I have this thing where I can only listen to podfics for stories that I've already read. Same with audiobooks. And I have to be able to enjoy the narrator's voice. Because, like, if it sounds like my mother's voice, I can't do it because I can't listen to my mother's voice reading me smutty podfics. It just, my brain don't work for that one. So, like, there's some very good podfickers out there that I just can't listen to through no fault of their own whatsoever.
Yes, there's only one that I won't listen to, and
Hold on. We are still recording, by the way. Is this something you want off the record?
I'll just say there's one I won't listen to, and I'll leave it at that on the record.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else we want on the record, I will say thank you for joining me for this episode of Bedtime Stories, and we'll probably be back with Chapter 5 in less than a week. Hello and welcome to Bedtime Stories. We are back with capital assets for Chapter 5. We've got the author here in the voice chat with us again. Hello, Liadan. Chapter 5 is called Disappointments and Warnings. The chapter summary: Wei Ying is well, Wei Ying, and misunderstands everything. Lan Zhan gets a warning. Pepper oil, ... Author's note: I hope y'all enjoy this chapter. End notes have extra information. Here we go. Wei Ying slept poorly on his first night at the Cloud Recesses boarding school. It had taken almost an hour for him to relocate from the floor by the door to his bed. By the time he had managed to move, his eyes were swollen and red-rimmed. His nose was stuffy, and his sleeves were sodden with snot. Wei Ying wasn't sure exactly why he had cried so long, only that it was cathartic. I'm gonna guess it has something to do with he was in emergency mode for a very long time, and suddenly he's somewhere that he's feeling safer, and so the tears are happening.
Yep.
Where was I? Deep down, he knows it's not because of his crush on Lan Zhan. Wei Ying knows that these feelings are only the catalyst for the overwhelming weight of freedom settling onto his shoulders. Called it. He takes... Well, I was like projecting, extrapolating from personal experience. That's how we handle trauma. We put it on the Blorbos instead.
Yes.
He takes one of the painkillers given to him by Lan Daifu and then falls asleep. His dreams are filled with golden eyes and things that would never be. Not with that attitude. Things he can only have in his dreams. When his alarm goes off at 4:30 in the morning, he is happy to be awake. That is grotesquely early. Ugh. I say this as a person who gets up at 5:30 every morning.
I get up at 4:30 every morning, so yes.
He showers, gets dressed in his uniform, gathers his printed schedule, and at 5:15 sets out to the infirmary to meet with Lan Daifu for the scheduled appointment for his topical medication. Lan Daifu better live on campus too, or her transit is ridiculous.
Yes.
Hold on, I got a dry spot in my throat. Oof. Okay.
Most of the land elders live on campus.
I mean, that makes them more easily accessible to the student population as needed.
Yeah.
When they need an elder's advice. Or intervention, I suppose.
Yeah.
As he reaches the end of the hallway in the dormitory, Neil Huaisong exits his room and runs to catch up to him, draping his arm casually over Wei Ying's shoulders. It takes everything in Wei Ying's power not to shudder at the touch. The boy's weight is agony on his body. Every nerve is on fire. Still, Wei Ying smiles his fakest smile at the one so lucky to have what he desperately wants so very much. This Vic is instead of, do you like Mian Man? It's, you like Nia Huaisong? Dum.
Exactly.
You dumbass. Wei Ying, I love you, but you're such a dumbass when you're a teenager. Oh my god.
Yes, he is.
He's got to grow out of it a little bit. Wei Xiong. Can I call you Wei Xiong? Nia Huaisong asks. If you wish, is his reply. Wei Xiong, we must be friends. I cannot live if you will not be my friend. Please say you want to be my friend, Wei Xiong. Okay. They've reached the stairwell, and Wei Ying is thankful that the narrow stairs force the other boy to remove his body weight from Wei Ying. He starts down the stairs. Wei Xiong, you must call me Huaisong Xiong, or just even Huaisong. Wei Ying finds the boy to be a dramatic bitch. Not that it's a bad thing. It's just too early in the morning, and Wei Ying needs the parts of his brain that are currently awake to keep him from crying out in pain as he moves. Every fiber of the clothes he wears causes flames of pain to dance over his skin. Ouch. As they exit the dormitories, Huaisong moves to drape himself over Wei Ying again, and Wei Ying braces himself for the pain to come. Wei Ying, just tell him to get off of you. Oh my god, you don't have to accept physical gestures of affection if you don't want them. Huaisong Xiong, Wei Ying, may I walk with you? The voice almost makes Wei Ying cry. It's so sexy. The anticipated weight of Huaisong's arm on his shoulders never materializes. and Wei Ying thanks whatever divinities have blessed him. Nanqiong, come on, Huaisong says. Lanzhen walks and stands between Wei Ying and Huaisong Xiong. Half of Wei Ying is thankful for the barrier between the pain, and the other half feels the piercing needles of humiliation stinging at Lanzhen's need to keep his boyfriend from being seen draped over garbage like Wei Ying. I had to close my eyes for a second in sympathetic pain, but also exasperation. Wei Ying, that you're so wrong. There's so many things wrong with that sentence. Wei Ying.
He is also a dramatic bitch. He just won't admit to it.
Takes one to know one.
Right?
I call him a drama llama a lot of times.
Yes.
Wei Ying, Lanzhen, and Huaisong continue the trek to the infirmary, where Wei Ying once again meets with Lan Daifu. Excuse me. Is it truly a bedtime story if I haven't yawned in the middle of it? The answer is no.
No.
Once she has applied the medicine to his back and inspected his shoulders, she rubs a second salve into his skin, which soothes the nerves, making it easier to exist without the shooting pain coursing over him. She walks him back to the waiting room where Lanzhen and Huaisong sit. She looks to Lanzhen and says, Lanzhen, please tell your Shufu that Wei Ying is prohibited from carrying any type of rucksack, backpack, or shoulder bag for the next 3 weeks. And he is not to lift more than 4.5 kilograms for the next 6 weeks. As his assigned guide, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. I think the conversion from kilograms to pounds is what, like 2.2? So that's 10-ish.
About 10.
About 10 pounds, yeah. Okay, so I have a tattoo on my back, and I did the dumb thing where I was on active duty and got a tattoo right before we deployed. So it was still healing. And then we had a fire drill. And part of that, for me, involved donning what is called an SCBA, a self-contained breathing apparatus. So it's an oxygen tank on your back. And it was so goddamn painful. I can't imagine Wei Ying dealing with broken ribs carrying bags. So I'm really glad that Lan Daifu called that out. Where are we? Yes, Lan Ai. Lanshan says. Nope, Lanzhen nods. Lan Daifu steers them from the infirmary and reminds them not to skip breakfast. Wei Ying follows as Lanzhen and Huaisong head to the cafeteria. Okay, so I don't like SpongeBob at all, but my half-brother was obsessed with it for a while at a time when I was visiting him, and so I got that one snippet that's breakfast is the most important meal of the day, doing things Gary's way, because it was the episode where he had to like go back and retrace his steps a million times. Super annoying, but it's just, you know, one of the little audio snippets that gets stuck in my brain.
I never watched SpongeBob. I babysat during the Barney craze.
Ah, yes. I was one of the children who was part of the Barney craze. Okay. He looks at the options for breakfast. There are so many that he desires. Wait, hold up. I forgot to say, but more than Barney, I was so into the original Mr. Rogers TV show. That was my jam as a kid.
Mr. astrologers, and then there was one at a store with a mannequin. I can't remember. Are the ones I grew up watching. It was like Today's Special or something. I don't remember.
I'm not aware of that one. Okay. He looks at the options for breakfast. There are so many that he desires, but he knows that if he were to buy them, Madame Yu would find them frivolous. So once again, he picks the healthiest and cheapest options available to eat. What is she expecting, like a line item inventory receipt?
No, he has a specific amount he can't go over.
Oh, right.
And healthiest does not always mean cheapest.
No, it doesn't.
So he has to balance the two.
I have not been balancing healthiest and cheapest. I've been getting the cake with every meal. And my psych was like, so, a lot of people here put on weight. Do you have a weight loss goal? I'm like, no. I'm going to eat my goddamn cake, and you're not going to judge me about it. I mean, I've been participating in the fitness activities, I do the walking. I went to the gym today. I'm going to do the lap swims and everything. Like, and I eat vegetables at almost every meal, at least one bite. Because one of the cafeteria servers is like old auntie flavor and is very concerned about my nutrition. So to appease her, I always get one scoop of the vegetables.
Vegetables are good, okay?
Vegetables are good when they're cooked in a way that the texture doesn't make me want to puke.
Okay, I can live with that.
And my aversion to vegetables is more, I don't like having to prepare them myself because they're so finicky and they require so much preparation to be appealing to me. But if somebody else makes it, I'll give it a try, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I have discovered that I like cauliflower, which I didn't know. Steamed cauliflower. And stewed green beans.
Cauliflower can be used for so much.
I saw one time in the freezer section of a grocery store a cauliflower crust pizza. I did not try it, but I have seen it in many places, yes.
As I've seen cauliflower barbecue hamburger replacements.
What? Did you eat it, or did you just, aware of its existence?
I'm aware of its existence. I have not tried it yet. I haven't found it where I live.
Okay. Back to the story. At least the bottles of chili oils are communal and need not be purchased. So he will not be stuck with bland foods here. When all the selections are made and Wei Ying has added enough chili oil to flavor the dishes to his taste, they once again head to the corner where they had sat the previous night to eat. Wei Ying once again picks the chair in the corner facing the dining room. Once again, Lan Zhan sits, placing himself between Xiang and Wei Ying. Wei Ying can only pray the earth will open up beneath him and swallow him whole. I'm just like, babe, he wants to sit next to you. And Wei Ying is like, he doesn't want Nie Huaisong to sit next to me. And we're like, well, yes, but not for the reason that you're thinking.
Yes, he doesn't want anyone to sit next to you.
Because he wants you all to himself. Okay, switching to Lan Zhan POV. Lan Zhan is finishing his morning ablutions when he hears Wei Ying's door close. What's up?
Oh, no, you said it right. I have mispronounced that word forever.
I don't remember where I first heard that word. But yeah, ablutions. Pretty.
Yes.
It's pretty sure it's like some kind of loan word derivative because unlike lots of English words, that one is pronounced exactly how it looks.
Yes, and I've always said absolutions when I say it.
That is a completely different meaning.
Yes, but you said it right, and I know it's the right word because I always look it up when I use it to make sure I spell it right.
It's the one that means washing, not the one that means someone has absolved you of wrongdoing or sin.
Yeah.
Okay, words.
I
So
said it.
frustrating.
Okay, get back to the story.
I mean, that's a win for me though, because usually I have to look words up.
Yeah.
The pronunciation, like I know what they mean, but I struggle with pronunciations a lot. You know that. When he hears Wei Ying's door close, he had awoken to the sound of the shower running in Wei Ying's room, and hurried to get ready. Giant dork! Oh my god. He was too slow. It's probably because he has like a ritual to perform for his mornings.
Of course he does.
Elaborate rituals, to be sure. When he has finished and is ready to leave his room, he can hear Nia Huaisong talking at Wei Ying. Talking at. As he exits his room, Nia Huaisong and Wei Ying are at the stairwell, and Nia Huaisong has already draped himself across Wei Ying's body. He is not okay with this. Lanzhan. No. Lanzhan heads towards them. He doesn't call out so as not to wake any other students still sleeping at the early hour. And he sighs in relief when Nia Huaisong is forced to relinquish his touch on Wei Ying. He was meant to keep this from happening, to protect Wei Ying from anything that could cause some additional pain. Lan Wangji is the president of the Wei Ying fan club and Protect squad. President and founder. He walks as quickly as he dares to catch up to the two boys. And as he exits the dormitory building, he sees Huaisong moving to lean on Wei Ying again. Now that he will not disrupt those who sleep, Lanzhan calls out to the two boys. It is enough to cause Huaisong to pause, and Lanzhan catches up to them. He positions himself between Nia Huaisong and Wei Ying to ensure that if Huaisong's dramatics must occur, he is the closest target. Lanzhan doesn't miss the sheer relief that passes over Wei Ying when he is spared the contact. He sees another emotion cross Wei Ying's face, one he is unfamiliar with, but knows he does not like seeing on him. They walk to the infirmary, and Huaisong and Lanzhan wait for Wei Ying to meet with Lan Daifu. Nia Huaisong sits silently for nearly 10 minutes before he finally asks, Lan Xiong, why must Wei Xiong revisit Lan Daifu? I thought you said he was just tired. Huaisong, there was an incident yesterday in which Wei Ying was injured. It is for him to tell if he wishes, but for which he must be checked by Lan Daifu morning and evening. I ask you to respect his privacy. Lanzhan replies. Before Nia Huaisong can respond, Lan Daifu is escorting Wei Ying back to the waiting room. She looks at Lanzhan and says, Lanzhan. Oh, this is the part where she's telling him not to carry a backpack.
Yeah.
And then Lanzhan goes, Yes, Lan Ai. Lanzhan replies and nods. As they leave the infirmary, Lanzhan glares at Huaisong, daring him to say anything. There's another big yawn. I don't think I'll be doing another chapter tonight.
This one's pretty long.
We're about halfway done with it according to my little scroll bar progress thing.
Yeah.
Huaisong gets the hint and doesn't, for which Lanzhan is thankful. Unfortunately, Wei Ying falls behind as they walk to the cafeteria, and Lanzhan doesn't know the right way to invite him to walk with them. To walk with him. He looks back at Wei Ying and sees that, once again, he is looking at the ground as he walks. Once again, Lanzhan feels this version of Wei Ying is so very, very wrong. Well, I would like you to know, Lanzhan, that I agree. So, here's hoping for healing. He does his best to keep himself between Huaisong and Wei Ying, knowing that Huaisong is very tactile and likes to drape himself dramatically across the closest person. Lan Daifu's message was clear to Lanzhan. Keep everything off Wei Ying's body as much as possible. Lanzhan watches when Wei Ying looks at something just a little longer than the rest, then shakes his head slightly and picks something healthy and cheap. He watches as, once again, he liberally adds extra chili oil to his dishes. He texts Shufu. Shufu, the cafeteria has only 3 varieties of chili oils. We should expand the selection, as Wei Ying seems to enjoy spicy foods. Only 3 is not enough for Wei Ying's enjoyment options.
Oh, it gets done.
Lanzhan follows Wei Ying back to the table they ate at the night before, and watches as he slides into the seat in the corner, the back corner. Lanzhan sits next to him, and Huaisong sits next to Lanzhan. His phone buzzes and he checks the message. It's from Shufu. See if you can get the names of the brands he prefers, and I will ensure they are added to the orders. Nice. And Lanzhan replies, I will attempt to do so. Also, you should increase the number of bottles ordered. Between dinner and breakfast, he used 1.5 bottles on his own. Smiley face. That's a lot of chili oil, depending on the size of the bottle. And then Shufu says, I will do so. Thank you for the information, Ajahn. And that is a section break. Time to hydrate again.
Both for hydrating.
Hydrate. Okay. And now we're at Lan Chidorin's POV. Lan Chidorin smiles at his phone and sets it on his desk. The email from the head chef for the cafeteria makes a lot more sense now. He had panicked last night when the staff told him that chili oil had somehow been used in one meal to the extent that it would have taken 2 weeks in previous school years. Lanchiran's like, someone's stealing the hot sauce? What are they using it for? What are these rabid children getting up to?
Not quite.
No.
It's reading.
He had hoped it was Sangsa Sanrin's son, who had inherited her taste buds and the desire to burn every single one of them off their tongue. He remembers the first time Sangsa Sanren and Wei Changzi took him off campus to eat when they were in college together. Changzi had found an eatery that featured a challenge with the newly named world's hottest pepper, which was the ghost pepper at that time. Oh dear. In advance, rip to his taste buds. They had gotten...
We did not have to eat it.
They had gotten their hands on the pepper and used it for a dish. The poster read, "The Great Ghost Pepper Noodles Challenge. 15-minute time limit. 4.5 jin." Is that like a weight measurement?
Yes, it's about 5 pounds.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot. Wheat noodles and chicken stock with 105 tablespoons of ghost pepper chili oil. Contestant may eat one meal per day on the owner, not to exceed 220, is that the yuan, for 1 year.
And that's if they win.
Ah, indeed. The owner had said that everyone who wanted to try the new challenge had backed out as soon as they tasted the pepper sauce before committing. Sangsa had told him she didn't need to test before she would commit. By the end of the following year, the owner had nearly gone bankrupt, and Sangsa ordered his spicy noodles every time they ate there.
He spent a small fortune on ghost peppers just for her.
Oh dear. Manchurin wonders what she would have thought of the Caroline Reaper. They had been estranged by the time that one was grown, and he wonders if she got to taste it before her death 2 years later. That is a very nice, slick way to slide in that detail of the timeline.
You might have to do a little Googling to figure it out, but yes.
Lan Qiren pulls up the email and replies to his chef. Chef Li, thank you for your concern regarding the possible waste of the chili oil provided for students in the cafeteria. We have reviewed the CCTV footage and can confirm that the oil was used by a student and the food was not wasted. I know this particular student and can confirm that their desire to sear the taste buds from their tongue at every meal is, in fact, hereditary. I have asked my nephew, who is acquainted with this student, to inquire as to his favorite brands of chili oils. And we will be providing an increase to the budget to purchase a greater variety of chili oils, as well as in greater quantity for the next 3 years while this student is in attendance. Oops, that was a long blink. Hold on. Let me sit up instead of reclining so I can stay awake to the end of the chapter. Hold on. Where were we? Get more. Yeah. It would not be within my recommendations to increase the number of spicy dishes on offer, as I can guarantee this student will purchase whatever dish they desire to eat and try to drown it in chili oil. And any spicy dish you will create will just drown with more chili oil. In 2 minutes, his mother finished the ghost pepper noodles challenge in 2005 and then told the owner, "It's not bad, but could be spicier." She's also the reason that the challenge changed from free food for a year to your table's tab during the visit is free.
The challenge was so well known. All he had to do is say she finished it in 2 minutes, and the chef would know exactly who she is.
Oof. Wow. Infamous.
Yes.
Once my nephew obtains the information and relays it to me, I will forward the names to you so that you can order them. Expect 2 to 3 bottles of chili oil per day used by this student. That's so much. And that's the end of the letter. He signs it. Regards, Lan Qiren, Principal, Cloud Recesses Boarding School for Boys. I'm sorry, Liadan. I'm like falling asleep in between paragraphs. I'm gonna need to finish this one later.
2 paragraphs.
It's just 2? Okay, I can make 2. I can do 2 paragraphs. That's one handy thing to have the author in the chat about. They know.
Yes, almost at the end.
Lan Qiren sends the email and then emails Wei Ying's teachers with information on restrictions placed by Lan Daifu. She emailed him this morning, livid that Wei Ying's back was inflamed as it looked like someone had put weight on his shoulders. She told him not to carry any bags at all, and that he would not lift more than 4.5 kilograms for 6 weeks. Ajahn was informed that he was to carry his books for him and ensure that he followed her directive. Way to enable Lan Zhan's caretaking service top tendencies.
Of course.
Lan Qiren is not a betting man, but he doesn't need to gamble to know that he will likely receive several more emails about Wei Ying before the day is over. Ones he will happily respond to. Until the next email arrives, he prepares for the first day of classes at the Cloud Recesses boarding school for boys. He can only hope that Wei Ying will thrive at his school. Author's end note. Standard warning. I am an American and used to imperial measurements. I am using metric and Chinese measurements as the story is set in China, and that is what they use there. As such, I used Google to convert to metric and calculate the weight in jin/catty. Google says 1 jin is 500 grams, and 5 pounds is around 2250 grams. I am unsure if noodles would be weighed in grams, kilograms, or jin in China. And so I picked the one I've heard in C-dramas when discussing food weights. Nice strategy, though.
Best I can do.
If I got it wrong, please feel free to correct me, and I will update the section properly. Regarding peppers. The ghost pepper is an Indian hybrid pepper created in the early 2000s. The early noughties. According to Wikipedia, in 2007, Guinness World Records certified that the ghost pepper was the world's hottest chili pepper. Blah. I fell asleep while talking. Holy shit, where was I?
World's hottest pepper.
Thank you. 170 times hotter than Tabasco sauce. Why would you do that to yourself? The ghost chili is rated at more than 1 million Scoville heat units and far surpasses the amount of cayenne pepper. However, it is in the race to grow the hottest chili pepper, the ghost chili was superseded by the Trinidad Scorpion Butch Tea pepper in 2011 and the Carolina Reaper in 2013 and Pepper X in 2023. In my story, Wei Ying was born in 2009 and is 15 when the story starts in August 2005. The Carolina Reaper would have been certified shortly before Zhangzi and Changzi died. No, she never got to try one. Zhangsun's reaction to the Trinidad Scorpion Butch Tea pepper was...
At least it's better than the ghost pepper, but seriously, it needs to be hotter. There you go.
There I go.
The rest is about the challenge and the weight limits. So, the challenge was eat about 5 pounds of noodles, 6 cups of chili pepper oil, and they got food roughly equivalent to $30 a day. Weighing, as we said, cannot lift more than 10 pounds. And Lan Qiren fell out with Sangsa and Changsa sometime between 2008 and 2009 and did not know Wei Ying was born, which I had said before.
What's this RAFO? There's a link.
Okay. RAFO is something that was started by Robert Jordan, who wrote The Wheel of Time.
Okay.
And Brandon Sanderson, who took over writing it after Robert Jordan died, has continued. It means read and find out, which means I am not telling you how Sangsa and Changsa died.
Okay. I wasn't actually asking you to. So apparently Lan Qiren's gonna have a flashback about it. End of the chapter.
And I don't think there's any note comments that were relevant that I answered, so.
Okay. Well, I have to sleep, like, immediately. So, it was fun hanging out. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories. I must sleep now.
Good night.
Good night. Look at me remembering to actually sign out of the chat. Hello and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. I am hanging out in the chat with Fern and Liadan for Fern. Oh my god, I messed up your name. Fern's Story Hour. We started off with a short fic by West DC called Words for It, which y'all should definitely check out. And now we are rolling into the next chapter of Capital Assets by Liadantaru. So Liadan is also in the chat. Chapter 6 is called Realizations. The summary for this chapter: some realizations happen, but, well, canon consistent miscommunication with Wangxian is bound to occur. Is it really Wangxian if they don't misunderstand something important before they learn the power of communication?
They have to not understand something
Right?
for a very long time.
Like, the resolution of their miscommunication and misunderstandings is so satisfying. Like, it's frustrating when they have the misunderstandings, but the only way that there's no misunderstandings at all is if they are literally reading each other's minds. And even then, they figure out ways to misinterpret things, okay? Like,
I think the only way they don't misunderstand each other is that it's a raised by lands bit.
if they both have the same frameworks to go from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of it. They come from different socioeconomic backgrounds. They were raised in different education systems. They have similar but not the same moral values. And Lan Wangji's autism plays really into the rigid structure of the Lan rules, you know, his comfort zone. And Wei Wuxian is like beautiful and thrilling and interesting and so far outside his comfort zone, both in terms of like his fluidity and flexibility of thought, as well as his stance on like social justice issues. Because it's not that Lan Wangji doesn't support the same, in my opinion, you know, he wants it so that the common people don't suffer. It's just he's got that rich kid bias where he doesn't understand the way in which other people live until he gets out into the world and is exposed to it.
I think even then, like, he still doesn't really understand it.
Because he doesn't have to live that way himself, you know?
Yeah.
I really like some fics that like have Lan Wangji go with the one remnants and Wei Wuxian to the burial mounds, and you know suddenly he becomes Wei Furen instead of Wei Wuxian becoming Lan R Furen. I think that's a fun dynamic situation to explore. But that's not what this story's about. Let's get back to it, because I haven't even started the author's notes yet. Finally.
I love your tangents.
I'm really glad you enjoyed them, because if you didn't, this project wouldn't be nearly as fun for either of us. Finally, another chapter. Lan Qiren's POV is going to divert from the main story between Wangxian, but you will see more of his behind-the-scenes efforts to make life better for Wei Ying. A reminder, I am an American. I know absolutely nothing about school administration in the US or China, so I'm making it up. Probably you're doing a better job than they are anyway. With Lan Zhan's POV, I did go back to the infirmary as I feel I had left something out that was needed for the flow of the story in his POV. The first 2 paragraphs in his POV are additional to the events of last chapter. Okay, so before I get into the fic, hey, I have a follow-up for y'all. You remember yesterday I mentioned that my dad started talking to me again? Wild. And so anyway, and I told him he should watch The Untamed on Netflix if he was looking for a show to dig into. Did you know there is a show called Untamed on Netflix that is about a park ranger and only has 9 episodes? So I told my dad the show's called The Untamed, and he comes back to me today. Like, I just wrecked it yesterday. He comes back to me today with a text message. He's like, hey, thanks for recommending that show. I've really been enjoying Untamed. I'm on the last episode now. It's a lot of fun. And I said, yeah, there's like, before he got to the part where he said he was on the last episode, I was like, yeah, there's political intrigue and drama and a lot of questions about justice. Because, you know, I didn't tell him anything about anything. I was just like, here, this is the show, the name of the show, check it out. And he comes back to me and says, I'm on the last episode. I'm like, hold up. I think we might be talking about different shows. Because the one I was thinking of has 50 episodes. And I just told you about it yesterday. And that's when he told me it was about a park ranger. And I was like, huh. I pulled up my Netflix app. And oh, and you remember this morning when I dropped in the general chat the screen share of Netflix recommending The Untamed to me? Still there, so it was easy to find the trailer. And I was like, nope, this is the show I was talking about. But a happy accident that you enjoyed the one that you thought I recommended to you.
Oh,
And then there's another resident here who's always out in the common area, just like dominates control of the remote. And I found out it's because he went to prison for hacking and is not currently allowed to have access to computers or phones. So he literally has nothing better to do when he's not at work than, watch TV. Plus, he's catching up on years of stuff that he didn't get the chance to watch. So I recommended K-pop Demon Hunters and The Untamed to him. And I was like, and if you like those, I have plenty more recommendations where that comes from.
yes.
But I'm just trying to, share with people who don't know about international media. Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with American media. There's a lot of solid, entertaining stories there. But, like Chinese dramas, K-dramas, if you're going for a tighter, shorter story format,
J-dramas.
J-dramas, if you like
Dramas.
those. And they're all different. Asian media in general, and there's a lot of different, subtly different flavors to the, depending on which country it comes from. Like the Taiwanese stuff, they've got a lot of queer media too. And it's all like different production quality depending on whether it came out of a bigger production house or a more independent line. But I'm just trying to share with people, hey, queer media and international media and the intersection thereof can be so entertaining and satisfying if you just allow yourself to read the goddamn subtitles, And I know some people have issues with that, like processing wise, but if your brain's not being mean to you about it, subtitles with original audio is the way to go, in my opinion. It adds so much more to the experience.
Well, and the dubbed versions in English all suck.
The translation's awful. They're even worse than the subtitle translations on subs
And
version.
the emotion isn't there.
That's part of it. And when you get used to the more tonal languages like Mandarin, and other various Asian dialects, American English sounds so harsh and ugly, and it just doesn't fit the vibe overall of the show. It's set in China. It should be in Chinese, or
Yes.
whatever place. It just doesn't fit. And I just like listening to Korean and Mandarin and, whatever other stuff. It's pretty sounding, I just enjoy it. It's like music while I'm watching the show. That might be my audio processing disorder shining through, but whatever. I'm done. You can comment now. I'm sorry. I'm just like...
I have something that is valid for this chapter.
Ooh.
This is the chapter that turns you on to the story.
I was already on to the story, but okay.
No, this is the one that you did the cold read of with no comment.
Oh, yeah. That was way back in the day when Bedtime Stories was brand new, and you were like, yeah, you can read my chapter. And because I was asking, like, let me read a story. I make Podfic now. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is that chapter.
Ooh, this was a fun one to cold read. So
Yes.
let's see if I remember any of it.
Yes, I'm interested to see how it changes now that you have the backstory.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's find out. Wait, hydrate first. I said I needed to hydrate first. I talked a lot. It made my throat dry. As it do.
Yeah.
Wei Ying isn't sure what changes the further the day progresses. His first class is shared with Lanjian and Nia Huaisong. After a somewhat awkward morning with the couple, oh, Wei Ying, you dummy. First with them taking him to the infirmary again, then breakfast, where they seemed, at least to him, to be not as close as the night before. Wei Wuxian. He's like, trouble in paradise? And then he's mad at himself about it because he doesn't want to hope that they're having trouble, but like he wants Lanjian for himself. I guess. I'm guessing. After breakfast. What's up?
He won't interfere with the relationships in progress, but he will pine.
He will pine. Yes, he will. He will build himself an entire forest of Christmas trees level of pining.
Yes.
But that's okay. Lanjian is helping build the Christmas tree farm, metaphorically speaking. After breakfast, they return to the dormitories for supplies they need for class. This time with the boys each flanking him on either side, instead of Lanjian placing himself between Wei Ying and Huaisong Xiang. They each enter their respective dormitories to gather supplies, Wei Ying with the parting reminder from Lanjian. Do not shoulder your bag. If it is too heavy, leave it on the desk, and I will gather it for you. Okay, so this is a bit of just like a process note for me, but I've been reading Lanjian not quite as deeply voiced as I usually do because he's a young teenager. Is that coming across okay in the reading?
Yes.
Awesome. I meant to ask like 4 chapters ago, but I kept forgetting.
No, it's been good. I would have said something if it wasn't.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Wei Ying, alone in his room, pulls out his ratty rucksack. Nice alliteration. Ratty rucksack. That's just satisfying to say. And carefully places 3 blank notebooks in, 1 for each class that day, and his zippered pouch of pens and pencils. I remember, like, one of my favorite things about the first day of a new semester, or a new school year back when I was in high school, was the brand new writing supplies. Because I don't know if I've ever talked to y'all about this, but I am like a slut for, good pens. I steal pens. I am such a magpie about them. I have a collection. I'm not even in school anymore. I haven't been in school in years. And I still have, writing supplies from when I was in college in my backpack.
I'm in office supplies as well.
Same. Like, court me with colored flag stickers, to mark signature blanks and little tabs and like organizers and pretty pen stands and, differently weighted stationaries. That's me. Okay, but back to the story. Lan Daifu's warning, as well as Lanjian's not to sling the bag over his shoulder, running through his mind. He estimates the weight to be below the acceptable weight to lift. I had an abdominal surgery once, and they're like, if it's heavier than a gallon of milk, don't lift it. And then I had to like...
Did that to me with my hysterectomy last year.
Oh, gel pins. My best beloved.
And they're refillable.
What? I had a set of pens once that were erasable, but the ink wasn't like low quality. And it was the kind that went with the reusable notebook where if you microwaved it, the ink would disappear. It was like fucking magic. And then today, when I was out shoe shopping with my sister, because she came and picked me up and we went out for a bit, I saw an end rack display that was like glitter gel pins. And I said, nothing in this store has tempted me so much as that. Like, I don't even need glitter gel pins right now, but don't I? The acceptable wait to lift. He walks to the hallway and waits patiently for Lanjan and Nia Huaisong to exit their rooms. They roomed on either side of his dorm. Lanjan exited his dorm first and held his hand out for Wei Ying's rucksack. Knowing better than to argue with the boy, Wei Ying offers the ratty bag to the too gorgeous boy. Wei Ying, you're not allowed to be that pretty. Stop it. I can't handle it. At least it is below the weight limit imposed by Lan Daifu. Wei Ying is ashamed when Lan Zhan shoulders it beside his pristine leather rucksack. Oh, we do not have time for me to go on a rant about not judging yourself based on what you own compared to somebody else. Wei Ying likes spicy foods, he hears Lan Zhan say. It isn't a question. Is there any particular spice oil Wei Ying prefers? That is a question, one he knows he needs to answer. But how? He is used to eating whatever is available and suffering bland foods when there is none. He's never had the money to buy oil of his own, and if he had, it would have been whatever was the cheapest option. I do like spicy foods, but, well, no, I don't, really, I have no preferences. Whatever is available is good. Jie. He stops. Don't get too comfortable, Wei Ying, he thinks. He knows not to call her that, even here where Madame Yu isn't present, where others may hear and gossip, where word may get back to them. Jiang Yanli used to buy chili oil when she had spare pocket money that Madame Yu couldn't monitor. So, yeah, I don't know if I like one more than the others. He finishes, never once looking up from the floor where his foot worries circles across the two clean tiles. Seeing the look of pained hurt for him in Lan Zhan's eyes. I think that's the moment that Lan Zhan in this story, really, truly begins to understand the financial restraints that Wei Ying has been living with. Like, I know he was aware of it before, but I think that's when he felt it on Wei Ying's behalf.
I think it's more that he's feeling upset that Wei Ying is censoring himself. I think the financial one comes a little bit later.
Okay. I can see that too. Possibly he's also upset that Wei Ying didn't have everything he wanted at all times, as he should.
Of course.
Lan Zhan is in his baby sugar daddy phase. He hasn't grown into the fully matured sugar daddy yet. But I'm sure he'll get
He
there.
hasn't figured out how to be sugar daddy yet.
No. He's working on it. He's got a goal. He's just not there yet. He's got dreams. He's dreaming big. Where was I? Huaisong joins them not long after, and they walk down the stairs, Huaisong going first and Lanjan at the back. Exiting the dormitory building, the couple doesn't allow him to drop back to give them space, and instead, makes sure to flank him and herd him to the bookstore. Okay, y'all want to hear a story about the weirdest thing I ever had to purchase in a college bookstore?
Yes.
All right. So the first time I went to college was at a community college, and I was working on an associate's degree in a program for radiography. So that's the person who takes x-rays.
Okay.
Okay. And one of the prerequisites was an anatomy and physiology class, which involved a lab component where we had to dissect a cat. And the specimen was available for purchase through the school's bookstore. And you can't order it online. You have to go in purpose. And I said in purpose, oh my God. In person, go in person and be given the formaldehyde-soaked preserved corpse of some poor feral cat. And then you have to take it to the lab so it can be checked into your group supplies, because it's not just one person to a cat. They're expensive, right? They're like $300. It's ridiculous. So the recommendation is that the four of you go, in parts to pay for the whole thing. So you have to take your entire group of people over to the bookstore and buy the dead cat. And then as a group, take it back to the lab classroom and, check it in to the manager of the lab classroom.
Easy.
Not a thing I would have ever expected to have to buy at a college bookstore, but that was it. Oh, and then...
That is bizarre.
Yes. And then the weirdest part, and like the part that added the most pressure to the experience of that lab, was that at the end of the semester, the preserved corpse that you dissected was what was used for exams, like midterms and finals. So you had to be very precise and careful during the dissections to learn about various structures, because if you fucked it up, then whoever got your cat for that part of the anatomy and physiology exam would be in difficulties because they couldn't see the structures very well because you had butchered your dissection. So it was like, gee, no pressure. It's not like I'm trained how to do this. So that was pretty gross overall. Okay, but also that's not what we came here for.
Yes, it is.
I guess so. I might need to timestamp that one. Where are we at? All right, we're at 25 minutes. So whatever time I started that story, I should probably put a warning. Skip this section if you don't want to hear about animal dissection in the setting of a lab environment.
Yes.
Because it was not like, the frog you have to dissect in high school or whatever. I know some people did like a fetal pig. We had frogs. Gross.
When?
Like high school biology? Did y'all have to do that?
Squids.
Did you say squid?
Yes.
Like with the thing with tentacles?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't even know that was an option.
Yes, and the teacher got fresh squid, and at the end of the class, he fried it on the Bunsen burner, and we ate it.
Okay, that is not where I was expecting that story to go. Wow.
Yeah.
I bet that didn't smell nearly as awful as what I had to dissect.
Oh yes, I don't like the smell of formaldehyde because my youth pastor growing up was the mortician's wife, and they lived in the morgue at the cemetery. And so yes, I know what formaldehyde smells like very well.
Okay, they walked out of a Bram Stoker story. Damn.
Yes, we had sleepovers and youth stuff at the mortuary at the cemetery.
Wow. Were there any goth kids? I bet they were eating that vibe up.
Me?
You were there, of course.
Yes.
Okay, so Wei Wuxian got herded to the bookstore.
Yes.
27 minutes and 45 seconds. That's when the tangent about weirdest bookstore purchase ended. Okay. They each purchase the books they will need for the term's classes, and the two classmates never leave his side, acting more as if they are hired bodyguards to him. That's right, Wei Wuxian Protection Squad. Anytime another student got close, they formed almost a shield around him. He doesn't understand why, but he's not in a position to inquire about their weird relationship dynamics either. You silly boy. Lan Zhan extends his hand each time Wei Ying selects a book, silently demanding it to be handed to him. He carries 2 sets of books with him, and they go to checkout. I bet his arms are looking nice in whatever school uniform outfit he's wearing. Biceps.
I have a picture of that in, I think, the next chapter, what the school uniform kind of looks like.
Nice. Wei Ying's rucksack. Hold on. I'm thinking I remember that it breaks. Let's find out if I was right. Wei Ying's rucksack is placed in front of him so that he can position the books to his liking within. Once he secures the bag closed, Lan Zhan picks it up and shoulders it again. They resume their journey to the day's first class, and Wei Ying is once again shepherded between them, not allowed to fall behind. He doesn't know what to do when they enter the classroom, and he finds himself steered to a desk with a wall at their back, and sits between the 2 boys. He would have thought they would want to sit by each other, but when he offers to let them, they look at him like he is about to tear the pages out of a library book. That's like the most heinous crime you could possibly commit. Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
No.
That's crime.
It is terrible. You don't mistreat library books.
Yes, I had to come up with something that would, like, totally be off-putting to one shot.
The only thing more heinous to Lan Wangji than mistreating library books is speaking loudly in the library.
Yes.
That's why he just has to find a way to keep Wei Wuxian quiet. You know, okay, it's like a role play thing they could do. Probably did in the incense burner scene, where Lan Wangji is encouraging Wei Wuxian to be noisy with various, sexual favors, and then daring him to stay quiet, or commanding him to stay quiet because they're in the library, and just seeing how far it can go before Wei Wuxian makes a noise that somebody else could theoretically hear. That could be a fun one-shot too. Alright. I bet Bebo would write it if you're busy.
I already have 2 on the burner for after Big Bang.
I know, and one of them was all my fault too. So And the other one I have been rabidly encouraging.
Yes.
All right. So here we go. Lan Zhen puts Wei Ying in his place. Look at this. Listen to this? Yeah. No, you will sit there, and we will sit where we sit. From Lan Zhen, and a nod from Huaisong is all it takes to shut him up on the subject. Wei Ying isn't stupid enough to fight that kind of command. Madame Yu had ensured that he knew how to obey his betters. Oh, I just want to blanket burrito him and pat his head.
Yes, he needs that.
He looks down at the notebook in front of him on the desk and misses the glances between the two he now thinks of as his wardens? No. Bodyguards? Maybe. Friends? Definitely maybe. Okay, for the listeners, wardens is got the strike through line. And so does bodyguards and friends. And then the no, maybe, and definitely maybe are in parentheses. And I hope the way I pronounced them gave that flavor to it, because it adds a lot to the line, I think. He glances between the two. He's not sure what they are to him, but he likes the feeling of safety they provide him. Oh, wow, if I was like just reading this, like to myself and not in a Podfic live reaction, that's a paragraph, like a passage that I would be copying and putting like tear emojis next to. And like the blobby one with the glistening eyes, like the happy aw blob, that one.
That's a good blobby.
I love all the blobby emojis. They're the best. He's not, huh?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. They're very satisfying, both aesthetically and in terms of the emotions they represent. Like, so many words filled into that blob tee.
Yes.
He likes the feeling of safety they provide him. When a small note is placed on top of his notebook by Huaisong, he reads it a few times, then writes, "Oh." Thinks for a moment, writes, "Yes," and slides it back to Huaisong. Friends. He has friends. Wei Ying scolds himself at the tiny ember of hope that burnt briefly upon reading the note. No one in their right mind would want to be anything other than a friend with him. He wonders ruefully how long they will want to be friends once they realize just how undeserving Wei Ying is of their attentions. Okay, before I wanted to blanket burrito... Hold on. Words. Before I wanted to blanket burrito him and pat his head, and now I want him blanket burritoed like in two blankets and in Lan Zhan's lap with him patting his head, and like we need Wan Ning providing the snacks and watching his favorite movie, and Lan Zhan whispering in his ear how much he is loved and valued and deserves good things, because Jesus Christ. Also, somebody needs to burn Madame Yu and everything she values right to the ground. Oh.
I agree with all of that.
Yeah. Okay, I need to do a quick intermission, so I'm going to pause the recording. Pause. There we go. We're back in the recording. So while I was doing intermission things, Fern and Liadan were discussing pie recipes. And I just wanted to share with y'all my favorite pie recipe. It is very simple but very tasty. You use chocolate jello pudding as the filling with, this is important, whole milk. Lactose-free milk is my preferred, but y'all can do what you want. But it has to be the whole milk or at least 2%, because if there's not enough fat in the pudding, it doesn't set up right when you put it in the fridge after you do the little boiling step. So that's your filling. And I've never made my own pie crust, but y'all sound like you have good recipes. I've been using like the Pillsbury ones that you get in the rounds and you kind of unroll and mold to the little pie tin shape. And then you have to stick a fork around it to make holes before when you bake it, so that it doesn't have like weird bubble shapes. So you bake the pie crust on the per the instructions on the package, and you do that while you're like making the pudding. So the pudding is finished cooking about the time the pie crust comes out of the oven. You pour that in, and you set it aside on the counter so that the crust has time to cool before you put it in the fridge, and the pan does, so you don't have like thermal shock to your gear. And then you have to make the topping, which is a meringue. Oh my god, the picture of that pecan pie is delectable. So the meringue, some people like to cheat and use like marshmallow cream or whatever, but the way I learned it from my grandma is to do it by hand. So you take like, I think it's 3 eggs. I might have to check the recipe card for that next time I have it. But you use the eggshell to catch the egg yolk, because only the egg whites are used for the meringue. And what my grandma would do is save the yolks for use in the lemon meringue pie, because she always made 1 chocolate meringue pie and 1 lemon meringue pie to go along with her 1 pecan pie and her little, what were they called? Buckeyes? The no-bake cookies that look like chocolate thumbprints or whatever. Anyhow, I'm talking about chocolate meringue pie. So the meringue, you take the egg whites and a certain amount of sugar. It's probably like 1/3 of a cup, but again, don't quote me on that. Definitely I need to look up the recipe card. And you take it in your big mixing bowl, which, by the way, has to be meticulously clean and a little bit chilled, preferably. And you're holding this bowl with your non-mixing hand, bracing it against yourself and the counter or whatever, and then you just whip the hell out of it until your arm is about to fall off. Using the stand mixer is a cheat that you might need to use if you have, issues with your arm or your joints. But I was taught to just whip it until your arm is about to fall off, until it begins to have the consistency and texture that looks like marshmallow cream, where it will make peaks in the soft, foamy topping. If you pull the, what's the thing called that's made out of wire that you use to mix things? A whisk. That's it, a whisk. So you whisk it around until it starts to form soft peaks when you pull the whisk out. And then you cover the pie with it using one of the little soft spreader kitchen tool spatula, the softy things. And then you put it in the fridge until sugar beads, little brown beads of moisture, form on top of it. And then it's ready to eat. Yeah, just like that. That is exactly the consistency you're going for. Wow, you've got a gift for every situation. Look at you go.
Oh yeah, I've made lemon meringue pies before, but never chocolate meringue. That sounds really tasty. I'll have to give that a go soon. Regarding the bowl having to be meticulously clean. A pro tip is to not use a plastic bowl, because those can have really hard to get off residues that have made my meringue fail until I've got metal bowls to do with.
Absolutely. I forgot to mention that. Excellent pro tip. Metal bowls are way better for making meringue in, and they hold the chill longer.
Yes.
Also, this sounds like it'd be really good with a graham cracker crust.
Do you know, I did make it that way one time just to see, and I liked it. But it was not the accepted traditional recipe for the family chocolate pie, so.
If you want a really good pie and you're not allergic to peanuts, I have peanut butter pie.
Peanut butter.
Yes, I love peanut butter so much.
Liadan,
Yeah,
I think...
You do chocolate graham cracker crust, and then you
Chocolate graham
mix.
cracker.
Yeah. And then you mix a cup of peanut butter with a cup of sugar and put that on the bottom of it.
Is this a no-bake pie?
Huh?
This sounds like it might be a no-bake pie.
It is. And then you do the chocolate pudding, and then you put Cool Whip or whipped cream on the top. I like whipped cream, not Cool Whip. And then you chill it for an hour and then cut it, and it's...
If you like that flavor combination, my grandma also passed down a recipe for something that she called chocolate Sam's for no reason that I ever understood. But it's no-bake, and it's fudge chocolate mixed with oats and peanut butter. You kind of melt the fudge on the stove, mix in the oats and peanut butter, and then on wax paper you kind of roll it into little balls and then refrigerate it till it sets.
Oh.
So
I've got a bunch of oats that I gotta use up, definitely several things added to my baking queue, and I thank you all so much.
we might have to collaborate on a Tumblr post full of recipes if the listeners are like, oh my god, now I want all these holiday desserts y'all been talking about.
Yes.
All right. Back to the story. A wonderful intervention. Okay. Poor, traumatized, sad, silly Wei Ying thinks he doesn't deserve friends. And the next paragraph is... The rest of the day isn't as awkward for Wei Ying, but he still doesn't dare catch people's eyes. That is dangerous for him. Oh, that makes me feel violent on his behalf. Oh my god. He takes his notes and listens as theories are thrown about, his brain thinking of so many things that he would research later. That's the ADHD in him. His notes became a series of shorthand symbols that he would later write out in longhand as he researched the topics of his thoughts. His second class is shared with only Lanja, who steers him into the seat at the back of the corner. Oops, hold on. I added an extra word. At the back corner of the room. And he places himself by the aisle so that Wei Ying is in a place he feels secure. Give him a weighted blanket and one of those stuffed animals that, mimics a cat purring. Or, one of the ones that's filled with little beans that you can stick in the fridge. I said the fridge. Gee, oh my god. I meant the microwave. Holy cow.
You can put them in bowl.
I know, but I want him to have the warm one. With the lilac scent or whatever he finds soothing. The ones that are marketed to people who are on their period for period cramps. That's
Yes,
what Wei Ying
I
needs.
have a little froggy.
A froggy. Yeah. But those ones are good for heating up in the microwave. I used to have one that was like a tuxedo cat sort of pattern. And I would heat it up and put it on my chest, right above my sternum. Because I've discovered over the years that applying pressure there helps me calm down. Like you can tell that I'm emotionally distressed and self-soothing if I am hugging a stuffed animal or a pillow to my chest. Yes, just like that, in fact. The way the cat is squishing that teddy bear. Puppy dog? Teddy bear. Teddy bear, puppy dog hybrid. Whatever it is, it's cute. So if I'm doing that, if I am sitting with my fingers sort of tucked underneath my thighs, also very calming to me, not sure why. Or if I have my feet tucked up under a pillow or somebody's leg if they're next to me and it's someone that I enjoy sharing physical contact with, because I'm the kind of person that it's not that I don't like physical contact, I only enjoy physical gestures of affection from people that feel safe to me emotionally. So, for example, as if I was curled up on the couch next to Fern and I was upset, I'd tuck my toes under Fern's leg back when we were roomies. Didn't happen often, but yeah, those are my 3 biggest self-soothing stems.
Mine is pulling on my hair at my waist.
Oh, let me add to my list. Sometimes I also pull on my hair. It just hasn't been long enough for that in such a long time that I forgot. But now that it's getting longer again, I can do that. Thank you for the reminder. I know you're busy making pies right now, Fern, but is there anything you would like to add to the list?
Before I transitioned, I had this horrible chin strap beard, and one of my self-soothing things would be to pluck beard hairs. I had a little bald spot on my chin.
Oh no. Post-transition for me, I sometimes do that. Like, if they're long enough for me to pinch between my fingers, I'm like, nope. Yoink. Okay. So, Wei Ying needs to learn what his self-soothing stems are, I suppose. I hope it involves Lenjen in some fashion. At least one of them. Ooh. Not even in a sex way, although I'll take that. What if Lenjen... Let me back up. I don't mean that one is inherently better than the other, but I mean just something that Wei Ying can do in, like, a public setting without other people judging him. What if Lenjen let Wei Ying comb his hair as a way to self-soothe and then, like, braid it? Wouldn't that be lovely?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know what else would be really satisfying for me? If, like, Wei Ying got to wear Lanjan's Letterman jacket, because he has one. Of course he does. And this is me absolutely projecting because, okay, so when I was in high school, I didn't want the stupid, girly sailor outfit letter jacket, that looked like some bubblegum pop star would wear. I hated that. I wanted the, very masculine leather sleeve, satin lining, soft collar Letterman jacket. And I didn't want to have to date anybody about it. So I joined a competition team and got my own goddamn Letterman jacket about it. And the leather smell was so satisfying. And, like, the satin lining felt good. And I would rub the leather part on the outside. But what I want to happen...
both had, like, 5 different letters you could get based on like if it was language or music or sports.
Nice.
So you could tell what they were. So I had like 4 of the 5 because I didn't really do sports enough to get the letter.
I think I was on a academic quiz bowl team, and then I was on the drill team for JROTC. So I had 1 letter with like 2 little decorations on it. Because, and I also had a captain mark on my jacket because I was the captain of the varsity quiz bowl team.
Nice.
For all the good that it did us. But what I was going to say is that's all context for me projecting onto Wei Ying getting to wear Lan Wangji's Letterman jacket and then like self-soothing with it. Yeah.
I will have to write an AU that includes that, but this one does not have the Letterman jackets in it.
That's okay. I have dreams. You don't have to write all of them.
Yes. Oh, and my puppy is being needy again, so you may hear her.
That's okay. Puppies welcome in chat too. Fandom is for everyone.
Yes, I put some pictures of her up before you came.
Oh, hold on. I have to scroll up about this. Oh, Puppy. Oh, that's right. Puppy absolutely destroying Lamb Chop. That one was a nice action shot. Like the puppy's face is so blurred in motion going after the Lamb Chop. Your puppy has the most silly, wild eyes expression there. Going after it. A cute puppy.
You can show puppy text when you post a chapter.
Okay. I will try to remember to do that. I'm going to have to just re-listen to this chapter and make notes. Like, things I need to share. Some chapters go like that. Geez, we're not even out of Wei Wuxian's POV. Then we're already almost an hour. Where was I? After class, they meet up with Nia Huaisong and head to the cafeteria for lunch. On the way, Huaisong forces a promise from Wei Ying to call him Song Song. And not Huaisong Xiang, so that he knows Wei Ying also regards him as a friend. Lunch proceeds much like breakfast for Wei Ying, but without the awkward feelings of being a third wheel in the group. The 2 boys make an effort to engage him in their conversation. Wei Ying's 3rd and final class of the day is shared only with Huaisong. Lanzhan had handed Wei Ying's rucksack to the boy as they left the cafeteria, and Song, Wei Ying thinks to himself, carries it as if it is precious cargo. I'm betting Lanzhan had some words for Huaisong about hurting Wei Ying's ribs, because he's definitely acting as if Lanzhan clued him into something. Wait, didn't that happen last chapter?
So last chapter, the addition covers what happens.
Okay.
It clues Huaisong to it.
Like, I'm simultaneously like, curse my goldfish memory, but also it makes rereading things still as much fun as I had the first time, so.
Yeah, no, that's where the addition came in.
It's so weird the way my memory works. Like, some things I remember forever and a day, and sometimes it's things I don't want to remember, and then other times things that you would think I would remember because they're like important shit. Nope.
I have the category in my brain called useless things I don't need to know but come in handy for awkward conversations.
You never run out of icebreakers.
like my favorite one is the 1960s Batman and Robin.
Is that Adam West?
Yes.
And Eartha Kitt was the Catwoman?
I don't even remember. All I remember is that whoever it was that played Robin, they wanted him to take a pill that would make his bulge get smaller because his bulge was bigger than Batman's.
Wow. It's called a cup. Just use one.
Yeah, but that's one of my favorite ones. Make people go, what?
Ooh, I missed the part where you put your pie crust recipe in the chat. Back to pie crust. This one is made with flour, brown sugar, and baking powder. Ooh. Oh, wow, that sounds delicious.
And pecan flour.
What?
Pecan flour.
Oh, pecan flour. For the pecan pie, yes, I see. I can't get over how cute that gif is of the cat hugging its little lovey plushie. Oh my god.
Yes.
What if I got Norbert a squishy like that?
Yes.
My sister has not been supplying me with daily Norbert pictures. I feel deprived. I'll have to bug her about that. Oh, but she did send me a picture of Norbert eating her hair. Like, she was sitting on her couch and Norbert was behind her and she was like laying her hair out, you know, to fluff it or whatever. And then Norbert just grabbed the hold of something and went yoink, nommed it right there. But that one wasn't a good candidate for a Norbert update post because it was mostly my sister's face. I miss Norbert so much. Silly cat.
I was listening to one of your older podfics and he was mewing in the background and it made me squee.
One fine day, Norbert and I will be reunited and he will be noisy in the background of my podfics again. Okay, where was I? Oh yes. Huaisong carrying the bag as if it was precious cargo. Like Lanzhan had in their second class, Huaisong guides him to the back corner and sits by the aisle to keep others away from him. Wait, hold up. Which podfic were you listening to? I meant to say that out loud, sorry.
Oh, it'll take me a bit to retrieve which one it was.
It's not a crucial detail. It's just a minor point of curiosity. Which, side note, can you believe I've been making podfic long enough to have older podfics now? That's wild.
Just having one.
I think I've got 62 currently uploaded to the Internet Archive. And I think I've got about 20 more still in purgatory that haven't been posted yet.
Oh, I found the one that I was listening to earlier. It was what you call my name. Don't you know I'm not the same?
Oh, yo, there's like 5 more chapters of that I need to work on. Hey, maybe that can be the next one for your story hour.
Yeah.
Once we finish Capital Assets. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be fun. I've been meaning to get back to that one. That's the one where TGP was the author, right?
That's right.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite fic authors. They got some really good long form stories. Okay. Where the fuck was I? I accidentally scrolled when I put the e-reader down to ask you, which podfic were you listening to? And now I have to figure out where I was.
We're almost to the lunch point of view. We're in like the
Hello.
second last paragraph.
Doing fine, thanks.
This is why I read a lot.
Sorry, I got distracted by the night nurse check-in. Where are we?
The second to last paragraph of weighing.
Okay. Oh yeah, sits in the back corner. Okay. During this class, he learns more about his new friends while taking extensive notes on the teacher's expectations and the assignments he will need to complete that night. Even with new friends, he knows he must study hard and avoid drawing attention to himself in classes that could lead to discipline or expulsion. Those are consequences he can't afford while on his scholarship. Song Song doesn't seem to mind the teacher glaring at him when he whispers to Wei Ying. Huaisong tries too hard to pretend to be useless and ignorant. Wei Ying sees through your disguise. How people fall for his act is beyond Wei Ying, but he knows the boy is intelligent and more observant than he pretends to be. Wei Ying is thankful when the class ends and they meet with Lan Zhan. At least the silences are comfortable with Lan Zhan. And that is the end of Wei Ying's POV, 1 hour and 3 minutes later. Okay, so I'm going to stop this recording here. This is a good stopping point. Just for, it's easier to upload things in about 1 hour or less chunks. And then we'll start again for the next POV. Hello and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We just finished the Wei Ying POV for Chapter 6 of Capital Assets. And now we are beginning the Lan Zhan POV. Here we go. Lan Zhan notices the blanched look on Nia Huaisong's face as Lan Daifu chastises them after examining Wei Ying. Shufu had said something about Wei Ying having bruised ribs, but the look in Lan Daifu's eyes as she chastised them opens a pit within Lan Zhan's stomach. He had seen the barest hint of bruising on Wei Ying the previous day. Now his mind runs wild with exactly how badly injured the boy is for this kind of warning. He is more aware of Wei Ying's attempts to fall back as they walk to the cafeteria. Hold on. Sorry, that thing happened to me again where I go to breathe and swallow at the same time. And a little bit of spit just happens to hit the back of your throat and you're like, rah. God damn
I hate that.
it. He is pleased that Wangxian has also taken Lan Daifu's warning to heart and ensures that Wei Ying is buffered from other students who may carelessly harm him. After breakfast, they return to the dormitories for their class supplies. He had planned to take Wei Ying to purchase books the previous day, and those plans hadn't come to fruition. Do not shoulder your bag. If it is too heavy, leave it on the desk, and I will gather it for you. He warns Wei Ying as they part, each entering their room. Having known Nia Huaisong since childhood, he knows that he has put off any unnecessary purchases until the last moment, preferring to appear flighty and incompetent, rather than allow others to see his true genius. That's two friends who aren't letting Nia Huaisong get away with shit. But no one else sees him, apparently. Except maybe Daga. Maybe.
Totally.
They would have to go to the bookstore this morning regardless. So the fact that the trip had not occurred the previous day becomes acceptable. As he packs his rucksack with notebooks and his pens and pencils, he recalls a conversation from soon after they'd met, in which Huaisong told him, "The less people realize you are there, the more you can learn from them." Oh, facts. I have absolutely used that strategy before. Huaisong had also said that the appearance of being stupid loosens the tongue of others. If they think you're inconsequential, they will speak freely in your presence. Yeah, he was just made to be a spy. Look at him go. Yes, Nia Huaisong has cultivated a reputation for being incompetent. His grades are average, but his test scores are good. He is not at the level of Wei Ying or Lanjian, but still he performs better than many of his peers. He wonders what Huaisong makes of Wei Ying. I love how, Liadan, so you know how in Love 020 there's like the PvP ranking of the characters for their, in-game battles? Lanjan out here having a similar ranking for academics. He knows he's at the top of the list, and he's just placing people down on the list below him.
Yes, until Wei Ying beats him out.
Oh, that's so funny to me. Why is that so funny? I don't know. It's entertaining. He exits his room to find Wei Ying in the hallway, waiting for them. His rucksack is old and patched, but well cared for. Oh, there it is. I don't know if I'm going to finish this chapter all in one go. I talked too much before. He can tell that despite its age, Wei Ying takes time to care for it. It speaks to Madame Yu's neglect that her adoptive son is provided with bare necessities and has to make do with things she deems unnecessary. Okay, does anyone else have the bare necessity song stuck in their head from Jungle Book right now? Because I do.
I do now that you said it.
You're welcome. He holds out his hand for the bag, which Wei Ying dutifully places into it. He judges the weight to be under that which Lan Daifu allowed and slings it next to his rucksack, careful to ensure that no new snags manifest on the bag. He already realizes that Wei Ying will not accept help, and vows to find a way to have him tolerate the gift of a new bag, one that isn't needing constant care. If he ropes Huaisong into it, they can accidentally damage Wei Ying's bag enough that he has to replace it.
My son's going to be planning that already.
Yeah, that's a very Huaisong thing to do. He's always got something on the boil, you know? Huaisong is one of those people where it's better to be on his list of cared about people than not. Like, you want him to use his powers for your benefit as opposed to your detriment. Because I feel like there's not many people in this world that he's neutral towards. I feel like he's one of those people who has a ranking system where he likes you and he works for your betterment, or he doesn't like you and he either ignores you or actively works to your detriment.
Listen, our favorite inconsequential petty asshole is going to make the second list or the third list.
Ah. Well, he deserves it. You know, I think that's one of the things that Nia Huaisong and Meng Yao have in common, the way that they rank people.
Yes.
Because those two, like, had a very strong friendship. And I feel like that's because they were almost kindred spirits. But then, like, their goals diverged and they became enemies. I feel like the reason that the enmity between Nia Huaisong and Meng Yao, who became Jin Guangyao, is so bitter is because they used to be so close, you know?
Yeah.
And then also Jin Guangyao murdered Daga, so eternally on the shit list for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Literally enemy number one. But that's not...
You don't mess with his family.
No. You do not mess with Nia Huaisong's family. But that's not the point of this story. I guess except to the extent where Wei Ying becomes part of Nia Huaisong's found family. But
Yes.
he's not someone we get a point of view of, so.
I might write it as a one-shot someday.
That would be fun. While waiting for Huaisong, Lan Zhan decides to see if he can make headway on the task his Shufu has given him. Wei Ying likes spicy food. Lan Zhan states what he's observed. Is there any particular spice oil Wei Ying prefers? Oh, this is the part where Wei Ying, like, absolutely stumbles through his explanation of how Yan Li used to buy him treats, but he doesn't have a preference.
Yes.
Lan Zhan wants to reach out and comfort the boy. Like, I know why you did it for the narrative structure, but I don't feel the need to repeat it. Like, I already read that part, so I'm skipping it. Just, like, summarizing.
Yeah. You all probably want to pick up at the end of Wei Ying talking in the paragraph, because that part is different from before.
Yeah, no, the part where Lan Zhan is going through his internal narrative is where I was planning to start. Just the parts that I literally already read, like Wei Ying's dialogue.
Yeah.
His voice fades at the end to barely a whisper. Lan Zhan wants to reach out and comfort the boy, but no, it's not his place to do so. And Wei Ying wouldn't welcome Lan Zhan's affections like that. Wei Ying deserves better than the Ice King that is Lan Zhan. Lan Zhan will have to settle for friendship and exist in a world where a boy who doesn't know his worth and takes up so little room, nonetheless, somehow manages to shine brighter than the sun. In a world where that boy lives. Oof. Oh, they both need to be on the same couch, blanket burritoed, right next to each other, taking turns. I don't know. They both need comforting.
Lan Zhan just needs Wei Ying in his lap.
You know what? That is correct. That's how we're going to arrange it. Wei Ying in the blanket burrito with his head in Lan Zhan's lap, and Lan Zhan is going to give him like a scalp rub and head pats and tell him he's a good boy. Until he believes it. And like, you know, Wei Ying will help convince Lan Zhan that he's not an Ice King undeserving of love or affection either. But
And the same inconsequential petty asshole is fully responsible for the Ice King.
I just want Susha to get like curb stomped.
Oh, he's gonna get so much problems this year with Huaisong and Wei Ying there.
I look forward to it.
Because put up with it for years, but he's always been alone.
Not anymore.
Yes. And Wei Ying is going to be very much on board with Huaisang on do not touch my friends.
Nice. Huaisong is the last...
The one thing
Oops.
he keeps.
Sorry, you were talking and I started reading. I missed it.
It's the one thing he keeps of his, like, personality that Madam Yu can't stomp out of him.
Yeah. Wei Ying being protective of his friends, I think, is just such a core trait for him. It doesn't matter what AU you place him in, what circumstances he's grown up through. That is something that Wei Ying, just without it, not recognizable as Wei Ying.
Yeah.
Like, I know I have that whole rant about nothing is OOC, it's your story, do what you want. But that's like, you know, what if in this AU Wei Ying doesn't like chili oil? Or, you know, what if he isn't afraid of dogs? Whatever. But, like, some things are just so inherent to a character that if they're not a part of the story, or, like, not... Let me back up. So you know how, like, a person's morals and values and lived experiences affect, like, their decision tree? You know, you throw a situation at them, put them in a situation, throw a decision at them, and they have this, the way that they make decisions, you know, evaluate choices and stuff. If Wei Ying doesn't have the protect friends as part of his, like, the base of his decision tree, then it's not recognizable as Wei Ying, because you couldn't predict his choices in a way that would be what's the word I'm looking for?
Recognizable as him?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Because, you know, because he protects Wan Ning, he's always, you know, in the burial mounds, when he took the one remnants to the burial mounds, the way that he sacrifices for Jiang Yanli and Jiang Cheng, you know, we're not talking about the trauma bonding of all that, or the way that Madame Yu raised him to be, you know, the pawn sacrificed for the behalf of those two. I'm talking about Wei Ying's emotional bonds to them and the choices that he makes because of that. Like, yeah, that's such a core tenet of who Wei Ying is as a person. I think Wan Ning has that too. And that's another thing that they share. Yeah.
I think so too.
Like, Lan Wangji is different in a sense because he, to me, and, you know, caveat that this is all my opinion and it doesn't mean people have to agree with me about it. To me, Lan Wangji is hyper-focused on, like, 4 people in his life. And that's Shu Fu, Zhang Shang, Wei Ying, and Lan Sishui. And sometimes Long Jingyi, depending on how closely they're related in the story. Like, other people he extends courtesy to, and, like, in a general sense, cares for the well-being of. But there's, like, 4 people in Lan Wangji's life that he's actively motivated to protect and care for.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing. I think that's the autism. Frankly, there's only so many people you can care about at one time.
And there's a couple people he doesn't care to deem worth his time, too.
There's probably people in his clan he deliberately forgot the names of.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So that was an instance of me projecting all over my Blorbos, but like one of my favorite things about the way that MXTX told the MDZS story, you know, entirely through the unreliable narrator that is Wei Wuxian, is that there's so much room in the sandbox to play with Nanjan's POV. But like based off of the things that Wei Ying remembers and focused on during his interactions with Lan Wangji, you know, in the novel version, and then what you see as on Wang Yibo's face as he portrays Lan Wangji, which added such depth to the story, in my opinion. Like the actors they cast for the Untamed sequel, phenomenal choices. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal choices for the casting. Or even the animation for the Donghua, like the way that they were drawn and their body language too, adds so much to it. Like her story is so adaptable to so many different storytelling mediums and has such a wealth of space in it for people to tell fics in. But at the same time, even though the entire story is from Wei Wuxian's POV and he is very obviously an unreliable narrator, the characters, the main leads, and then the strong secondary supporting cast like Jiang Cheng, Jiang Yanli, Wan Ning, Wan Qing, Ayuan, and like a couple of other characters are so strongly themselves and like so succinctly characterized by example through the way that Wei Wuxian interacts with them that the fandom, you know, was able to reach mostly a consensus about how to characterize them in stories, how to exhibit, emphasize the ways that they interact in such a way that it feels comfortable or recognizable based on which version of the story you like read first and bonded with. I'm not sure if any of that made sense to anyone else.
Makes sense to me.
Awesome.
And I agree. That's why I write it like I do.
Well, you're the one I'm talking to and reading for besides Fern, so I'm glad that it makes sense to you. I guess a short version of that summary to wrap it all up is I am delighted by the amount of room MXTX left in her sandbox for people to play in. Because some stories that are very enjoyable, and I'm talking about like published works, like Word of Honor, for example, there's not as much room in that story for what if fanfics unless it's like an AU in the modern setting. Things set in the canon storyline don't have very much room to explore unless you're doing like a deliberate role swap in the story, because the timeline is so tight that things have to happen in a certain order for the story beats to be met. And if you mess with that, then the formative experiences for the characters don't happen. And a lot of the characters in that story are driven by traumatic events, not like inherent personal characteristics. So there's less room in the sandbox to explore, so to speak. And I think that's why MDZS is such a large fandom on AO3, because there's just so much room for people to pick their niche of the fandom and explore it.
Yeah, I like that it's not only large, but has lasted and is active for so long.
Yeah. And I also like that it's, I enjoy that it's an international fandom too. Like, I know some people get into, like, disagreements about that, but I really enjoy the cultural aspects of Chinese history and language that I've been introduced to because of this story. And like music and clothing and other Chinese dramas that this was like the gateway for. It's just added such a richness to my life overall. And
It's a great fandom.
like friends I never would have had if I didn't get into the fandom. I never would have started podficking probably. Just so much, so many things. Okay, wow, that went really off topic. I'm not mad about it, but it's almost midnight. Huaisong is the last to be ready, and it does not surprise Lanjian. It is time to head to the bookstore to obtain the textbooks for this term's classes. Wei Ying tries to fall behind, and Huaisong is the one to notice first. He must think a great deal about Wei Ying to show any proactive effort. That's what we just said. He's on the friend list. He must think, I just said that. They reach the bookstore on campus, a mutual understanding between Lanjian and Huaisong that even if the shopping takes longer, they will ensure that Wei Ying is protected from accidental harm. Lanjian watches as Wei Ying looks through textbooks, selecting second-hand copies when possible. He looks for the least damaged copies, and it hurts Lanjian to see yet another proof of his mistreatment at the hands of his adoptive family. Once all the purchases were made, and Wei Ying had placed his books into the rucksack, Lanjian shoulders the now heavier bag next to his, and they head to the first class of the day. Lanjian would prefer to sit at the front of the class. However, he knows that Wei Ying needs the security of his back to a wall. He chooses the back row that has no room to walk behind the desks, and sits so that Wei Ying is in the middle between him and Huaisong. When Wei Ying offers to move, to allow him to sit by Huaisong, Lanjian is baffled. That's because you don't yet know the silly thing that Wei Ying is thinking. No, you will sit there, and we will sit where we sit, Lanjian says to Wei Ying, who is looking between Huaisong and himself. Oh, I remember the next bit. I remember the notes being passed. Huaisong nods, and Wei Ying... I mean from the first time I read the chapter, not from Wei Ying's POV just now. Huaisong nods, and Wei Ying ceases his request. He sits with perfect posture in the chair, motionless except for his hands, which nudge a notebook and his textbook taken from his rucksack, as well as a pouch that seemed to be holding his writing implements. He shuffles them in front of himself, prepares for class, no longer looks at anyone. Lanjian glances over Wei Ying at Nia Huaisong, a question of, what have I done to cause this, on his face. Oh, maybe more of a, what have I done to cause this, on his face. Huaisong looks at him knowingly and writes out a quick note that he flashes over Wei Ying's back. Wei Ying, I believe you misunderstand the relationship between Lanjian and myself. We have known each other since we were 4. We don't always get along, and I see him as I see my brother. We both wish to be your friend. Will you be our friend? Signed, Huaisong. Lanjian nods with a bit of understanding and watches as Huaisong slides the note on top of the notebook in front of Wei Ying. So now I've got the country song that goes, check yes or no. Now that's the one stuck in my head.
I think that's Kenny Chesney.
That feels right, but I don't know for sure. It's been a long time since I was in a country phase. That is exactly what I'm thinking of. Oh my god. Yes, that. It's the one that goes, yeah. I think this is how love goes. Check yes or no. Like that. That one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I said, I think it's Kenny Chesney, but it's been a long time since I've done anything that's not in Korean or Chinese for music.
Right. Or like a lot of what I listen to is sort of EDM, trap, house music with no words at all.
George Strait, not Kenny Chesney. So.
Oh, my bad.
Mine hit.
Watches Wei Ying read the note, then reread it. He writes out in a lovely script, oh, and then yes, before sliding the note back to Huaisong. He still does not look at either of them, and when class starts, Lanjian watches Wei Ying. His handwriting is, at first, is flawless and elegant. When discussions begin, after the introductory discussions, Wei Ying's handwriting changes into a rapid series of marks that sometimes resemble words and other times resemble chicken scratches. Sometimes his note-taking is more rapid than the discussion, and Lanjian wishes he could see what thoughts were flowing out of Wei Ying's brain. Well, Lanjian, you kind of are in real time, you little stalker. You just don't understand the handwriting, unfortunately for you. Wei Ying packs up after class, and Lanjian picks up the rucksack belonging to Wei Ying once he has packed his notebook and textbook back in it. They part with Huaisong as he heads to his class, and Lanjian walks with Wei Ying to their class. He finds a desk in the back where Wei Ying can sit in a corner, and he sits next to him, once again shielding the boy from others who could accidentally injure Wei Ying. I think it's really interesting the way that you chose to showcase the fact that Wei Ying understands they're being protective of him. Like, he gets the bodyguard vibe, but he doesn't understand what or why they're protecting him. Like, he doesn't realize that they want to prevent further injury or aggravation of the injuries he already has. Like, I think that really demonstrates how he has been taught to minimize his own self-worth and just ignore injury as not even being worth notice. Yeah. I really like the way you did that. Wei Ying, still withdrawn, once again situates a notebook and his textbook in front of him and pulls out his pens and pencils. Like in their first class, his handwriting starts as beautiful characters and devolves as the lesson begins in earnest. Do you want to hear a theory about handwriting? Okay. So I think you can not necessarily accurately diagnose neurodivergence based on handwriting, but definitely I have noticed in my own handwriting and that of other neurodivergent people I went to school with, when we're thinking very rapidly, the handwriting gets very messy, and no one else but the person who wrote it, and sometimes not even then, can read the handwriting. And so I think it's because all of the resources are being in the thoughts and less is being directed to the action of drawing the letters out.
Yeah. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
You've seen my notes on the first 2 chapters of Dao Zu Shi, right?
Yes, I saw them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can tell like where I'm starting to get a lot of thoughts in my head.
Like, I'm not saying that messy handwriting means you have ADHD. And it's not necessarily that if you have ADHD or autism or whatever flavor of neurodivergent that you're going to have messy handwriting. I'm just saying there seems to be a correlation in the same way that a lot of queer people who identify as queer, are also neurodivergent. It just seems like a behavior or a trait that is commonly occurring.
It's not always bad, it just gets bad.
Right? No, I have very beautiful print handwriting. And I can make cursive that's like bubbly, and not copperplate, but like lovely and matches the guide. Like when you're doing the handwriting exercises, I can do that. But when I really get going, when I'm thinking lots of thoughts, the handwriting quality devolves.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh, I love the colors that you used on it too. And the stickers. That's so satisfying. Wow, you even have the weird curly fancy A's.
I have always written my A's like that.
Mine are always the sort of bubbly, open aperture ones. I bet you make and symbols that are the full copy of the one on a keyboard too.
Why? But
Why would I think that, or why would you do that?
no, I do, but it's not quite the one on the keyboard.
Oh, well, it's just the way you write the A's seems very similar to that symbol and style of writing. That was why I guessed it.
Yeah.
When I'm doing a shorthand for the word and, it looks like a plus sign where the stroke that goes down and the stroke that goes across are joined. It's very, like, it's a hack job.
I found one of mine, so I will take a picture of it for you.
How's your pie coming along, Fern?
It's gonna be a good breakfast. I have 4
Nice.
more pie doughs for next time I impulse bake.
I would not guess that means and, Liadan, if you hadn't told me. Maybe in context.
So, before a well is my and sign.
Sorry, I missed that. What'd you say?
It's before the words a well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see it. I zoomed in on it, and I was like, it looks like it should be on a musical staff. Like...
Partially because I play viola. That's partially where it comes from. Is because viola has a staff that is flipped of that.
Uh-huh.
And I found if I flipped that and made the top a little smaller and added lines, it looked like the ampersand.
It kind of does.
So,
I just didn't see it at first.
That's how I draw it.
I had to turn the phone a little bit, and then I was like, oh. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and finish the Lanjan POV tonight, but I think I'm gonna have to save Lan Chidorin for next time.
Yeah, I think we can finish Wangxian. We're almost there.
Okay. Devolving handwriting. Okay. He can track Wei Ying's thoughts by the furious notes that fill the pages of his notebook. His notes track the discussion, occasionally indicating a topic he wants to research further. He hoped that Wei Ying would be up for a discussion where his notes would be laid bare to him. He wants to know about the thoughts of the boy. He wanted to know about the thoughts of the boy he was quickly losing his heart to. I really like it. I enjoy it so much when Lanjan just lets himself be obsessed and like hyper focused on Wei Ying without feeling guilty about it. It's so delightful to me when he just is able to openly admit to himself that he thinks Wei Ying is interesting.
I love that.
They met up with Huai Song and headed for lunch, as uneventful as breakfast, and in which Wei Ying once again tried to drown any food in his bowls with chili oil. His last class of the day was one that Wei Ying was not part of. He watched sadly as Wei Ying and Huai Song, who had insisted that Wei Ying call him Song Song, walked off to their shared class. When he can no longer delay his own departure to his class, he pulls out his phone and sends a quick text to his shufu. Wow, Lanjan is so involved in Wei Ying already that he's bending his personal rules about schedules and on-time arrival to classes. Already doing that. Cause like, I'm betting that Lanjan is the kid who is like 10 minutes early to class every single time, unless he's like, sick to the point of feeling like he's dying.
Yes.
So, Lanjan sends his Shufu a message. Okay. Shufu. Wei Ying said he had no favorite chili oil brand. He mentioned that Jiang Yanli often brought him chili oil, but only when she could do so without Madame Yu monitoring the money used. When we bought textbooks, he bought second-hand. So I believe his finances are being monitored by Madame Yu. His choices in the cafeteria are all healthy but inexpensive dishes. And Shufu replies, "Noted. I will tell Chef Li to order various types of oil. If you find one he likes in particular, let me know, and I will notify him to order more." I will, Shufu. Thank you. I'm just imagining Chef Li, like, from his point of view, getting this instruction from Lan Chidorin to order various types of chili oil and being like, has the old goat cracked at last? Just thinking that Lan Chidorin has completely lost it.
Wangxian is the reason that chili oil is available to all the students because of sunset.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. Chili oil being in the academy as a tribute, an homage to Sangso Sanren. Oh, wow, that made my heart hurt just a little bit in sympathetic, sympathy for Lan Chidorin's loss? Wow.
Yes, he saw her as like a sister.
Mm.
And so that she died before he could ever reconcile with her, like, really weighed on him.
That's so sad. Lanjan enters his last class of the day, regretting that he cannot observe Wei Ying and his notes. He forces himself to focus on his class and takes his own notes. wondering what Wei Ying would make of the lecture. He resolves to ask what Wei Ying thinks. Maybe they can study together. Lanjian would like that very much. After class, he meets up with Wei Ying and Huaisang. Wei Ying is still turned inward, looking down at the ground, but he seems to relax. The change is nearly imperceptible, but Lanjian feels something change in the boy. And that's the end of Lanjian's POV section, where we will be ending today's recording, because it has just become tomorrow's recording, and I have to be up in like five and a half hours. So, do we have closing thoughts for this recording, friends?
It's going to be a rough ride before it gets better.
Well, we'll get there. You know me. I really enjoy my hurt comfort, and I acknowledge that the hurt has to happen first so that the comfort can come after.
Yes.
As long as I get the comfort, I can endure the hurt.
There will be comfort.
Thank you. I shall sustain myself on that promise. Well, anyways, good luck with your pies for tonight, Fern.
Yeah.
I look forward to next week's story hour and further adventures of Fern's pie making. As always, Liadan, thank you for the opportunity to podfic your story and for the director's commentary, because that adds so much to the experience for me.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay. Good night, y'all. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories. And we should be back with more, hopefully before Sunday, so that next week we can roll right into Chapter 7. And I might even remember to post it. There we go. Okay. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. I'm here with Liadan in the chat. We're reading Herfic Capital Assets, and I'm gonna try and finish Chapter 6 and maybe even get to start Chapter 7 before I fall asleep. We'll see how it goes. So last time we had just finished Lanjian's POV, and now we're going to see what Lan Qiren was up to. Lan Qiren is in his office as the school's first day of classes commences. His job as principal is to ensure the smooth running of the school. Most of the administrative tasks were fielded by the secretaries and passed through his nephew. It took something going very wrong, or queries from those like Chef Li, who reported directly to him, for Lan Qiren to be consulted. His morning was uneventful. He reached out to some of the distributors they wanted to contract with for items in the bookstore. Contract negotiations with their current distributor had stalled when the quality of their goods had started to fall. He was tasked with finding quality goods at a comparable price to the last contract. After several calls and emails, he requested samples of goods from the list of distributors. His task is finished. And he finds it's time for lunch. He meets with Lan Zixin to see how his morning has gone. Zixin says he has 2 instances of fighting that resulted in detentions, a few issues of students disrupting classes, and 1 student sloughing class. I've never heard that word before, except for this usage, like you're writing. I've never come across it before anywhere else. Is it slang?
It is what we called when we skipped class up in Washington State, where I grew up.
When I was in the Navy, we called it like it was a combination of kiting and skating, so we called it skiting.
Nice.
That was definitely specific to the group that I was in, though. We kind of made it up ourselves.
Yeah, so I've always called it sloughing, and I've heard it calling skipping, and
Yeah, I think skipping is a very
everything
widely accepted known. What did you say?
I've heard so many different things, but I always go to sloughing in my brain because that's what it was when I grew up.
Like, and I know it's not spelled the same way, but it's pronounced really similarly. Like when ice flows detach from a glacier, or like skin cells come off the top of you, sloughing off.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if it came from that, like linguistically.
Possibly.
Okay, but one student's sloughing class. Zishin had already gotten food, and they ate together in Lan Qiren's office. That's some quality bonding time. The text sent by Ajan was concerning. Okay, this is the one where Lanjan is telling Shufu that Wei Ying's money is being controlled by Madame Yu, and he always buys the inexpensive things. And then Lan Qiren tells him, Chef Li is ordering various types because he has the power and we'll get him more if he wants more. Okay, here we are. He first emails Chef Li. Chef Li, the student I notified you of regarding the chili oils does not have a preference at this time. Please ensure that a good selection is available on rotation and in quantities that will be appropriate for the supply. Because Wei Ying eats a lot of it.
Yes.
We will continue to monitor for a preference by the student and notify you of any changes necessary. Once again, we appreciate all of your hard work and apologize for the inconvenience this issue has caused you. Lan Qiren, Principal. The Cloud Recesses Boarding School for Boys. His next task requires more plausible deniability. Lan Qiren, oh, I remember reading this part. Oh, I do. I remember reading this part before. Lan Qiren pulls his personal laptop and a portable hotspot from the bag next to his desk and starts it up. I'm so entertained by Lan Qiren doing super secret squirrel shenanigans. After enabling the VPN, he opens the secured email server set up for him for just this very situation and begins to type. Shifeng Zun, I am taking you up on the offer to look into the Wuxian issue we had discussed over the summer. We now have cause to believe the concerns brought forward are not as unfounded as we had hoped them to be. Wangji has seen evidence of both physical and financial mishandling of the subject of the inquiry. Wangji states Shijie is the only one not suspected in the mishandling. However, it was remarked that Shushu is generally absent and thus may not be aware. Bullshit. Proceed on this front, but we can accept either ignorance or would that be neither? Am I confused?
No. Either.
Either. Proceed on this front, but we can accept either ignorance or willful negligence from this subject. The topics surrounding Sandu, Shengshou, and Zhi have been conspicuously avoided. So that's Jiangsheng and the Violet Spider, right?
Yes.
Okay. Zewu Jun and I will continue investigating with Wangji's assistance. Wow, I am having so much trouble pronouncing things today. But your expertise would be appreciated. Regards, Xiang Sheng. He reread. Alright, I'm gonna put the tablet down for a second and take a drink of water and reset. Hold the fuck on. Okay. Trying again. He rereads the message a few times before he's satisfied, and finally sends off the email, knowing the recipient will understand the request. If the server's security is somehow breached, the message will not point to any specific individual or corporation. The closest reference is a 10-year-old web novel that had been adapted into a wildly popular TV drama before the pandemic. I love that little Easter egg reference to the CQL, the Untamed drama.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, like in universe, I think I mentioned this the first time I read this chapter. In universe, with the titles being used as code names for their encrypted communications is just so funny. So clever. Email sent. He shuts down, packs up the laptop and hotspot, and returns to his inbox to see if any new tasks have come up. The Board of Elders is wanting to find... Excuse me. The Board of Elders is wanting to find more funding for their music and art programs. They have also found 3 possible instructors to fill the position as the head of the Ancient Instrumental Theory and Practice Department. One of the resumes submitted was a duo named Song Zishen and Xiao Xingchen, who had started a program in E-City, but had to shut it down during the pandemic. Yes. One of my favorite side ships. They had contracted with the Lanlingjin boarding school, which had shut down the previous year due to the corruption of their board and mismanagement of finances. Their program had been highly acclaimed. He sent off an email to the team to set up a meeting. He would like to have the program running again soon, and if he could secure this team, he knew the program would flourish. Bam! We made it through chapter 6. Authors in note. Yes, I really did that. And yes, Lan Chiren finds it somewhat eerily odd that so many of the people he knows share names with the characters in MDZS. But he'll roll with it because, well, it makes life so much easier to use code. It was the Shin's idea to use the book for the code names. He's a mega fan of it and even stands BJYXCP. That's the Xiaojian / Wang Nibo, right?
It's Xiaojian Wang Yibo with Wang Yibo being the top and Xiaojian being the bottom.
Yep, I can see the vision. Yes.
Yeah, so there's Yishan, which is just them together, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Then there's BJYX, which is the top bottom. And then there's BJYX SZD, which is BJYX is for real.
Aha. Well, you know, even as a casual enjoyer of the BTS materials for the Untamed, and like the little snippets that have come up from Day Up and whatever, how can you not ship them?
Exactly.
They're fucking adorable. They deserve to be happy with each other, in my opinion.
Yes.
You had one little bit left in your author's note. Yes, Lanjian finds it extremely hot that Wei Ying has his own shorthand. It's that competence kink. So, for the listeners, how did the first read compare to 6 months later or thereabouts of chapter 6.
I found them to be so much fun, and the differences were fun too.
Would you say that my performance abilities have grown? I think they have. I think I've gotten better at podficking.
Yes, and you'll have to post both versions of the chapter for them.
Good grief, what did I even do with the first one? I bet I saved it in my G drive somewhere.
It's in the Podfic server too, I believe.
Okay.
If we go back, we could find it and download.
If I can't find it in my G drive or somewhere on the Internet Archive, I will just have you pull it.
Sounds good.
But yeah, it'll be fun to let people compare if they want to.
Yeah, because I know that was like one of the first things you ever read was my chapter.
Yeah, it was very early on in my podfic pursuit.
Yes.
Well, is there anything good in the comments for this one, or should we move on to...
No, nothing in the comments, so.
All right, well, I'm going to end this chapter recording so we can jump to chapter 7. So,
Okay.
thanks for listening to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and I'll be back real soon.
Good night.
And good night. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. I'm here with the author, Liadan, and we're reading chapter 7 of Capital Assets, which, by the way... Hello! So, the little bit of lore about this is way back when I first started podficking, I had gotten permission from Liadan to record chapter 6, which was the most currently published chapter at that time of this story. And, you know, Liadan had a lot of fun listening to it, which was very encouraging and validating to me. And then, you know, later on, when Bedtime Stories got a little bit older, you know, we got the idea for me to be live streaming in the chat while I do podfic, and then Liadan was like, ooh, Capital Assets, let's do it from the beginning. And I was like, yeah, that'll be fun. And it really has been. But so for me, chapters 1 through 5 were kind of like prologue material for chapter 6, which was the first chapter I read of the story. But now we're up to the part where I have no idea what's really coming next, except for like things I can guess at based on context clues and previous events. But I'm super excited to read chapter 7, which is, by the way, the most currently published right now, because Liadan's working on a couple different things. a lot of irons in the fire, so to speak.
Yes, I have Big Bang, plus I have been changed roles at work, so my time is crazy busy.
Yes. We're lucky to get so much of it that we do. That's why we've got it blocked out in the schedule.
Yes, the only reason we get my time.
So, here is chapter 7, Friendships and Loneliness. Summary. The first day of classes at the Cloud Recesses boarding school for boys ends. Our boys are overachievers. What can I say? Notes. The school uniform for the Cloud Recesses boarding school for boys is a modern tong suit made of teal linen fabric for the jacket, about the color Lan Qiren wears in his robes in CQL, gray linen pants, and a white linen shirt, similar to the image below. The only difference in style from the image is that the jacket sleeves go to the wrist, and clouds are embroidered around the jacket's cuffs. That looks both classy and comfortable. Wow.
Yes, again, is doing God's work for his students.
Right? There's no ties. I don't see any buttons. None of that unnecessary restrictiveness of school uniforms. That looks like something you could sleep in, roll out of bed, go to class, and nobody would even notice unless you got it really wrinkly.
It's linen. People would notice. Linen wrinkles so bad.
I don't know anything about it. I've never worn it.
It is so comfortable. But, oh my God, how it wrinkles.
Oh, I bet that would be nice for warm days. This must be like their summer uniform. Do they have a different version for winter, like different fabric weight?
So, linen is a very versatile fabric. I will wear it year round. There are different weights, but Wangxian has gone with a medium weight, which is really good for both summer and winter. They're in Shanghai, which is subtropical, so it's more humid and not getting too cold.
Okay.
So, but it is a very breathable fabric, and it is better at wicking away moisture than cotton is.
That does sound
So
comfortable.
So the humidity isn't God's awful.
That's what I like about my standard wear is some Columbia PFG shirts that I got while I was in college, from the school spirit store. Lightweight, but long sleeves, but smooth, and I can, use it as a fidget when I'm starting to feel overwhelmed, and that way I don't have to touch any desks or papers or walls or whatever with my skin. Gross. And, it's treated with UV stuff, so it keeps the sun off me, but I can layer it in the winter with other things. So it sounds like linen would accomplish a similar purpose.
Yes.
Okay. What is Wei Ying up to this chapter? Wei Ying watches as Song Song hands his rucksack to Lan Zhan and makes excuses to leave, citing obligations to one or other of the many clubs at the school. I bet he's been there for what? 2 days? The same length of time as Wei Wuxian, and he's probably already in like 5 clubs minimum.
Yeah, so the school requires you to do at least 3, and Wai Song, of course, has to do anything that can be considered lazy.
The mostest.
Yes, the most is lazy, so that is his club schedule.
Oh, here's the requirements like you were saying. Wei Ying knew they were expected to join at least 3 and no more than 6 after-school activities or clubs to enhance their desirability for colleges. He had chosen to join the Studies of Ancient Poetry Club, the Calligraphy Club, and the Ancient Martial Arts Club. These clubs met after the 2-hour block for studying on A days. Did you do it on purpose that he's doing like the 6 arts of a gentleman or whatever?
Yes.
He looks at Lan Zhan and quietly asks, "Did you sign up for any clubs during the study period?" Lan Zhan's lip twitches in what could almost be a smile. "No, I signed up for calligraphy, ancient poetry, and ancient martial arts. I like to use the A-day study period to review my notes for classes, and have B days free to study also. Oh, Wei Ying blinks. What clubs did Wei Ying join? The same. Do you wish to study at the library? Wei Ying nods. I already reserved a study room. Would you like to join? Oh, they're having a study date already. Yes. Let me release my reservation for a study room. We can use yours. They just did the academic version of My Place or Yours. Adorable. Lanjan pulls out his phone and swipes quickly, navigating around on his phone. After only a few moments, he locks it and puts it back in his pocket. I am done. Shall we? Wei Ying nods again. Lanjan points the direction of the library and falls in step next to Wei Ying as they walk to the library. If it's not an inconvenience, I already ordered several books to be readied for me. With Lan Daifu's restrictions, I figured it would be best to have them prepared in advance. You have already been overly kind to carry my rucksack. Hold on. That was Wei Ying talking, and I was reading it in Lan Wangji's voice. Oops. My bad. Why didn't you tell me? Were you trying to see when I would figure it out?
Yes.
For the giggles? Well, I hope you enjoyed it. As they walk to the library. If it's not an inconvenience, I already ordered several books to be readied for me. With Lan Daifu's restrictions, I figured it would be best to have them prepared in advance. You have already been overly kind to carry my rucksack, and I didn't wish to inconvenience you more if you didn't have time for study. It was the most words Wei Ying had said at once in a very long time, and he felt wrung out by the effort taken to continue speaking after the first 5 words. Hi, Leia. Silly pupper.
Hello, puppy. She has her squishable.
Oh. Is that like a squishmallow?
Yes, it's like a squishmallow, and it is bigger than her in height.
Wei Ying doesn't notice the shock that breaks across Lan Zhan's face as he talks. He's taken to watching where he will put his next step, and occasionally looking ahead to ensure he doesn't walk into anything. He also doesn't expect an answer from the boy walking next to him, and is somewhat thrilled when he does. I, too, have reserved some books for study. Many of my requested titles had already been reserved. I didn't think many students used the reservation service. It makes sense you would. Can you tell me which books you reserved? He's so impressed.
Yes. My Wei Ying's so competent.
Yes. Rather than speak again, Wei Ying pulls out his phone, navigates to the portal to request books from the library, and hands it to Lanjan. Lanjan starts scrolling through the list, humming to himself with and oh now and again. Wei Ying has requested 57 books. Impressive. You asked for all the books I couldn't get. I have another 39 requests. I hope the library allows us to use one of their book carts. I thought I asked for a lot with 47 at first. I have to admit, I'm impressed with some of the titles you requested. I didn't even know we had copies of them. Oh, Lanjan, your crush is showing.
Just a little.
That's a lot of books. Are they writing a research paper on the first day? Holy cow.
No, they're just overachievers for their homework.
These dorks. I guess they're really putting a lot into their education.
do you think they scored the highest in standardized tests in 20 years?
Because they knew all the things, because they studied their asses off. Lanjan only stops talking when they reach the doors to the Cloud Recesses library. They enter quietly and walk to the reference desk. Wei shows the librarian the reservation for a study room, and then his book reservation. Lanjan shows his phone to the librarian afterwards, and a cart is assigned to them for the books. Lanjan pushes the cart of their books to their assigned study room, and they enter. I bet the librarian that got handed their order was one of two types. There's the librarian that enjoys research binges and has fun pulling books. And then there's a librarian who's like, why are you taking my books off their shelf?
This is a land librarian, so it is the first type.
Yay, that's the best kind of librarian to have at a school.
Yes.
After some discussion, they start by deciding to do the homework for their unshared class first. Then, if they have time, before their calligraphy club starts, work on the homework from their mutual courses. It gives Huaisong time to join them after his first club. Wei Ying had requested the room for the 2-hour study block, and another 2 hours after dinner. The library is closed for 2 hours between the time students attend activities and the time of dinner. So they wouldn't need to return any of the books to reference before the end of the evening, and can leave their rucksacks in the room. Well, that's handy. An hour into studying, Lanjan receives a text. He opens to look at his phone, then looks at Wei Ying. Huaisong asks if he can join us in studying. Wei Ying nods in assent and waits for Lanjan to reply before they resume discussing and perusing the books, both taking notes all the while. When Song Song joins them 10 minutes later, a low moan of, "Oh my gods, how many books did you order?" slips from his mouth. Lanjan's reply of, "Not nearly enough," brings a smile to Wei Ying's face. They had already requested 15 additional books between them. Holy smokes, y'all. Lanjan asked for his opinion on several of the points in his notes, and Wei Ying asked for his thoughts on some of the topics from his class. He found that neither had to say much, but they could converse somewhat easily about academics and books. For the first time since learning to read and write, Wei Ying finds his brain stimulated in ways he had thought impossible. Having finished the homework for their unshared class, they start on the homework for their first shared class. Song Song's chorus of, "I don't know," you head shaker, followed by seemingly flighty but very insightful thoughts, and Lanjan's serious but well thought out comments and suggestions stimulate Wei Ying's brain. He adds in a comment now and then, but mostly Wei Ying allows his friends to do the majority of the talking. They've made good progress by the time they have to leave for their club. Song Song is also in calligraphy, so they all walk together. Wei Ying loves learning. To learn to write as they did in ancient times with a brush and ink fascinates him. I bet he's watched the video about how they make ink sticks. I watched that video so many times. And like the scenes in C-dramas where somebody's preparing the ink with the stick and the liquid, It just looks so smooth. I want to touch it. Like, I know it wouldn't feel the way it looks, and then I would have a messy finger, but I just want to touch it through the screen every time.
Me too.
Oh, did you join the stream for Star Trek earlier to see the red matter on the screen?
Uh-huh.
Every time that perfectly spherical blob that looks so smooth and glossy, and I'm like, I want to touch it. The texture must touch, every time.
Yes, and it's like supposedly this totally deadly thing that a drop of it will create a black hole.
Right? And I'm like, touch it. And Bebo's like, I want to eat it. Like, Bebo, stop.
It looks like a perfect jello shot.
I said, it probably tastes like blood and chocolate. And then Bebo was like, what even? What would that taste like?
Oh, that's funny.
Where was I? Oh, they're walking to the club. He is pulled aside by the advisor as they enter, and informed that his scholarship covers the cost of club fees, and the club fees cover the cost of the brush set and inkstone. Thank you, Shoo Shoo. That is one less thing to worry about. I think that's Lan Qiren direct intervention right there.
Oh, 100% it's stupid.
He knows that Museum would pay the fees, as the clubs are mandatory as part of his enrollment. He hadn't been looking forward to the texts that would have resulted when he had to pay the fees. Yeah, probably full of vitriol and nastiness.
Look at what I do for you, Wei Ying. You're so useless and you're spending my money.
Yeah, that's just about what I was imagining. Plus a couple comments about his parentage.
Of course.
Of course. He spends the next hour learning how to grind ink, and the proper way to dip brushes into the ink, dragging up the incline of the inkstone to remove excess, then drawing lines on paper. The Laoshi is working to introduce them to and familiarize them with the tools they will use. The last thing they learn is how to care for and clean their brushes. Important knowledge. After the club ends, Wang walks with Sang Sang and Lanzhen to the dormitory to drop off the supplies from the club. Lanzhen carries his inkstone and follows him into his room. In his room! Lanzhen is in his room! Again. Where should I put your inkstone, Wei Ying? Bottom drawer for the inkstone, he says, as he sets the brushes in their stand on his desk. He sees Lanzhen squat to open the drawer that contains his art supplies. Wei Ying, you draw? Every little factoid that Lanzhen can collect about his new special interest gets added to his little conspiracy board in the brain.
Yes.
I bet baby sugar daddy Lanzhen is already dreaming of the art supplies he can acquire and gift to Wei Ying.
And he knows exactly who to go to find the best.
Yeah, he doesn't explain. It's one of the few things he could do in his spare time that Madame Yu wouldn't punish him for. 3 years ago, she had him draw portraits of each family member, which hung in the entryway to their mansion. I think I'm gonna stop at the end of the Wei Ying section today.
Okay.
It had taken him the entire summer to draw all 4 of the Jiang. All her visitors would ask which artist she'd commissioned the work from, and she'd act coy and say something like, "If I tell you, then the portraits won't be unique. If you can find them, you can commission them yourself." That heinous bitch. Wei Ying knows it's because Madame Yu likes having things other people can't have. Well, plus if they found out it was you and commissioned you, you would have income. She can't have that.
Exactly.
Likes having things other people can't have. Likes the status it gives her. She was willing to indulge him in this thing because it made her look good. FYI, her is all caps and italicized. I hope that came across. If anyone had discovered Wei Ying had drawn the portraits, she wouldn't hesitate to burn them. Wei Ying? He hears a note of concern in Lanjan's voice. Sorry, Lanjan, just spaced out for a minute. No, he can't tell anyone about that. He loves drawing, but it's something that can only belong to him. Come, it's dinner time. Nia Xiong is waiting. May I leave my supplies here until later? Wei Ying nods, and they exit his room. It's like Nanjan is subtly claiming territory in his room. He has a reason to come back.
Exactly. 100% that.
Yeah.
He wants to go back.
Yeah, he does want to go back. Wei Ying nods, and they exit his room. Song Song is waiting. They head to the dining hall for dinner, then back to the library to finish their homework. They pack up and return to the dormitories again to drop off everything. Song Song wants to go to Shanghai to a new store that supposedly sells hand-painted fans, something he collects, and has convinced both Nanjan and Wei Ying to accompany him. Wow. That first day, Lanjan couldn't even get Wei Ying to agree to leave his room, basically. And now, Nia Huaisong's got them both on an outing to look at fans. Incredible skills.
Yes, he is front row seats to idiots in love.
He sure does. He's gonna be like the Wan Ning in this story. The reluctant third wheel, except his attitude is more chomping on popcorn as he watches the show.
Oh yes, he's totally eating popcorn in his brain and going, I wonder when they're going to figure it out.
But until then, free entertainment.
Yes.
Fuel for his fanfics.
He will get back at them later when he writes his stage play, Idiots in Love.
I was just gonna say, he's probably writing fanfic based off of them already.
That too. P.S.
Of course. Where were we? He changes from his school uniform to his street clothing, then exits his dorm room to wait for Song Song and Lanjan. When they are all ready, they head into Shanghai by subway. It takes about half an hour to reach the stop where Song Song's fan store is located. And Wei Ying isn't looking forward to the return trip to the school. I despise the experience of public transportation so much. Like, I know how important it is to so many people, but like, 1, crowded, 2, people touching me, 3, way too many smells, like perfumes, body odors, cigarette lingering stink, food smells, just all of it. And then there's, I get motion sick really easy, so that's not pleasant. And then there's you can't just tune out like you can if you're the passenger in somebody's car. When you're on public transportation, you have to pay attention the whole damn time because it's like a personal safety issue, and you can't miss your stop. Blah. Awful. Anyway, thanks for attending my TED Talk on why public transportation sucks for people with autism. Oh yeah, and also random loud noises. Not awesome. Or like when you're on the bus, the beeping with the clickers when they change lanes or like back up. Awful. Okay. Not looking forward to the return trip to the school. The subway is packed at this time of day, and it's only because the school is at the end of its line they'd found seats. Song Song shoulders a path to the exit of the subway car for them, and they head into the upscale shopping district to find the store. Oh, you know what else sucks about public transportation for like me in particular? People always want to talk to me. I've just got this face and people want to talk to it, and I'm like, but why? What about my shark eyes, like deadpan, closed off body language makes you want to come up and tell me about your day? I know I have resting bitch face. I have resting autism face. Like, when I forget to animate it, it's just very flat, And still, I'll be wearing headphones, and people will, like, start talking to me, and I'm just like, but why?
Yes, I have RBF too, and people want to talk to me.
I'm just like, do you think I need a smile on my face or something? Like, you were not invited to speak to me. Very Lan Wangji about it. They spend time browsing some of the nearby shops before it's time to head back to the school. Wei Ying buys a gray ribbon with red embroidery for his hair, so he doesn't clash as much as he does when he's using his red scrunchie. He can use those with his street clothes. I personally firmly believe that Lan Wangji is already imagining and dreaming about pulling the scrunchie out of Wei Ying's hair in various scenarios.
Of course, we've all read Innocence Burn.
He's exhausted when they return, and barely stays awake long enough to visit Lan Daifu for his treatment and return to his room and bed. And that's the end of Wei Ying's POV. So I'm going to cut the recording here because I'm getting sleepy. And we'll probably finish Chapter 7 Sunday after Fern's pick for Story Hour. Or Saturday if we want to do that before we start our new collab. Oh, by the way, to anyone listening, me and Liadan are going to be doing a fun, new, and exciting thing where we're going to do a collab podfic for, what's the title of it? It's the train fic, but like, what's the actual title?
Train ride changed everything, I believe.
Okay, so it's an Omegaverse, pretty epic in length, and we're going to take turns reading parts and live streaming. So it's going to be a fun time. Y'all should definitely check it out. It's going to start happening this Saturday, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow. Holy shit.
Craziness.
So thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and I hope to be back with more stories for you soon.
Good night.
Good night.
Good morning and welcome to Bedtime Stories. So, this morning I'm doing a 2 cakes edition of Liadantaru's Chapter 6 Capital Assets. The chapter is entitled Realizations. Summary. Some realizations happen, but, well, canon-consistent miscommunication with Wangxian is bound to occur. With the caveat that I have not read the previous chapters, and I am so here for bashing the Jiang clan. Let's go. Oh, I see what y'all mean about the red heart ribbons. That's so cool. Wei Young isn't sure what changes the further the day progresses. His first class is shared with Lanjian and Nia Huaisong. After a somewhat awkward morning with the couple, first with them taking him to the infirmary again, then breakfast, where they seemed, at least to him, to be not as close the night before. Wait, is he implying that Nia Huaisong and Lan Zhan are together? Or at least Wei Wuxian thinks so? Because Wei Wuxian's the narrator here, right? This time with the boys each flanking him on either side, instead of Lan Zhan placing himself between Wei Yong and Huaisong Xiao. They each enter their respective dormitories to gather supplies. Wei Yong with a parting reminder from Lan Zhan: "Do not shoulder your bag. If it is too heavy, leave it on the desk and I will gather it for you." Uh-oh. Wei Wuxian got hurt? Wei Ying, what silly thing did you do? Wei Ying, alone in his room, pulls out his ratty rucksack and carefully places 3 blank notebooks in, one for each class that day, and his zippered pouch of pens and pencils. Lan Daifu's warning, as well as Lan Zhan's not to sling the bag over his shoulder. I guess the warnings were fresh in his mind. He waits patiently in the hallway for Lan Zhan and Nia Huaisong to exit their rooms. They are roomed on either side of his dorm. Lan Zhan exited his dorm first and holds his hand out for Wei Yung's rucksack. Is rucksack another word for backpack or bag? I'm guessing. Knowing better than to argue with the boy, Wei Young offers the ratty bag, okay, yeah, it's another word for bag, to the too gorgeous boy. At least it is below the weight limit imposed by Lan Daifu. Norbert, you get off that door. Sorry, my screen door doesn't latch right on the porch, and yesterday we started harness training Norbert, and so now he thinks he gets to go outside free range every time he comes out on the patio. Wei Yong is ashamed when Lan Zhan shoulders it beside his pristine leather rucksack. It's okay, Wei Wuxian. He likes your gremlin trash panda vibe, okay? If he wanted to date himself, he'd fucking date his brother, and that's not the vibe. Wei Young likes... Oops, that's Lan Zhan. Wei Young likes spicy foods. He hears Lan Zhan say, "It isn't a question. Is there any particular spice oil Wang prefers?" That is a question, one he knows he needs to answer. But how? He is used to eating whatever is available and suffering bland foods when there is none. He's never had the money to buy oil of his own, and if he had it, it would have been whatever was the cheapest option. I I do like spicy foods, but well, no. I I don't really, I have no preferences. Whatever is available is good. Yet he stops. Don't get too comfortable, William, he thinks. He knows not to call her that, even here where Madame Yu isn't present, where others may hear and gossip, where word may get back to them. Jiang Yanli used to buy chili oil when she had spare pocket money that Madame Yu could monitor. So yeah, I don't know if I like one more than others. He finishes, never once looking up from the floor, where his foot worries circles across the two clean tiles, unseeing the look of pained hurt for him in Lan Zhan's eyes. Huaisong joins them not long after, and they walk down the stairs, Huaisong going first, and Lan Zhan at the back. Exiting the dormitory building, the couple didn't allow him to drop back to give them space, and instead made sure to flank him and herd him to the bookstore. I love how Lanjan and Huaisong are like working together to like border collie take care of Wei Wuxian in the story. They're like, "I'm trusting you. Don't let him run off. I've got the left side. I've got the right side." You know? I need a fucking toddler backpack with a leash for this kid, apparently. They each purchase the books they will need for this term's classes, and the two classmates never leave his side, leave his side, acting more as if they are hired bodyguards to him. Anytime another student got too close, they formed almost a shield around him. He doesn't understand why, but he's not in a position to inquire about their weird relationship dynamics either. Lan Zhan extends his hand each time Wei Ying selects a book, silently demanding it to be handed to him. He carries 2 sets of books with him, and they go to checkout. I wonder how many classes each of them are taking per semester. Because, like, I remember going to the university bookstore, and you gotta, like, I would do the thing where you would go onto your student account before you went to the bookstore, and they would have loaded in the books that the teachers selected, preloaded into your student account information, so you could just pop those right into the cart and check out with like your student aid funds or whatever you had. And then you'd go to the bookstore and they'd have your order put together. So all you had to do was pick out like, if you had extra special supply requirements, and the school supplies at the university bookstore are always way marked up. Like, fucking go to Walmart or the drugstore, get much better prices. I mean, even at the grocery store, you get better prices for school supplies than at the university bookstore. But then again, the university bookstore is right there, and it's all in the same place. Uh, Anyhow, I started that story because I was wondering how many books Sun John was actually carrying. They resume their journey to the day's first class, and Wei Ying is once again shepherded between them, not allowed to fall behind. He doesn't know what to do when they enter the classroom, and he finds himself steered to a desk with a wall at their back and sits between the 2 boys. He would have thought they would want to sit by each other, but when he offers to let them, They look at him like he is about to tear the pages out of a library book. Oh my god, a heinous crime. Wei Wuxian. Wow. No, you will sit there, and we will sit where we sit. From Lanjan, and a nod from Huaisong is all it takes to shut him up on the subject. Wei Yong isn't stupid enough to fight this kind of command. Madame Yu had ensured that he knew how to obey his betters. He looks down at the notebook in front of him on the desk, and he misses the glances between the two he now thinks of as his wardens? No. Bodyguards? Maybe? Friends? Definitely maybe. But he's not sure what they are to him. But he likes the feeling of safety they provide him. When a small note is placed on the top of his notebook by Huaisong, he reads it a few times and then writes, "Oh," thinks for a moment, writes, "Yes," and slides it back to Huaisong. Friends! Was that one of those, like, check yes or no notes, but for friendship? That's adorable. Oh, it reminds me of a crack video I saw one time. I think it was on the Untamed but Weird series, where Wei Wuxian slips Long Wangji that paper, the porn book, I think, back in the library, but then it shows uh, a note that says, "Do you like me?" Yes. Definitely yes. And then somebody's like, "I rigged it." I'm probably misremembering half of that quote, but it was really funny. Not only do I communicate in memes, song quotes, and movie quotes, I communicate in poorly remembered memes and quotes. Excuse me. I went on an unintended nature walk yesterday, and like the pollen got me so bad, and I took Zyrtec before I went to sleep, and then as soon as I woke up this morning, and I am still suffering. I'll tell you more about the unintended nature of the nature walk if y'all want later. Okay, back to the story. Friends. He has friends. Wei Young scolds himself at the tiny ember of hope that burnt briefly. Excuse me. Upon reading the note, no one in their right mind would want to be anything other than a friend with him. He wonders ruefully how long they will want to be friends, once they realize just how undeserving Wei Young is of their actions. Hold up. Hold the phone. Is Wei Young craving to be like the meat in their sandwich? Is Wei Young wanting to be like Polly with Len Zhen and Nia Huaisong, whom, by the way, I am not convinced are actually dating? I feel like Wei Wuxian is probably misunderstanding something, unless I missed something in the tags. The rest of the day isn't as awkward for Wei Young, but he still doesn't dare catch people's eyes. That is dangerous for him. What? Wei Young. What? That is some hardcore self-esteem issue right there. He takes his notes. Did I miss something in like the chapters that I did not read that explains this quote? I fucking hate Madame Yu. That is dangerous for him. He takes his notes and listens as theories are thrown about, his brain thinking of so many things that he would research later. His notes became a series of shorthand symbols that he would later write out in longhand as he researched the topics of his thoughts. His second class is shared with only Lanjan, who steers him into the seat at the back corner of the room, and he places himself by the aisle so that Wei Yong is in a place that he feels secure. The second class follows similarly for Wei Yong as his first class. A second notebook started to be filled with his own thoughts and notes on the class's topics. It's cool that they all have the same class schedule. Oh wait, next sentence implies that Nia Huaisong was not in the second class. After class, they meet up with Nia Huaisong and head to the cafeteria for lunch. So I guess Huaisong was not in the second class of the day. On the way, Huaisong forces a promise from Wei Young to call him Song Song and not Huaisong Xiong, so that he knows Wei Young also regards him as a friend. Lunch proceeds much like breakfast for Wei Young, but without the awkward feelings of being a third wheel in the group, the two boys making an effort to engage him in their conversation. Wei Young's third and final class of the day is shared only with Huaisong. Lan Zhan had handed Wei Young's rucksack to the boy as they left the cafeteria, and Sung Sung, Wei Young thinks to himself, carries it as if it is precious cargo. Like Lan Zhan had in their second class, Huaisong guides him to the back corner and sits by the aisle to keep others away from him. During this class, he learns more about his new friends while taking extensive notes on the teacher's expectations and the assignments he will need to complete that night. Huh? How did you learn more about your new friends? Was Sung Sung passing notes? Because I guarantee you Nan Wangji was not. Even with new friends, he knows he must study hard and avoid drawing attention to himself in classes that could lead to discipline or expulsion. Those are consequences he can't afford while on his scholarship. Yeah, for sure. Sung Sung doesn't seem to mind the teacher glaring at him when he whispers to Wei Yan. Huaisong tries too hard to pretend to be useless and ignorant. How people fall for his act is beyond Wei, but he knows the boy is intelligent and more observant than he pretends to be. Wei Young is thankful when the class ends and they meet with Lan Zhan. At least the silences are comfortable with Lan Zhan. I just realized that I was said the words out loud that Lan Zhan was not in class, and then implied that Lan Zhan was there judging them for passing notes silently, but he wasn't even in the classroom. Well, even though he wasn't in the classroom, he was still judging them silently for passing notes. That's a section break. Oh, that little divider is pretty. It looks so shiny, like a crown, like a royalty AU being implied. Oh, this is Lanjan POV. Lanjan notices the blanched look on Nia Huaisong's face as Lan Daifu chastises them after examining Wei Yong. Shufu had said something about Wei Yong having bruised ribs? Holy shit. But the look in Lan Daifu's eyes as she chastised them opens a pit within Lan Zhan's stomach. He had seen the barest hint of bruising on Wei Yong the previous day. Now his mind runs wild with exactly how badly injured the boy is for this kind of warning. He is more aware of Wei Yong's attempts to fall back as they walk to the cafeteria, and he ensures that Wei Yong does not, in fact, fall behind. Oh my god. Is he implying that Wei Yong has been taught to walk 2 steps behind like a servant? He is pleased that Huaisang Xiong has also taken Lan Daifu's warning to heart and ensures that Wei Yong is buffered from other students who may carelessly harm him. Excuse me, sorry. After breakfast, they returned to the dormitories for their class supplies. He had planned to take Wei Ying to purchase books the previous day, and those plans hadn't come to fruition. Do not shoulder your bag. If it is too heavy, leave it on the desk and I will gather it for you, he warns Wei Ying as they part, each entering their room. You know, it occurs to me that I forgot to say out loud, it's just so fascinating to me that Wei Wuxian's POV chunk in this didn't mention being injured at all. Like, there was the reference to Lan Daifu, and that was the only heads up that I had that he had a potential injury. Like, he didn't think about his pain levels. He didn't think about having to move differently to accommodate the injuries that he obviously has. He didn't think about why Lanjan was offering to carry the rucksack for him. None of it. Fascinating character study moment there. Okay, back to the story. Having known Nia Huaisong since childhood, he knows that he has put off any necessary purchases until the last moment. The judgment. The mudslinging right there. Well, not really, because he's not slandering Huaisong in public. He's just throwing some shade in his own mind. Preferring to appear flighty and incompetent, rather than allow others to see his true genius. I love it when people give Wangji friends, and especially Nia Huaisong as a childhood friend. That duo, the friendship of that duo is just so delicious to me, because they're both seen as, I think, more refined and cultured and educated than other members of their group, but one of them takes it to the I'm so arty inclined that I'm useless for anything else, whereas Lan Wangji is more like I'm going to be so fucking hyper competent that no one will mess with me. And, you know, Huaisong instead relies on Dago's reputation to do the same. No one will mess with me. So, like, they get to the same place eventually, but with wildly different methods. But, like, they see each other for that and support each other. I live for it. I live for the give Lan Wangji friends agenda. Alright. They would have to go to the bookstore this morning regardless, so the fact that the trip had not occurred the previous day becomes acceptable. As he packs his rucksack with notebooks and his pens and pencils, it occurs to me that there might be a special way to pronounce this rucksack word. Let's double check. Let us research. Excuse me. Fucking seasonal allergies. No, I don't want to buy a rucksack, and I know what the word means now. I figured it out with context clues. I need the pronunciation. There we go. Come on now. Look, I turned the Bluetooth off. You're not talking to the headphones anymore. Play it out loud. Say rucksack. God damn you, what is going on? I'm frustrated with my phone.
Rucksack.
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 Rucksack. I still find it incredibly entertaining every time I look something up in the Cambridge Dictionary that the biggest difference between the UK and the US speakers is that they always use a masculine speaker for the UK words. So even if the pronunciation is very similar, the British version of the word is so manly. Like, what's the thought process there? As he packs his rucksack with notebooks and his pens and pencils, he recalls a conversation from soon after they'd met. In which Huaisong told him, "The less people realize you are there, the more you can learn from them." Huaisong had also said that the appearance of being stupid looses the tongue of others. If they think you're inconsequential, they will speak freely in your presence. Aha, the core of the Nia Huaisong philosophy. No, Norbert, get away from the door. Norbert. Come here, kitty, come sit with me. That's right. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Or go back inside about it, okay? Yes, Nia Huaisong has cultivated a reputation for being incompetent. His grades are average, but his test scores are good. He is not at the level of Wei Yong or Lancha, but still he performs better than many of his peers. He wonders what Huaisong makes of Wei Yong. Ooh, I wonder if we're gonna get Nia Huaisong POV as well in this story. Cause like, we got Wei Yong as the narrator, and then we got Lan Zhan as the narrator. Are we going to get Nia Huaisong? And if so, will he think of himself as Huaisong, or will he think of himself as his milk name? Which we were never given in canon, so I always think it's fun to see what each author's version of his personal name is. Where was I? Oh yes. He exits his room to find Wei Yong in the hallway waiting for them. His rucksack is old and patched, but well cared for. He can tell that despite its age, Wei Yong takes time to care for it. It speaks to Madame Yu's neglect that her adoptive son is provided with the bare necessities and has to make do with things she deems unnecessary. Wow, one sentence and you can tell exactly what Wangji thinks of Madame Yu. He holds out his hand for the bag, which Wei Yong dutifully places in his hand. He judges the weight to be under that which Lan Daifu allowed, and slings it next to his rucksack, careful to ensure that no new snags manifest on the bag. Norbert! It's not even daylight out yet, sighed little buddy. Can we just... No! Wait until the sun comes up, then we'll take you for a walk. Come on. He already realizes that Wei Yong will not accept help and vows to find a way to have him tolerate the gift of a new bag, one that isn't needing constant care. Let's see, what's a good strategy for that? I know! Have Huaisong accidentally damage the rucksack beyond repair and feel overwhelmed with guilt and replace it. And include, like, a packet of nice school supplies inside of it. Genius. While waiting for Huaisong, Lanjan decides to see if he can make headway on the task his Shufu had given him. Hello, Norbert. Wei likes spicy foods. Lanjan states what he's observed. Is there any spice oil Wei prefers? Wei freezes, then looks down, worrying his foot on the tile floor of the hallway. I do like spicy foods, but well, no, I don't really. I have no preferences. Whatever is available is good. Jie, he stops, and it looks like he is mentally chastising himself for a slip of the tongue. Lenjan hurts for him, and his inability to belong to the family who should love him. It's not Wei Yung's inability to belong, it's the fact that his family are a bunch of shitbags. Well, except for Yan Li, but still, like, I'm on the fence about Yan Li. Okay, so this is a potentially controversial opinion, but I have read many different fandom interpretations of Yan Li, and the ones that stuck with me the most were the fact that, you know, she was a child raising other children and stuck in the mother position, and like did what she could, but didn't succeed really. Like, I have a lot of compassion for her circumstances, but when you put her in the modern society versus the traditional cultivator society in the, you know, quasi historical fandom setup, I it's harder for me to respect Yang Li's efforts to keep their family together, when in the modern world she has had so many more opportunities in which she could have made more of a difference in his life than just making him soup. But it's complicated because, like, the soup becomes a metaphor for her love and care for him, and thus a treasured memory of Wei Wuxian's. I don't know. I guess the easy way to sum it up is I'm on the fence about Yan Li. Sometimes I like her, sometimes I don't, and it just really depends on how the author presents her character. Because, like, in the novel, she's such a non-entity except through Wei Young's memories of her. And then in the drama, she has much more of a presence, and she's very sweet and refined and everything that a proper young woman should be in their society. But that's, like, all she's got going for her. I really enjoy the stories that are, like, from her POV and flesh her out and, you know, give her more of a distinct possibility with motivations and goals of her own, and not just the reflection upon her of everyone around her as goals for herself, like, that they have for her. And this is really running into my very complicated relationship with being raised as an AFAB person and realizing that I was transgender and had a lot of strong opinions about traditional expectations of persons, you know, with the uterus and what their worth is to society. Wow, I got really far from that story, and I'm going to yank myself back to it now. Sorry. Jiang Yanli used to buy chili oil when she had spare pocket money that Madame Yu couldn't monitor. So hold on, let me pause. Alright, I'm back. I was able to successfully get that nasty snot clump out of my nose. Sorry if that was TMI. And I've got a cup of hot water in yesterday's McDonald's cup with a lid and a straw, so I don't have to make that bottle cap slurpy noise, but I still get the warm water. Okay. Where was I? His voice fades at the end to barely a whisper. Lanshan wants to reach out and comfort the boy. But no, it's not his place to do so, and Wei Ying wouldn't welcome Lanshan's affections like that. Wei Ying deserves better than the Ice King that is Lanshan. Lanshan will have to settle for friendship and exist in a world where a boy who doesn't know his worth and takes up so little room, nonetheless, somehow manages to shine brighter than the sun, lives. Ouch, right in the feelings. Also confirmed that Huaisong and Lanjian are not dating. Lanjian does not think about Huaisong as if it was a person he was dating. Huaisong is the last to be ready, and it does not surprise Lanjian. It is time to head to the bookstore to obtain the textbooks for this term's classes. Wei Ying tries to fall behind, and Huaisong is the one to notice first. He must think a great deal about Wei Ying to show any protective effort. They reach the bookstore on campus, a mutual understanding between Lanzhan and Huaisong that even if the shopping takes longer, they will ensure that Wei Ying is protected from accidental harm. Lanzhan watches as Wei Ying looks through the textbooks, selecting second-hand copies when possible. Oh man, me too. I would totally do that. Not only would I select second-hand textbooks, I would rent them instead of buying them outright. And if there was a digital option available, I would rent the digital book. Like, I was always bargain basement option. Or, like, get it off a upperclassman who was leaving sort of deal. Because it turns out that textbook editions don't change much content usually. They just change a little bit of formatting and make it different enough that they can market it as a new edition. So you can get an old version of the textbook and still be largely able to keep up with the work. As long as you got a buddy who you can check and make sure you got the correct questions for your homework assignments. Which, what really pisses me off is when teachers don't use the assigned textbook for homework assignments. They're like, hey, you're going to do these questions in this online module. But no, they're not the ones from the textbook. They're ones from this other online textbook that I just had access to. So at one point, I just gave up on getting the correct textbook for the course, and I would go to OpenStax. That's with an X, by the way. I'd go to OpenStax and get their, free open source textbooks, which has basically all the same concepts, and then do the online homework modules. And I was like, I'm going to take my student aid money and use it for something else. Suck it, textbooks. But by the way, not carrying around a bunch of paper books, much better for your back. Do you miss the tactile experience of pages and highlighters on pages, etc.? But the trade-off is worth it. Where was I? Wei Ying looks through the textbooks, selecting second-hand copies when possible. He looks for the least damaged copies, and it hurts Lanjian to see yet another proof of his mistreatment at the hands of his adoptive family. Once all the purchases were made, and Wei Ying had placed his books into the rucksack, Lanjian shoulders the now heavier bag next to his own, and they head to their first class of the day. Lanjian would prefer to sit at the front of the class. However, he knows that Wei Ying needs the security of his back to a wall. He chooses the back row that has no room to walk behind the desks, and sits so that Wei Ying is in the middle between him and Huaisong. When Wei Young offers to move to allow him to sit by Huaisong, Lan is baffled. They just understand each other so much. No, you will sit there, and we will sit where we sit, Lan says to Wei Young, who is looking between Huaisong and himself. I wonder if Huaisong has twigged to what Wei Wuxian thinks of this two. He sits with perfect posture in the chair, motionless except for his hands, which nudge a textbook. No, which nudge a notebook and his textbook taken from his rucksack, as well as a pouch that seems to be holding his writing implements. He shuffles them in front of himself, prepares for class, no longer looks at anyone. Len Zhen glances over Wei Young at Nia Huaisao, a question of, what have I done to cause this, on his face. Huaisong looks at him knowingly and writes out a quick note that he flashes over Wei Yung's back. Wei Young, I believe you misunderstand the relationship between Lanjan and myself. We have known each other since we were 4. We don't always get along, and I see him as I see my brother. We both wish to be your friend. Will you be our friend? Huaisong. Oh my god, that's the note that Wei Young got in the first section. That's the note, and he's he still thinks they're dating. Oh, oh wow. Which which Mandarin word did Huaisong use for brother in this note? How did Wei Young misinterpret it so dramatically? Did he write like Guga? Which is like the Korean oppa, which can be used as a, sure, older brother type, but like in a sexy, fun, flirtatious way? Or did he just focus on the, we want to be your friend? You're not friend zoned, Wei Young. They want to know you better. They want to be more than acquaintances. Aish. Lanjan nods with a bit of understanding and watches as Haisung slides the note on top of the notebook in front of Wei Young. He watches Wei Young read the note, then reread it. He writes out, "Oh," in lovely script, and then, "Yes," before sliding the note back to Huaisong. He still does not look at either of them, and when class starts, Len Zhen watches Wei Young. His handwriting is at first flawless and elegant. Whoops. That's my alarm that I have to go do IRL stuff soon. Okay, so I'm going to stop this recording here and come back to it when I can. But I will go ahead and upload this part to the Discord so Liadan can have access to it. And you too, Misery. I'm sure you're interested to hear my version. I am looking forward to listening to your version of this chapter as well. Okay, y'all. Hope you have a great day. And hopefully I should be able to get the rest of this chapter recorded before I go to sleep tonight. Let's make realistic goals. I cannot promise that it will happen in the morning, but hopefully come back to it before the day is actually over for me. Okay, welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We're here for part 2 of my recording of chapter 6 of Capital Assets by Liadan. I'm remembering that Your username on AO3 is slightly different. But I'm forgetting what it is, because I just... Okay. That's not important, actually. I'm distracting myself from the story already. Where were we? Oh yeah, Huai Song is passing the note. I resized it, and then it lost my place. That's no bueno. I borrowed my roommate's Chromebook to see how I liked that reading experience compared to my tablet, and it won't load my preferred viewing skin on AO3, which has got me off a little bit, because I like dark mode, and this is not dark mode. So we're going to color invert the screen, at least. Control search H. That's better. Change the zoom a little bit. Here we go. Alright. Huaisong sent the note. And then Lanzhan nods with a bit of understanding and watches as Huaisong slides the note on top of the notebook in front of Wei Ying. Watches Wei Ying read the note, then reread it. He writes out in lovely script, "Oh, and then, yes," before sliding the note back to Huaisong. Of course Lanzhan would notice that Wei Ying had pretty handwriting. He still does not look at either of them, and when class starts, Lanzhan watches Wei Ying. His handwriting is at first flawless and elegant. When discussions begin, after introductory discussions, Wei Ying's handwriting changes into a rapid series of marks that sometimes resemble words and other times chicken scratches. Sometimes his note-taking is more rapid than the discussion, and Lanzhan wishes he could see what thoughts were flowing out of Wei Ying's brain. Wei Ying picks up after class, and Lanzhan picks up the rucksack belonging to Wei Ying once he has packed his notebook and the textbook back in it. I don't know about y'all, but I was always the last person out of the classroom, and it always took me forever to pack everything just so in my backpack. So it'd be best for unpacking at the next location. And I had to have everything put away in the correct spot so I could find it again easily. He finds a desk in the back where Wei Ying can sit in a corner, and he sits next to him, once again shielding the boy from others who could accidentally injure Wei Ying. Wei Ying, still withdrawn, once again situates a notebook and his textbook in front of him, and pulls out his pens and pencils. Like in their first class, his handwriting starts as beautiful characters and devolves as the lesson begins in earnest. He can track Wei Ying's thoughts by the furious notes that filled the pages of his notebook. His notes tracked the discussion, occasionally indicating a topic he wanted to research further. Excuse me. Oof, excuse me. He can track Wei Ying's thoughts. Okay, yeah. He hoped that Wei Ying would be up for a discussion where his notes would be laid bare to him. He wanted to know about the thoughts of the boy he was quickly losing his heart to. Oh my god! Wangji loves him for his mind as well as his body. They met up with Huaisang and headed for lunch, as uneventful as breakfast, and in which Wei once again tried to drown any food in his bowls with chili oil. His last class of the day was one that Wei was not part of. He watched sadly as Wei and Huaisang who had insisted that Wei call him Sang Sang, walked off to their shared class. Oh my god, can you just imagine Lan Wangji being like, "Can you call me Zhang Zhang?" He would never, but like, maybe his mom did it when he was itty bitty, but no one would ever call him something so cutesy. But secretly, he both like craves it and is like so opposed to the prospect, probably. It's like, I just want someone who wants to call me Zhan Zhan, but would never actually do it because they would know that I hate it. That kind of feel, maybe. He'd probably like Ajahn. When he can no longer delay his own departure to his class, he pulls out his phone and sends a quick text to his shufu. Ah, I would like to point out a typo. You have OT instead of TO for 2 in that sentence. The note says, Shufu, Wang said he had no favorite chili oil brand. He mentioned that Jiang Yanli often bought him chili oil, but only when she could do so without Madame Yu monitoring the money used. When we bought textbooks, he bought second-hand, so I believe his finances are being monitored by Madame Yu. His choices in the cafeteria are all healthy but inexpensive dishes. Oh my god, I've never voiced Lan Qiren in a fic before. Noted. I will tell Chef Li to order various types of oil. If you find one he likes in particular, let me know, and I will notify him to order more. I will, Shufu. Thank you. Lanjan ordered. No, that is not the word that says. Lanjan enters his last class of the day, regretting that he cannot observe Wei in his notes. He forces himself to focus on his class and takes his own notes, wondering what Wei would make of the lecture. I wonder what subject he's in. He resolves to ask Wei what he thinks. Maybe they can study together. Lanjan would like that very much. Oh, that's so cute. After class, he meets up with Wei and Huaisan. Wei is still turned inward, looking down at the ground, but he seems to relax. The change is nearly imperceptible, but Lanjan feels something change in the boy. So, I think I mentioned I inverted my screen colors because the AO3 skin just isn't, sight skin isn't loading right. I've been tweaking it and experimenting with it, and maybe I broke it. But this is what the screen divider looks like. I'm taking a picture on my phone so I can send it later. That's what the screen divider looks with the colors inverted. And it's so pretty. No, you know what? I'm going to pull up a hex color picker for you and tell you exactly what that shade is because it's beautiful and you need to know. Alright. Google color picker. Where's my little droplet option? Color pick eyedropper. Yes, that's what we need. No longer available because it doesn't pick best practices. Just give me a color picker extension. Jesus. Add to Chrome. Yeah, okay. If I hate it, I'll delete it. Thanks. Color eyedropper. Yes. Okay. Pick. That is the color. No, come back. BCAA6F. Which, when I uninvert the colors, oh no, I just realized the underlying fault in my logic. It's picking the color it sees, non-screen inverted. So what I have to do is upload the screen inverted picture, like, to my Google Drive, and then access that on the Chromebook so that I can get the color that I was seeing with it inverted. Yes, I'm gonna make this happen. I don't know if it will be useful to anyone but me, but now I need to do it. Thanks for coming along on this little adventure. Okay, come here, Google Drive. Yes. Here's the image. And that showed up a little bit glary, but it's there. It will be close. You can tweak it. Come here, eyedropper. Excuse me. What, do you only work for something in the browser? Ridiculous. Okay, fuck you. I'll open Google Drive in my browser. No, open it in the browser. Apparently, if you're on a Chromebook, it will automatically open it in the app. Open in Chrome. There's an option. I found it. For fuck's sake. I just want to preview it. Alright, okay. Am I smarter than the Chromebook? Signs point to ish. Alright. So that color was... not the one I was thinking. No, come back. Zoom in. Pull it up. Zoom in. I'm gonna find the specific fucking pixel I was liking. Jeez, why is this so difficult? Just wanna do something nice. What, did I zoom in too far for the color picker? There we are. Okay. And then, now we're going back to the Google color picker so we can put in the exact hex code. Yeah. That's what we wanted. I win everything forever. And of course there was a little bit of a gradient too, but this is a very Cloud Recesses color. It's A0CFFF. Okay, I'm not really sure how long that detour took us, and for anyone who was not interested, I will make a mild apology for the autism event that just happened. But for anyone who found it interesting, you're welcome. Back to the story. Please don't tell me I lost my spot. No, that was just a different tab. Okay. Oh, it didn't get quite the same shade of blue. I accidentally lied. We're not back yet. It was more like that. Yeah. Okay, so an even better hex code would be 336AA3. Yeah, give that one a try too. Alright, here we go. Lan Qiren is in his office as the school's first day of classes commences. His job as principal is to ensure the smooth running of the school. Most of the administrative tasks were fielded by the secretaries and passed through his nephew. It took something going very wrong, or queries from those like Chef Li, who reported directly to him, for Lan Qiren to be consulted. His morning was uneventful. He reached out to some of the distributors they wanted to contract with for items in the bookstore. Contract negotiations with their current distributor had stalled when the quality of their goods had started to fail. Fall, he was tasked with finding quality goods at a comparable price to the last contract. After several calls and emails, he requested samples of goods from the list of distributors. His task is finished, and he finds it's time for lunch. He meets with Lan Zixin to see how his morning has gone. Zixin says he had 2 instances of fighting that resulted in detentions, a few issues of students disrupting classes, and 1 student sloughing class? That is a bit of slang I do not know. Is this common slang? In the context of Utah slang, sloughing means skipping or ditching class or work. So, Liadan, are you from Utah? Or did you pick up that word from someone from Utah? What is the origin, the provenance of that word in your speech patterns? I've never heard that before. I like it though. I might have said skiting out if I was going to use slang about it. The Shin had already gotten food, and they ate together in Lan Qiren's office. Oh, what I just said about the word I might have picked, I was wondering, based on the slang that I knew, what word I would have picked, not telling you what word to use, just to clarify. The text sent by Ajan was concerning. I just read that part, so I'm going to skip reading it again. It's the text message where Lanjan is saying that he's concerned about Wang's finances. He first emails Chef Li. Chef Li, the student I notified you of regarding the chili oils does not have a preference at this time. Please ensure that a good selection is available on rotation and in quantities that will be appropriate for the supply. We will continue to monitor for a preference by the student and notify you of any changes necessary. Once again, we appreciate all of your hard work and apologize for the inconvenience this issue has caused you. Lanchurin, Principal, the Cloud Recesses Boarding School for Boys. I love the fact that they got the chef involved in spoiling Wang. That's amazing. His next task requires more plausible deniability. Lan Qiren pulls his personal laptop and a portable hotspot. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. From the bag next to his desk and starts it up. After enabling the VPN, he opens the secured email server set up for him for just this very situation and begins to type. What kind of super secret squirrel shit have you got going on over here, Lan Jiren? Ooh, he's writing to Chief Feng Xun, the Red Blade Master, if I remember correctly. I am taking you up on the offer to look into the Wuxian issue we had discussed over the summer. We now have cause to believe the concerns brought forward are not as unfounded as we had hoped them to be. Wangji has seen evidence of both physical and financial mishandling of the subject of the inquiry. Wangji states Shiji is the only one. Oh, is that supposed to be Shijia? Referring to Yanli? If that is supposed to be Shijia, it's misspelled. There should be an E at the end. Is the only one not suspected in the mishandling. However, it was remarked that Shushu is generally absent and thus may not be aware. Oh my god, they're talking in code. Shushu must be Jiang Fengyan. Proceed on this front, but we can accept either ignorance or willful negligence from this subject. I'm confused by that sentence. Proceed on this front, but we can do. I'm sorry this turned into a slight beta read. I think you wrote accept with an A, but perhaps you meant expect with an E? Perhaps. The topics surrounding Sandu, Shengshao, and Zhishu have been conspicuously avoided. I know those. That is Jiang Cheng. That's his official title. The three poisons. The wielder of the three poisons. And the purple spider. The violet spider. Whatever. Zewu Jun and I will continue investigating with Wangji's assistance, but your expertise would be appreciated. Regards, Xianshang. They have code words for each other, and you use their titles from the novel. That's fantastic. I love it. He rereads the message a few times before he's satisfied, and finally sends off the email, knowing the recipient will understand the request. For anybody who doesn't know, I had to remind myself, Xiansheng is often translated as Mr. or Sir. It's a courtesy title for a man of respected stature. And Qifeng Zun is... Yes, but what does it translate as? Ooh, a Tumblr post about it. I just stumbled across somebody's side blog about Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation / founder of Diabolism, and this is a list of the Hanzi, Pinyin, and their meanings for each character and their personal weapons. a treasure. Alright, where's Chief Fengzi? Here we are. Qifeng, Crimson Blade. I guess that's why they called him the Red Blade Master in the subtitles I watched on Viki the first time. Okay, back to it. If y'all are interested, I am going to reblog this post. Yes, very interesting. How does this only have one reply? Did I ever mention to y'all that I have this game going with myself where every post that I like or reblog, I reply to also? Sometimes with the same stuff that I say in the tags, but I usually win this game first place because nobody fucking replies on Tumblr right now. That it has 546 hearts and 241 reblogs and no replies. Reblogging. I'll try to remember to put it in the Discord when I link in this recording, but if I forget, just ping me. The Untamed. I'm just tagging it. I always be sure when I put in Dao Zu Shi to also tag the Untamed and CQL so people who are tracking the more international tags can find it besides the Untamed. You know, like somebody's ever gonna find something on my blog for the very first time and be like, oh my god, amazing, but you know, just in case. Pinyin, Hanzi, Mandarin, Mandarin translation. Well, I guess it's the English translation of the Mandarin. Does this count as Dao Zu Shi meta? I don't know. Okay. Reblogging it. Back to the story. I'm gonna have to come back to this person's blog. I am gonna follow them. Okay. Jumping out of that. How many words would we say I have recorded? Oops. I zoomed in on the other one. Oh, I'm right at the end. Okay. He rereads the message a few times before he's satisfied, and finally sends off the email, knowing the recipient will understand the request. If the server security is somehow breached... Oh my god, I need to stop losing my place. If the server's security is somehow breached, the message will not point to any specific individual or corporation. The closest reference is a 10-year-old web novel that had been adapted into a wildly popular TV drama before the pandemic. Oh my god. Did I miss something? Is this like a meta fic? Like, no. Oh my god, this is incredible. This is so fun. Okay. Email sent, he shuts down, packs up the laptop and hotspot, and returns to his inbox to see if any new tasks have come up. The Board of Elders is wanting to find more funding for their music and arts programs. They have also found 3 possible instructors to fill the position as the head of the Ancient Instrumental Theory and Practice Department. What is this? It sounds very interesting. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, y'all. My tummy's been unsettled for a while today. Like, it was a super stressful day, and my tummy does not handle that well. Last paragraph. One of the resumes submitted was a duo named Song Zishin and Zhao Jingchen, yay, who had started a program in Yi City, but had to shut it down during the pandemic. Probably because of something Xue Yang did. They had contracted with the Lanlingjin boarding school, which had shut down the previous school year due to the corruption of their board and mismanagement of finances. Their program had been highly acclaimed. He sent off an email to the team to set up a meeting. He would like to have the program running again soon, and if he could secure this team, he knew the program would flourish. Yes. Like it. Oops, I'm still recording. Author's note. Yes, I really did that. And yes, Lan Qiren finds it somewhat eerily odd that so many of the people he knows share names with the characters in MDZS, but he'll roll with it, because, well, it makes life so much easier to use code. It was Zishin's idea to use the book for the code names. He's a mega fan of it and even stands BJYXCP. No fucking way. That's incredible. Yes, Lanjan finds it extremely hot that Wei Ying has his own shorthand. I picked up on that. I really did. Okay, this was fun. This was great. I'm going to end the recording and upload it so I can share it in the chat.
Been ready. Y'all were waiting on me. Hello and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We're here with Liadan and Fern for Fern's Story Hour. Hello, Fern.
Hello.
And we are reading Chapter 7, starting with Lan Wangji's POV of Liadan's fic, Capital Assets. Lan Zhan finds that he is pleased that Nie Xiang signed up for a study period club. This means that he has an hour alone with Wei Ying. They agree that if he wants, he can join them after his first club, but he can also opt to meet them for dinner and do his own thing. He'll text after his club to let Lan Zhan know. When Wei Ying asks, Did you sign up for any clubs during the study period? Lanzhen smiles. No, I signed up for calligraphy, ancient poetry, and ancient martial arts. I like to use the A-day study period to review my notes for classes, and have B-days free to study also. Oh, Wei Young blinks. It's adorable. He's so besotted already. He thinks blinking is adorable because Wei Wuxian is doing it.
Of course. Anything Wei Ying does is adorable to Lunja.
And that's why we like him.
Yes.
Nanjan wants to know which ones Wei Young has joined and asks, what clubs did Wei Young join? The same, is Wei Young's quiet reply. It makes Lunjan's heart skip a beat. If only... But no. Someone like Wei Young could never like someone like Lunjan. I know it's slow burn in Wangxian miscommunication, but still... Boys. Silly.
Like I said, Nia Huisong has a front row seat to idiots in love.
He's gonna write like a memoir about it.
Oh, he's going to make a whole play out of it.
Sell it for big money.
Yes.
Do you wish to study at the library? It's time to return from his fantasy world to reality. Wei Young nods. I already reserved a study room. Would you like to join? Yes. Let me release my reservation for a study room. We can use yours. Lanzhen pulls out his phone and swipes quickly, navigating to the library site to cancel his reservation for a study room, and to check if any of the books that were unavailable before have been added to his reservation. They haven't. He locks his phone and puts it back into his pocket. I am done. Shall we? Lanzhen points in the direction of the library, and they head off walking side by side. Lanzhen savors the feeling of being next to Wei Young. He feels the fantasy in his head shatter when Wei Young says, if it's not an inconvenience, I already ordered several books to be studied for me. With Lan Daifu's restrictions, I figured it would be best to have them prepared in advance. You have already been overly kind to carry my rucksack, and I didn't wish to inconvenience you more if you didn't have time to study. Lanzhen hasn't heard Wei Young say this many words at once. The shock of it crosses his face before he realizes it, but Wei Young doesn't see it as he's looking down at his feet. Lanzhen has to reply. I too have reserved. Oh, I remember this part. They reserved like so many books. So many books.
Yeah.
Because they're both nerds.
And overachievers.
And overachievers. By the way, I don't use nerd as a derogatory phrase. Just a descriptor.
I know. They are totally nerds and dorks and dweebs. And they would say so.
They are, and I love them. Okay. And then Nanjan asks which books that he reserved. It seems as if Wei Young has used his word quota for now. All he does is pull out his phone, navigate to the library's website, and then hands his cell phone to Lanzhen. Lanzhen scrolls through the extensive list of books Wei Young has reserved. He sees all the titles he'd been hoping to reserve on his list. That's where they went. He's impressed with the sheer number of books the boy has reserved. The occasional or oh escape his lips as he realizes the scope of works requested that he hadn't even thought of. By the time he reaches the end of the list, his respect for the boy has increased tenfold. No wonder Wei Young could surpass his test scores. Seduced by his mind. 57 books from Wei Young, 39 from Lan Wangji. They definitely do need a book cart.
Yeah, just amazing.
They enter the library with a respectful silence. He leads the way to the reference desk where reservations for study rooms and books are handled. Wei Young first shows his reservation for a study room, then for his books. The librarian smiles, then winces when Lan Zhen shows him his book reservation. With nearly 90 books between them, a book cart is assigned, and the study room key is given. Lan Zhen pushes the cart containing the books to the study room they'd been assigned, entering the code and opening the door. The Library of the Cloud Recesses is his favorite building. Built in the traditional style of architecture, it is an amalgamation. That's a fun word to say. An amalgamation of ancient architecture. Huh?
It's the puppy.
Oh, hello, puppy. An amalgamation of ancient architecture and modern conveniences. The library is 2 stories with an atrium in the center, filled with tables for students to study at. The atrium lets one see the second-floor balconies and bookshelves within. Interspersed with the bookshelves on the first floor are 12 study rooms. Each can accommodate up to 8 students at a time, with a conference-style table containing outlets for laptops, and floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 walls. I bet they charge cell phones as well as laptops. That's what my library did.
Of course they do.
They even had one of those courtesy charging stations for people who forgot their chargers, but the cords weren't long enough to reach anywhere except right there. So it was useless for like anything more than 2 people.
Yeah, Wangxian made sure there's plenty of charging ports and plenty of electrical sockets in the library for the students.
Nice. Thanks, Uncle. Good job.
Yes.
And floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 walls. The library is light and airy, with all the exterior windows being frosted to look like the traditional wax paper windows. Nice detail. Wei Young and Lan Zhen settle into chairs in the middle of the table next to each other and agree to start with the homework for their unshared class. This allows for Nixiang to study with them for their shared classes. That's nice of them. Lan Zhen does ask Wei Young for his opinion on some of the notes from his class and finds him to be insightful. They request another 15 works to be pulled and delivered to them. He is close to finishing his homework for his class when Huaisong texts that he wishes to join them to study. Even though they'd already agreed, Lan Zhen still wants to ensure Wei Young is still good with the plan. Oops, I think I threw an extra still into that sentence, but whatever. And asks, Huaisong asks if he can join us in studying. Wei Young nods in assent and waits for Lan Zhen to reply to Huaisong. When he sets his phone back down, they continue their discussion, asking each other's opinions when they find themselves at odds with a topic. It's comfortable. They do not use many words, but can easily convey, that's a V, not an F, convey their ideas and thoughts. Lan Zhen was right. Wei Young is brilliant. Brilliant. Huaisong joins them 10 minutes after the text. As soon as the door to the study room closes, a low moan of, "Oh my gods, just how many books did you order?" slips from his mouth. Lan Zhen smugly replies, "Not nearly enough." After finishing their respective assignments, while Huaisong takes note of all the books Wei Yong has used, They move on to the assignment from the day's first class. Lanzhan knows that if it were up to Huaisong, he would only complete these assignments the day before they were due, and that he is certainly taking advantage of 2 extra people to do research for him. I mean, if you've got the resource available, why not? It is and isn't surprising to Lanzhan when Nia Huaisong pulls his weight, trying to appear like he isn't by starting every observation with a series of, I don't know, I really don't know, before offering some insightful observation or comment. Wei Young isn't buying the act by the sly smile that crosses his face. But he allows Nia Huaisong to continue without calling him out. Excuse me. With 3 of them working together, they make quick work of their assignment and are nearly finished when the library sends the bell that they will be closing for 2 hours. Wei Young's reservation was for both the study period and the after-dinner block, so they can leave their belongings in the room. They grab the items they need for the next 2 hours and exit. They walk to the classroom where the calligraphy club is held, and Lanzhan thanks every deity known to man that Wei Young requires seating in the back of the room, as he sees Su Minshan sitting at the front desk where he would typically choose to sit. Gross. How?
Cinnamon John has been stalking him for years.
Oh, get wrecked, Su Minshan. I hope somebody pushes you off a cliff. How the most annoying, insipid person he knows figured out he had joined the calligraphy club is beyond him. Probably bribed somebody in the front office.
Oh, yes. He bribes people in the front office so he can switch classes to be with Wangji, too.
These people are like, you're kind of creepy, but we're making bank, so. Since he started attending the school, Su Minshan has stalked him every year. He joins clubs late after determining which clubs. There's yawn number 1. After determining which clubs Lanzhan has signed up for, and when possible, tries to change classes to be in the same as Lanzhan, despite being 2 years ahead of him. Oh my god. It is only possible thanks to Lanzhan being in advanced courses. Thankfully, they don't share any classes this term. Lanzhan sees the anger that crosses Su Minshan's face when he realizes Lanzhan is sitting in the back of the room, when Wei Young joins him and Nia Huaisong after speaking to the Lao Shi in charge of the club. Ruh-roh. That look spells trouble. The Lao Shi starts the club by announcing that seating for the term has now been established. Going forward, they will continue to sit in the seats they are currently in. This pleases Lanzhan. That makes me think of the meme with Thor when he's like, this pleases me. Another!
Yes.
This pleases Lanzhan, knowing that Su Minshan can't try to switch seats. Lanzhan decides that instead of focusing on the annoyance in the club, like he's a mosquito, he will focus his attention on Wei Young. The delight on Wei Young's face is evident as they learn to grind ink and use the brushes. Wei Young is captivating without trying. His joy in learning shines brightly, and Lanzhan can't help but be drawn to him like a moth to a flame. And just like the proverbial moth, Lanzhan knows he will end up burning himself, but he decides the fantasy of being as important to Wei Ying as Wei Ying is to him can't hurt anyone but himself. Wrong. The eventual heartbreak that will come from this fantasy is a problem for future Lanjian. Well, that part's true. The first lesson of the calligraphy club is insightful, and Lanjian appreciates the skill needed for truly beautiful works of calligraphy to exist. It's a skill he is happy to add to his repertoire. They head to the dormitories to drop off the club supplies before heading to dinner. The inkstone is too heavy for Wei Ying's restrictions. Damn, that's heavy. Also, I know the restrictions are very strict for Wei Ying's lifting, but that's a heavy inkstone.
I have 2 of them. The lighter of the 2 comes in at 8.5 pounds.
That's like a gallon jug of water or milk, because, you know, it's the same weight. Wow.
Yes, and the bigger one weighs 22 pounds.
That's a fucking toddler. What?
They are heavy little bitches.
I guess they're very dense.
Yes, it's very dense stone. You can't have porous stone, or the ink doesn't. It's not usable.
I was watching a YouTube video once on a business in, I think it was Japan, that still makes the traditional calligraphy inkstones, like using the lamp black suit and everything. It was fascinating stuff.
Yeah, no, they're gorgeous things and heavy as fuck because they are dense and non-porous.
Well, you know, I guess if they were able to absorb water before you wanted to use it, that would defeat the purpose.
Exactly.
Bottom drawer for the inkstone. The reply is quiet as Wei Ying focuses on setting the brushes on the desk and moving his into the exact spot he wants them in. Psh, he's probably thinking how cute it is that Wei Ying is organizing his desk.
Of course.
He says, as he squats to open the drawer specified. Inside the drawer are neatly piled sketchbooks and an assortment of art supplies. Wei Ying, you draw? Yeah. He doesn't elaborate. Lanjian picks up one of his sketchbooks and flips through the first few pages before setting it down and placing the inkstone on top. Wei Ying is good. Closing the drawer, he returns his focus to Wei Ying. He is standing ramrod straight and staring off into oblivion, a look of self-loathing on his face. So one time I got curious and like, why do people use the expression straight as a ramrod? And what is that even for? And then I learned that it was about cannon stuff. You know, you put the cannonball in and then there's like that, the whatever they use to pack down in front of it. And you use the ramrod to drive it in to the cannon. Yep. And, you know, I thought that was funny and cool. And so I remember that tidbit of knowledge.
Yes, I love ramrods, and they are just fascinating things. One of my neighbors used to have a cannon that hid.
Hold up. One of my neighbors used to have a cannon is not a sentence I expect to hear outside of a Mary Poppins movie.
Yes, one of my neighbors had a cannon and he'd shoot it off on the 4th of July. He'd pack it full of powder and everything and set it off.
But where did he acquire a cannon?
I have no clue. But he moved and we got new neighbors about 6 years ago in that house, and yeah, it was fun. But yeah, he had a little cannon. It was like 3 feet long.
Okay. So that's like a yardstick, about.
Yes.
Little, but still a cannon. Did you ever get a chance to like go over there and be a part of the firing thereof?
Of course.
I was hoping you would say that.
Yes, I've got a cute little neighborhood where we all like talk to each other, living around each other.
What?
So, like,
You actually talk to your neighbors?
yes.
Your neighborhood's straight out of a movie.
Yes, it is.
Jealous. Kind of. I talk to some of my current neighbors, some of the other residents in the group home, but like a lot of them are, have been here longer than me, so they're in the phase where like they have jobs and shit, which I'm not looking forward to that phase. I will have much less time for podficking. But so I never talk to them really, except for times when they are attending group therapy sessions once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 4 people that hang out in the common room regularly, so I talk to them because I go and get like a snack or a drink out of the fridge, and sometimes I watch a movie out there. That was not actually important information. It's just context, I guess.
Yeah.
Back to the silly boys. Wei, the boy withdraws into himself further. Did Lanjan mess up by opening the sketchbook? Well, he watches as his face flickers through joy and shame in equal parts, still on seeing the world around him stuck in his mind. Wei Young, a note of concern laces through Lanjan's voice, which pierces through the thoughts of the boy next to him. Sorry, Lanjan, just spaced out for a minute, he says, as he shakes off whichever memory he'd been trapped in for the last 10 minutes. Fucking Madam Yu. Come, it's dinner time. Nia Xiong is waiting. May I leave my supplies here until later? Look at him. I think I said this in the Wei Wuxian section too, but look at him leaving an excuse to come back.
Of course.
He doesn't want to take the time right now away from Wei Young to drop them in his own dorm.
Exactly.
That's really sweet, actually. Like, self-serving and sweet all at the same time, Because people can have complex motivations for things.
Exactly. He's making his own excuses, but they're the right excuses.
As he exits the room before Wei Young, he flashes Huai Song with a look of, "Don't ask or I'll kick your ass." And they headed to the dining hall for dinner. I bet Huai Song felt the threat.
Of course. Exactly.
He probably wouldn't have placed it in those words because he doesn't know that internally Lanjan cusses.
No, he's like, ew, Lanjam's gonna kill me if I say anything. I'm not gonna talk.
As they eat, Huaisong extracts a promise for both of them to accompany him to a new store he's discovered that sells hand-painted fans after they finish their studies. Both agree. After eating, they return to the study room in the library and finish their assignments. They pack up and return to the dorms to change. And Lanzhen retrieves his brushes and inkstone from Wei Yung's room. The boy smiles at him as he does. Then Lanzhen heads to his own room. relieved that he hasn't screwed something up. He puts away his textbooks and notebooks, as well as the calligraphy supplies, then quickly changes into his street clothes. And I am having trouble with, like, middle consonants today. He exits into the hallway at the same time as Wei Young, only to wait for Nia Huaisong to join them. When he does, they exit the school grounds and head to the subway. The shop is on the same line as the school, which allows them to pick a seat and ride straight to their destination. Nia Xiang uses his stocky build to push through the crowd and create a path for Wei Young to the doors. That's kind of funny. I don't usually see Nia Huaisong described as stocky, but, you know, compared to Nia Mingju, anyone looks twinky.
But compared to Wei Ying, Huaisong is quite stocky.
That's because Wei Ying has got that snatched waist and the delicate build.
Exactly. And you know, between the two of them, how's Wangxian gonna describe Huaisong?
Well, he definitely is not interested in Huaisong, even aesthetically, so...
Yes.
They find the shop easily. Lanjan admits to himself that the fans are actually well made. He's such a snobby bitch. What captures his attention, though, is not the fans, but Wei Young as he inspects them. If he hadn't seen the few pages of sketches, he would attribute Wei Young's appreciation to the beauty of the fans he inspects. Having seen the skill with which Wei Young can draw, he sees the appreciation for what it is. Appreciation of skill and workmanship, of one artist to another. He falls in love with this boy just a little more. That was a happy ah, not a frustrated one.
Yes.
Once Huaisong spends a small fortune on fans, it's Daga's money, he can afford it.
Exactly.
They browse through some of the other shops, and Wei Young makes a purchase of a ribbon matching their school uniform trousers. Lanjan imagines all the things he could use the ribbon for before shaking himself out of his fantasies. It will never happen. And right now is not the place or time to get turned on by the fantasies. Oh, poor thing. Teenage hormones on top of meeting the most fascinating boy ever.
I'm the prettiest boy ever.
The most fascinating, the prettiest, the most, well, one day vivacious, not quite there yet. The smartest, the most beautiful handwriting because Lanjan's biased, and he can draw, he can do all the things. Just the obsession has already begun and grows every day.
Yes, and I will say the few pages he saw were all flower.
Did you say flowers?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So what he saw in the sketchbook were flowers. And it like Wei Ying was having a full-on panic attack because he thinks that he can only draw people okay.
Oh. Oh, Wei Young. Oh, maybe later they can have a session where Wangji gets to be the model for a sketch.
No, it happens without having to be there.
Knowingly. I'm sure Lan Wangji will be the model for many sketches, but I meant like he knew about it, like on purpose. They were
Oh yeah.
arranged poses, and he was participating knowingly and not just being the inspiration without being told.
Yes, it will happen in the future, but by chapter 8, he's already inspired a few pieces of sketch.
They're just profile studies. They head back to the
You'll
school.
have to wait till chapter 8 to see what they are.
I don't know if I'm gonna be awake that long.
Next week.
They head back to the school, and he escorts Wei Young to Lan Daifu's office. Waiting for him to receive treatment, he texts Shufu with an update. They are back on campus, and Wei Young is receiving his treatment. Once Lan Daifu finishes Wei Young's treatment, they walk back to their dorms together. And that is the end of Lan Zhan's POV. Hold on, time for hydration. Okay. Lan Tirin's day has been full. He finds that after emailing Song Zishin, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright, just checking. He finds that after emailing Song Zishin and Xiao Xingqian, his afternoon is free. He pulls up the database for club dues to find that Wei Young has yet to pay his. His scholarship unfortunately doesn't cover the fees, and Lan Tiren fears what Yu Ziwen may say when the charges for the clubs Wei Young has chosen are charged to her account. Oh, uncle, what are you planning? He logs in and pays the fees for Wei Young, then emails the calligraphy Laoshi, another distant cousin. They're like the mob, but teachers.
Yes.
Another distant cousin, asking him to inform Wei Young that his scholarship covers the dues for his clubs. His cousin will know it for the lie it is, but he can be trusted to relay the information regardless. What Wei Young doesn't know won't hurt him, and it fills Lan Jiren with contentment to do something to ease the burden Wei Young carries. Oh, hold on. It's Maelstrom's birthday. We must say happy birthday. Happy birthday, Maelstrom. There we go. Maelstrom does not get to go home early on birthday day. What a fucking ripoff. It's your birthday. You shouldn't have to go do things like exams on your birthday. What a horrible plan. Whose idea was that?
The university.
Okay.
Blame it on it wanting to screw with us.
Okay. Back to Lancherin doing things slightly against the rules.
Yes, he's singing that. Don't be suspicious. Don't be
Don't
suspicious.
be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Okay. Quick text to Nia Mingju ensures that Wei Yang's student portal will show the club dues as covered by the scholarship if he checks. I love the fact that Daga is the hacker in this. Oh, that's so satisfying. The backend will show payment from Wei Yang's card using the authorization code from Lan Qiren's payment. What the Board of Elders doesn't know can't hurt them either.
Yes, don't be suspicious.
He receives an email from the library staff complaining about the excessive number of books reserved by Wei Ying and Lan Zhan. No surprise on his nephew's account. Nope, I said the wrong word. No surprise on his nephew's count. And really none on Wei Ying's either. The staff complaining about how many books they checked out.
They're requesting that.
Someone who can pass the tests with the scores they had is bound to over research any assignments. He responds with the standard reply he sent each year when Lanjan makes his first book reservations, that the requests are to be filled without question. Yes, he's aware the requests are time-consuming. However, the service is in place to make study time for the students at the school more productive. Only around 5% of the students utilize the request system, so they have the time. That email sent, Lan Qiren spends the next couple of hours trying to figure out how to teach Wei Ying to be his mother's son. Vivacious, loud, buoyant. Hold on. I think I left out something important in the middle of that sentence. Trying to figure out how to teach Wei Ying to be his mother's son. Vivacious, loud, buoyant. Everything the boy is not. Hold on. Replying to Maelstrom about the birthday stuff. Okay. To anyone listening who doesn't know, Maelstrom is one of my fandom besties who is not currently in the right time zone to be in the chat, but totally would be otherwise. He is glad when Lanjan texts him. Wei Ying and Nia. Oh, oops, I put the pacing on that wrong. He is glad when Lanjan texts him. Wei Ying, Nia Huaisong, and he will be heading into Shanghai for a shopping trip. Wei Ying needs to experience normal, everyday life. He ends his favorite. No. I keep accidentally skipping down to the next sentence. He ends his day reading Sangsa's favorite book in his apartment with a text from Nanjun that they have made it back to campus safely. Still wondering what he can do for the son of a dear friend, and filled with regret at the fight that prevented him from knowing Wei Ying sooner. And that's the end of that chapter. Author's note. Hey all, it's been a hot minute since I updated this fic. Thank you to everyone who has read, commented, and left kudos here. I promise I won't drop this fic. I've always said WTWS. That's the while they were sleeping, I think, was my priority in writing. But this is my guilty pleasure, writing. If you ever have questions, feel free to reach out. As long as I'm not dead, I'll respond. I've been focusing my free time on While They Were Sleeping and some one-shots that will be released to enhance the background stories that aren't addressed in the main fic. I have a Su Shi almost done, Jiangyan Li that will be released in 2 chapters, the first completed and the second nearly done, and am formatting. Is that Jin Guangxian fic?
Yes, the man whore.
Yes. He is indeed his own content warning.
Yes.
I am planning a Wen Rohan versus the Jiang that explains why Wen Rohan hates Yi Ziyuan and Jiang Fengmian. But that one can wait a bit longer than the other 3. I hope the chapter update was worth the wait. Well, I certainly think so.
I'm going to do a quick look through comments, see if there's anything. That's good.
Anything you want me to put on the recording?
Well, just one with what I have been struggling with in writing this fic much is that with Wei Ying's injuries, I want to try to talk to a medical professional to see how the healing would progress before I do too much more specific to that. So most of what I'm writing is skipping over that because I don't want to be too specific and be wrong.
I agree with the commenter who enjoys the various POV switches so we can see everybody's internal thoughts regarding different events. No, different thoughts about the same events. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yeah. I have fun with that.
Well, thanks for listening to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and we should be back with Chapter 8 relatively soon. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. We are going to be reading Chapter 8 of Capital Assets. It's called Dorm Inspections. I'm hanging out with Liadan, that's the author, in the chat. And hello. And this chapter is specially for our friend Fern, who may or may not be available to participate in the chat later, but here's hoping Fern enjoys this reading. The chapter summary. Dormitory inspections occur. Su Minshan launches an attack against Wei Ying. Su Minshan is his own worst enemy. Get wrecked. I hate you. That fucking guy.
Is his own warning.
Yep. Author's note. Trigger warnings, depictions of a panic attack, and the aftermath of someone defacing / destroying. Oh, wow, we didn't even make it to the story before I started yawning this time. The belongings of others, including urinating on their bed. Oh my god. If any of this is triggering to you, it may be good just to skip this chapter entirely. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you in the next chapter. For those who have read while they were sleeping, this is nowhere near as bad as what Susha did there. But yeah, it ranks up there. Fuck you, Susha. Sincerely, all of us. The italics, so that was a reader's note added in. The italics in Lancharan's POV are a flashback. Work has been crazy, y'all. I've been officially... Hold on, I said that out of order. I've officially been temporarily assigned to phones to help, and I've been working 10+ hour days. It will be another 1 to 3 months in which I'm assigned to the phones before going back to testing and not crazy as fuck hours. I'm caught up on my Big Bang fic, and I've written about half of the next chapter of While They Were Sleeping. That will be my next update. Then I plan to finish the Big Bang fic before writing more on either story. As soon as life returns to normal, I'll resume my regular update schedule for both fics. Thank you for your patience and encouragement. You got this, Liadan. You got this.
Oh, and the update from this weekend.
I was just going to say it's funny haha and funny sad at the same time, how author's notes are sort of a time capsule.
Yes. So for those listening, they dissolved my QA position and offered me a spot in support fully, which I have accepted. Yay.
Yay. Alright, let's see how far we get into this chapter before my evening meds kick in and I pass out in my comfy chair. Wei Young's...
You're snoring now.
Yeah, well, if I start getting slow blinks and long pauses between paragraphs, we'll be like, hold on, go back, go lay down, you silly creature. The nurses don't like it when you sleep in the chair instead of your bed. Wei Young's first week at the Cloud Recess's boarding school for boys has been full of ups and downs. He has 2 friends who study with him and never leave him alone. They're just friends, sure. Sang Sang is a dramatic bitch, and Wei Young loves him for it. Lan Zhan is a savagely petty bitch. Repeated phrase with capital letters. Savagely petty. And that's why we love him. When Wei Young thinks about it, one of 2 things happens. He either gets incredibly turned on, and his fantasies of Lan Zhan make him blush, or he gets seriously turned on and wants to run away and hide for a week. Again, due to the aforementioned fantasies of Lan Zhan. Like, understandable. You know? Also, teenage hormones. Wow, awful. I'm so glad that's not my current life stage.
Me too.
So, Wei Young has learned that Lan Zhan plays the Guqin, rivals him in nerdiness, and is extremely funny. He says the most outrageously hysterical things with no emotion and a straight face. It's not a straight face, Wei Ying. It's a very controlled gay face. And Wei Young...
learned to read Wangxian face yet.
No, he hasn't. There's nothing straight about him, honey. With no emotion and a straight face. And Wei Young can't help but laugh. Just last night, he told some douchey guy on the subway that being loud and obnoxious, all while grabbing your groin to get pretty girls' attention, would only lead to him being single forever. He swears he had heard Len Zhen say something like, disturbing females is prohibited, afterwards. The guy got off as soon as the train stopped, and the cute girls the obnoxious dirtbag had been harassing had all traded shy smiles and glances at Lan Zhen until they got off the train. Wei Young might be gay, but he's not blind and can admit that some females are cute. He just has no interest in them that way. He can appreciate the aesthetic.
Exactly.
He's fairly certain Lan Zhen is also a 6 on the Kinsey scale, given the attention he paid to the girls after the comment. Remind me what 6 is? I haven't memorized it yet.
Full on gay.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Lan Zhen, the gayest. There is no wiggle room for him on that one.
Yes. And in this one, Wei Ying does a full 6 as well.
Okay. Context is important.
Yeah. Yeah, Nia Huai Song is 3-4, I'd say.
Huai Song does what he wants.
Yes.
He is sitting at his desk with Song Song and Lan Zhen studying, when a loud knocking at his door startles Wei Young. He opens the door to find a student from the year ahead of him, looking like he simultaneously ate a lemon and took a swig of vinegar while eating a rotting carcass, staring at him. a very sour expression.
Yes.
With that faint...
Wei Ying is obviously not attentive because Su Shi's 2 years ahead of them, but...
Right.
You know.
That's the face where someone looks at you like, I am disgusted and I'm about to puke on your shoes. And I want to talk to the manager. All at the same time.
Yes.
Dorm inspection. Please step into the hallway. The sour-faced student sneers. He sees other students and teachers knocking on the doors to the other rooms on the floor, and nods in acknowledgement. He toes off his room slippers and slides on his shoes, then steps into the hallway, followed by Song Song and Lan Zhen. I totally forgot I might be reading tonight, so I took my anxiety medicine when I took my other evening pills, and it makes me sleepy.
Oh, good.
Let's see how far it goes, though. I'm not giving up yet. The sour-faced student enters his room, letting the door close most of the way behind him. He sees Lan Zixin enter Song Song's room, while Lan Qiren enters Lan Zhen's room. That seems like a conflict of interest.
No one is allowed to check Lan Zheng's room but Lan Qiren because of Su Shi.
I can see why that policy is in place.
Yes.
They stand by the wall across from his door, silent. waiting. 5 minutes later, the sour-faced student leaves his room and proclaims, "Disgraceful. Such a mess. Inspection failed." Oh, this is the part I got a preview of. A buzzing starts to take over in his ears, and he feels dizzy at the words. Mess, 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 disgrace, mess, mess, disgraceful, mess, mess, failed, mess, mess, disgrace. As the words spin through his head, everything goes fuzzy. He can't breathe. Is he sitting or standing? He doesn't know. Is Lan Daifu calling him? He can't. He feels a needle slip into his forehead and another into the base of his neck. And then everything goes blissfully black. And that's the end of Wei Yung's POV. I've had acupuncture sessions before where she did the needling in my scalp and like in my ears, and it really does help your mood.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's see what Lan Zhan was thinking during this incident. Sneering for no reason is prohibited. Do not tell lies. Do not make an uproar. Be careful with your words. Do not stand incorrectly. Be ethical. Lan Zhan can't help but think as the inspector struts out of Wei Yung's dorm room, sneering and saying the most dishonest lies before smirking and walking down the hall to the stairwell. Lan Zhan looks at Wei Yung as the boy starts to sway. The words spoken by the student do not make sense. He looks at Huai Song, then to his brother and uncle. Song Song, go get Lan Daifu, run if you must. Ge, stay here with Wei Yung, please. He hears his voice crack, something that hasn't happened to him in years. Then he looks at his uncle. Uncle. The one word is enough to convey everything that is so very, very wrong, and his uncle nods. Perform acts of chivalry. Be compassionate. He's trying to use the precepts to ground himself, you know, for comfort. And like that's his framework for trying to understand other people, and when they act outside of the rules, it's very distressing. I might be projecting.
Nope, you're exactly right.
He hears Uncle as he turns to look at a teacher further down the hall. Zeng Laoshi, please escort student Su to my office and keep him company until I can personally hear his report. His uncle sounds stern as always. To those who know him, it is evident that he is suppressing his rage. Be trustworthy, and they will believe you. He hasn't heard Uncle this mad since mother and father, since the doctors said, do not jump to an unfounded conclusion. Tragic backstory hints. He can't think about that now. He sees that he needs to focus on what is happening now. He mentally recites the precepts. Love all beings, honor good people. Good people will be esteemed, blessed by nature, and accompanied by good fortune. Be fair, and they will follow you. Be loyal. Earn trust. Win friendship with kindness. Do not despise poverty. Take pity on the desolate. Help the underprivileged. Do not bully the weak. He walks to the door to Wei Ying's dorm room. I have a tangent.
Okay.
The Lan clan. I know you picked these precepts up off of that post you were telling me about, where they pulled it directly from the source material.
Yes.
The Lan clan failed their precepts so much, especially regarding the kindness and poverty and desolate and underprivileged rules.
Yes. One of the things in this fic, Lan Qiren has done a fantastic job of running the school within the precepts.
I'm proud of him.
Yeah, so I will explain at the end how it works. But
Okay.
Lan Qiren's view, it would ruin it if I said now.
No spoilers.
Yes.
It's just, yeah, I was, specifically referring to canon, novel
yeah.
canon events.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but
I agree with you there.
we don't need to go completely down that discussion road because we're trying to see as much story as we can fit in before I pass out. So we don't have time for extended discussion currently.
Yeah.
The first thing that hits him is the smell. It smells like someone urinated in the room. Lan Zhen looks around, and the wet stain across the pillows and bedding confirms that this is indeed what had occurred. What the fuck was Su She thinking? That he could get away with this? That is not... He's a dumb criminal. Like...
Yes.
It is clearly not something that Wei Young would have done to his own room. It is clearly not him being untidy. It is obviously sabotage and defacement of property. Like...
Oh, and Susha watched Huaisong and Lin Jian walk out behind Wei Ying and still did this.
Like, they know what his room looks like normally. He's got character witnesses right there.
Yes.
Good night. Okay. The books that had been neatly placed on Wei Yung's shelf are strewn across the room. His clothing thrown about the room. The brushes for calligraphy club that had been carefully stored on his desk are broken, and the stand is nowhere to be seen. He was only in there for 5 minutes.
Yes.
He must have been throwing a fucking tantrum. The figurines that he had learned were gifts from Jiang Yanli are shattered. Oh, that is irreplaceable. There is a picture lying on the floor with a dirty shoe print on it of a young woman and a young man holding a baby in a hospital room. Lan Zhen sees Uncle pick it up reverently. Oh, wow. Like, the longer this list goes on, the more personal it gets for Lan Qiren and Lan Zhen. Like, you start out as outraged that anyone would be treated like this, and it gets specifically more and more vengeance must occur. Punishment. Okay. Oh my god, there's more. There are torn sheets of paper littering the floor. Lan Zhen picks them up, and as he lays them on Wei Yung's desk, he sees an eye, part of a mouth, the bunnies from the meadow behind the running track, lotuses, a stylized cloud, long fingers poised to do something. I'm gonna guess it's play the Wuxian and it's your hands. Just gonna throw that out there.
Yes, it is.
A donkey torn in 3 pieces. The start of what appears to be a portrait of a young lady torn in 6 pieces. What seems to be part of a sketch of Shanghai World Financial Center. Another that seems to be of the Shanghai Tower. A torso in blue and white hanfu with the head torn off. A gentian flower. A bird. Hold on. Was the torso also his?
Yes.
A bird. Each scrap of paper he picks up has something skillfully drawn. The torn edges ruin all of them. Many pages are missing pieces, even with Lanjian trying to piece them together like a puzzle. Do not. Oops, I skipped. Be respectful. Be strict with yourself. Morality is the priority. Be ethical. Do not steal. Do not create damages. Do not be ill-mannered. I'm really impressed by the way you managed to order all of these and not use repeats. I don't think you've used any repeats either.
I have not. And it took me a while to find the right ones so that I could do that.
The effort, the dedication. Impressive. Lanjian had respected Wei Yung's request for him not to look at the drawings. They are exquisite. Masterful. Wei Yung is mystifying to Lanjian. Every word that he speaks is precious. Their scarcity just makes them all the more valuable to Lanjian. That's a funny twist of the usual Wangxian dynamic. How can someone who is so incredibly breathtaking see themselves as unremarkable? Lanjian aches to know what the missing images are and what Su Minshan has done with them. Something very disrespectful. Lanjian hears Lan Daifu in the hall saying that Wei Yung will need to be moved to receive treatment. He looks at Uncle and gets a nod in return. Keep me updated, Ajan. Uncle knew there's no point in telling him to stick around.
Everyone knows there's no point in asking them to stick around. Except for Wei Ying.
Wei Ying has this sort of like bricked in determination that he is unlovable. So he just can't see it yet, you know?
Yes, it will take a while.
Okay, last paragraph of his POV. Lanjian exits Wei Yung's dormitory room and offers to carry Wei Yung to the medical building, while telling Huaisong and Zixin that Uncle wishes to speak to them in Wei Yung's room. He is instructed on how to hold Wei Yung by Lan Daifu, and he follows her carefully, carrying Wei Yung's limp body in his arms. Unconscious Princess Carrie. He probably is feeling a weird combination of guilt and euphoria.
Oh, yes.
Also, strong enough to just straight up hold him without Wei Young even being conscious to help, like with his arms around his neck or something. He's just do.
That man arm strength.
Yeah. I hope Nia Huaisong gets a picture of it on like his cell phone and can show it to Wei Young later.
Mia Huaisong took a picture, but he's never going to show Wei Ying until like after they're together.
He's probably gonna put it up at the wedding slideshow.
Yes.
The engagement party, something. No, I bet he took a fucking video, in fact.
Just a photo. He doesn't have time for a video.
I don't think I'm gonna make it through the Lan Qiren portion tonight.
Okay.
I need to go lay down.
Okay, well, I had fun, and
So did I.
many tangents during Lan Qiren, I'm sure.
I am very intensely curious to know what kind of hammer is going to drop on Susha in the form of Lan Qiren administering student punishments. I hope he fucking gets expelled.
All in this chapter, so.
I hope he gets expelled and criminal charges.
Shall see.
Sued for damages. I hope his family has to pay money about it. Okay. Well, good night to
Good night.
you, and good time zone to listeners. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and I hope to be back with the rest of Chapter 8 real soon. Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. I'm going to be reading the rest of Chapter 8 of Capital Assets by Liadantaru, who is here in the chat with me, as well as Fern, because it's Fern's Story Hour. All right. Destroy the 5 poisons. Do not succumb to rage. Lan Qiren hasn't been this angry since the hospital turned away his nephews, as both of their parents succumbed to their individual deaths. Never gave them the chance to say goodbye, to hear one last, "I love you, Baobei," from their parents. He never thought that anything could enrage him as much as that had. Whew, damn. I'd be mad about that too. Clearly, he had not factored in just how much the child of his dear friends, Sangse Sanren and Wei Changze, would wiggle his way into his heart in a matter of days. He should have realized it from the moment he found out they had a son, that he would meet their son. I mean, I really like it for Lan Qiren when he gets the opportunity without the bias of all the clan rules and, you know, the bad impression that the bad reputation that the Jiang clan has spread about Wei Young. When he gets the opportunity to meet Wei Young without all that bias and just like him for the person that he is and his bright, clever mind, you know?
Uh-huh.
Okay, where was I? He tries to calm his breathing as he stalks from the dormitory to his office. His mind goes back to the last time he'd seen his friends. The day was humid. He remembers the heat seeping into his body as the sun beat down on them. They had finally graduated, and Lan Qiren had taken up the role as vice principal of the school. Wow, that's a young age to be VP. His friend.
Nepotism.
Hey, Lan Ren as a Nepo baby is not something I've ever stopped to consider before, but it's totally true.
I had to throw it in.
His friends had been staying with him until they could find jobs and their own apartment. He can remember what happened that day as if it had been filmed and played on repeat, projected on the movie screen of his mind. Every day. For years. Oh my goodness. That one surprised me. Okay. I'm not even tired, I promise. I was reading a podfic for an author this morning, and she was teasing me like, I won't be offended. I forgive you for yawning during the reading. I'm like, oh no, I promise it's not because I'm bored. It's because the reading makes me relaxed and peaceful and happy, and then I yawn about it because it makes me sleepy. It's not a comment on the story at all, I promise. And so then I told her how you tease me about it's not actually a bedtime story until I yawn in it at least once.
Yes.
Okay. The movie screen of his mind. I really like that. That's neat. Every day for years following their deaths. Okay, everybody, this next bit is in italics, and I'm pretty sure it's a flashback. It's a flashback?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Sangsa Sanren, effervescent and ephemeral. I think I said that right. To all but
Ephemeral.
ephemeral. That's I trust you, but I'm gonna check the dictionary just in case. Ephemeral. Ephemeral. I've never ever come across that actually pronounced out loud. Like I know exactly what it means. Yet another example of too much reading at a young age, I suppose.
It's that you learn to say the word by reading it in your brain instead of hearing it said.
Yep. A lot of words in my brain reflect how they should sound because of pronunciation tendencies instead of how they are officially pronounced due to weird English grammar rules.
I only knew the pronunciation of that word because of Ephemeral Rift, a guy on YouTube who makes ASMR videos while dressed up as like doctors and Lovecraftian monsters and stuff.
I love that lore piece. Thank you for sharing that, Fern.
Yes, absolutely.
Ephemeral to all but Wei Changze, shone brightly as she'd announced. She'd received a job offer from Wen Rohan to be the administrative manager of the Yiling office of WR Innovations, overseeing the newly formed real estate and construction branch of the Imperium Development Group. Nice. Bad vibes. The job looked fantastic on paper until one started reading through all the contracts. The NDAs and the 10-year non-compete agreements, if one left, were so vague as to leave anyone who signed them open to legal attack if one so much as breathed wrong in front of one Rohan. If she wanted to leave the job, she would likely be unable to work in most fields except perhaps child development upon her exit. He'd cautioned her against taking the job. Sangsa said it was exactly why. No, Sangsa said it was exactly what they needed to register a marriage and start a family. Lan Qiren was not proud of his words upon hearing this. He meant to apologize, meant to beg her forgiveness, but Lan Qiren was a coward. He took the coward's way out every time he had a chance. He said, I will do it when they settle. I will do it next time they are in town. I will do it when the children are settled. as now he is helping raise 2 children while their mother underwent chemotherapy. When he finally vowed, "I will do it tomorrow," that tomorrow never came. It was all over the news that they had died. No mention of a child left behind because of that. Wei Ying had suffered. Lan Qiren would not see him suffer more. Not on his watch, and yet he had somehow miscalculated by allowing student Su to inspect dormitories. Whoo! He is going to drop the hammer on Susha. Susha about to have some
Not
regrets. Huh?
Not yet.
Really?
He's setting up the hammer strike.
Oh. Okay. I can be content with that. Lan Qiren reaches his office and the confrontation within. He studies himself. He needs to know what motivated the student to deface the room as he had. It was evident that Wei Ying had not been the cause of the destruction of the room. It didn't help student Su's case any that both Zhan and Huaisang had been in the room before the inspection. That Huaisang had taken selfies of him in the room himself, showing it to be pristinely neat and clean. He enters his office and smiles. Su Minshan, I appreciate your willingness to assist with the dormitory inspections. Could you please recount your inspections for me? Su Minshan preens under his watchful eye like he is a prized cabbage, and not the pig who destroyed it, in Lan Qiren's eyes. The dormitories I inspected on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors were tidy. The students' items were orderly, and no unauthorized materials or items were found. The students' dormitory on the 4th floor was disorganized, with the bed unmade and clothing scattered about the room. It appeared he had thrown half-completed drawings crumpled up on his floor and may have had some kind of fit of anger recently, as there were broken items also littering the floor of his room. It was disgraceful and a mess. He failed his inspection. You fucking liar. Lan Qiren notes that the student smirks to himself at certain sections of the report, as if he is gleefully recalling the state of Wei Ying's room when he left. Thank you. There is a bit of inconsistency in your account of the 4th floor dormitory you inspected, and the testimony of others as to the state of the room before your inspection. Do you have anything to say before I read you their written statements? Damn, they already wrote up statements. Wrote up, have written, whatever.
Uh-huh.
They're lying to cover for the boy. Lan Qiren grins inwardly. He has seen pictures of Wei Ying's room, taken by Nia Huaisong, one with the clock showing the date and time, just 1 minute before the inspection, where the room in the background is immaculately clean and orderly. Haha. Huaisong's tendency for selfies saves the day.
And he would have believed it anyway, but yes.
Yes. I see, he says, as he sets the statements written by Nia Huaisong and Zhan on his desk in front of Su Minshan. Please read through these statements, and I will give you another chance to refute them. He watches as the youth in front of him reads the statements. There's another one. He watches as the youth in front of him reads the statements, visibly angered when he reads Zhan's. Baseless lies! They are both trying to discredit me. I know your nephew is usually beyond reproach, Lan Lao Shi, and the Nia boy comes from a reputable family. Still, they have both been taken in by a charlatan who is exploiting their kindness. The Wei boy's heritage is unknown, and he has already convinced both your nephew and the Nia boy to carry all his books between classes. I've also seen him copying their homework in the library. He's so jealous, it has poisoned his brain. My friend Zishun.
Under assumptions.
My friend Zishun says he believes the Wei boy to be a cut sleeve, as if it's a crime. Fuck you very much. He saw the Wei boy. Hold on, let me try that one again. He saw the Wei boy propositioning others during a break for sex, asking for money in exchange. He's so hateful. It is due to the Lan family's kindness and charitable efforts that he is even able to attend this school, and I do not wish for the school's good name to be tarnished by scandal. This is why I must speak about this to you now. Wow. Lan Qiren sees red. Not only is student Su lying to his face, but he has also made baseless accusations that cannot be substantiated at all against a fellow student. For what reason? I see. I thank you for your testimony, student Su. Please return to your dormitory. We will investigate the situation at hand. Lan Qiren has plenty of evidence to revoke Su Minshan's scholarship, but he wants to know why Wei Yong was targeted. If he acts too hastily, it could leave Wei Yong vulnerable to others. Is he thinking that Su Minshan was pointed in Wei Yong's direction?
Well, he mentioned Jin Zixin.
He sure did. I noticed that. When he is alone with Zixin in his office, he pulls out the laptop and the hotspot. He gets everything set up and sends another email. Qifeng Zun, I am once again in need of your hold on, fuck me. I think I've been reading too much today. Let me take a deep breath and try that one again. In need of your expertise. The traitor of the Lan has launched an attack against the Yiling Lao Zu. He has implicated the head shaker and Han Wangji as being victims of the Yiling Lao Zu's demonic spells and under his enthrallment. I can't get over the code names. It's so entertaining. The traitor implicated the second heir of Lan Ling as his accomplice in his campaign of misinformation. I believe this relates to the issues behind the ugly moniker placed on Han Guangjun last year. We were unable to pinpoint the source of the moniker, but I believe it originates with these two. Please feel free to access any of the CCTV footage from last year, as well as access the suspect's LAN-approved communication devices to discover more. I appreciate your dedication to protecting the Yiling Lao Zu and his associates. The headshaker has had a rough day and was witness to some deplorable sights, and may need his Dago to communicate and comfort him. Oh, Yiling Lao Zu is currently under the care of Dai Fu and Han Guangjun. Regards, Xian Sheng. Email sent, he shuts down the computer, storing it away, and turns to Zixin. Dinner at your place or mine? And that's the end of the chapter. Author's note. Yes, Lan Zhan actually did recite a Lan precept under his breath on the subway. disturbing females is prohibited. Modern non-magic equivalent to disturbing female cultivators is prohibited. Rule number 7 from the book. Yes, the Lans still abide by their 3,000 insane rules, but at least the shit about how much they can eat has been done away with, as Lan Daifu was not having the children be malnourished. Hello there, Su Shit. You are a moron in every world. You may have gotten away with this if Lanjan and Nia Huaisong hadn't been literally in Wei Ying's dorm studying for a group assignment before you trashed it, you fucking asshole. You also trashed it while Lan Qiren and Lan Zixin were literally in the rooms on either side of you. You weren't exactly subtle, dipshit. Better luck with your evil plans next time. While you don't receive your just desserts in this chapter, trust me, Lan Qiren has a plan for you, and it will be so much sweeter when we get to it. Lan Qiren fell out with CSSR and WCZ over their wish to start a family early. He had seen the pressure that having children had placed on his brother and sister-in-law, and wished to help them avoid the same pitfalls. What he subconsciously did was put all the marital issues of his brother's relationship, where his brother had become obsessed with his wife to the point of jealousy, which later extended to Lan Huan and then Lan Zhan. His brother's jealousy resulted in chronic illness for his sister-in-law. The resulting weakness in her immune system led to her being more susceptible to the family history of cancer and less able to fight it off when it presented. To be fair to Lan Qiren, he grew up in an environment where most relationships were like this. One partner is obsessively jealous of their spouse and children, neglecting or passing them off to relatives to raise in an attempt to create peace in the marriage. CSSR and WCZ are literally the first healthy relationship he's ever seen, and he cannot imagine they may be different than everything he's known leading up to this. They were aware of his history, and while they didn't blame him for his views, they didn't want his insecurities to be projected onto them. They stopped contacting him, but never blocked him, as they too wished to reconcile with him when he was mentally able to accept their relationship. They would pass word through mutual acquaintances that they would be in town when they traveled to Shanghai, in hopes that he would reach out one day and they could reconnect. But how did they die? Wahahaha! That story is not for today. Sorry, not sorry. Lan Qiren knows that both of his nephews are gay. He is also gay, but of the aromantic variety. That's believable, actually, totally believable. His gaydar is impeccable. He has watched Su Minshan pine over pretty boys for years. He pegged both Wei Ying and Nia Huaisong as gay and bisexual, respectively, when he first met them. He is enjoying front row seats to the opening act of Idiots in Love. Him and Huaisong can compare notes later. Su Shit, on the other hand, did not realize that either nephew is gay and has been pining over pretty rich boys for the past 5 years. The previous year, he had turned his attentions to Lanjan and also coined his moniker as the Ice King when he couldn't befriend the boy. He is only able to attend the school due to a charitable scholarship that allows promising children from impoverished rural communities to attend at little to no cost for their families. Oh, then it's extra double shitty about what he said about Wei Wuxian being a scholarship student. Based on the general poor state of Wei Yung's belongings, he also assumed that Wei Yung was attending the school as a recipient of one of these charitable scholarships. How he reached this insane conclusion? He overheard the teacher advise Wei Yung that the club dues were part of his scholarship on the first day. I'm almost done, come on. Lan Zixin, Lan Huan, is 10 years older than Lan Zhan. The same gap exists between Nia Mingju and Nia Huaisong. And that is the end of the Chapter 8 author's note. Lots of information there.
Yes, it's all stuff that won't go into the fic, so it was time for it to come out here.
Indeed.
But yes, so Sun and Shan doesn't realize that Wei Ying's on a academic scholarship, which differs from the charitable scholarships, and he wouldn't qualify for the charitable scholarship because he was adopted by the Junks.
Right. Oh my god, I just saw the bunny rabbit videos, GIFs that you posted in the chat earlier, with the one running out of the closet and startling the other bunny into leaping into the air above him. That's so Wangxian bunny coded.
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad I scrolled up and saw that. That was really cute. So, unless anybody else has anything they want to say before I sign off.
Thank you both for the story.
You're welcome.
Glad you like it.
Thanks for tuning
That was
in.
100% for you, Vern.
Yes, Liadan told me that she, churn and burn, like grinded it out just for you.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
So thanks for tuning in to this episode of Bedtime Stories, and we should be back with more when the next chapter comes out, which will hopefully be soon. But no pressure, Liadan. I know you got a bunch of irons in the fire.
I've got to get Big Bang's finished, so that's going to happen before anything more happens on this.
That's okay. We've got plenty of other things to read. Don't worry about it.
But hopefully, end of August, beginning of September, I'll have something.
Nice. Okay. So, yeah. Have a nice day or night or whatever time zone is going on where you are. Yeah.